Greetings, everybody. Welcome to Combe TV, and it is, of course, the live episode. We're still trying to iron out a couple of technical gremlins, so bear with us as that we're trying to do bits and pieces. Kev's down, currently sorting out the microphones down. In fact, I tell you what, while you're there, we've got someone different that's doing the interviews. Hopefully, he can hear me, and I'm going to bring him onto the stream in a second. Let's bring him in. We've got Josh Barrett down there doing the interviews. You're right, Josh.
Hello, Chris. It's like I only saw you a couple of days ago.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? Yes, Josh and I were together at Donington Park on Saturday. And then, yes, we're back there working. And a little bit different for you today, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I'm not going to see much of the racing apart from what's on the stream. But looking forward to chatting to lots of drivers, which I haven't really been able to do much this year so far.
No, absolutely, it's going to be good, and we got to hope that they do get sort of shepherded in there, which has been a bit of a mixture of whether they've even done that as well. I know Ian Sowman is over at the old Paddock Box, but we left him out in the sun for a little while, haven't we? At the moment,
it's not bad. It's much better today, isn't it, than Saturday? We've got a bit of sunshine, and it's maybe not quite as warm as some bank holidays, but the weather's okay for some good racing.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed it'll be good. So thank you, Josh. I know you're going to be down there grabbing those interviews in between. I'll leave you to enjoy things and just get comfortable with everything, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later, mate.
Okay, speak to you later on, Chris.
Thanks, Josh. So that's Josh Barrett that will be our roving reporter down there. As I say, just we're finishing off qualifying. We've still got the GTs out there. We had a long delay because Steve Bracegirdle's Mini went off at Tower. He's fine as far as I'm aware, but I don't think the Mini is. I think that's out for the day, sadly. But they had to do a lot of repair work over at Tower on the barriers and the rector cells. Oh, wicked! I've got a wasp in here now, a wasp. Greetings for everybody that's coming in. And I've just realised the important thing that go away, wasp. Kev, just making sure that Kev is aware of what I do and don't have here. He's got to let Ian in at the commentary box over there and get him set up as well. So, everything will sort of all tick into place. Of course, we got plenty of time. The racing doesn't actually start till 12:05, so don't panic about that. We're going to get we're going to get some sponsors videos showing shortly as well. I know how showing off is that. Ben Martin asked a while ago, is Dan Brown racing this one? That was the hot hatches earlier. No, I don't believe he is. Unfortunately, I think he's as quick as he was in that opening one. I think he's still trying to sort of get the funds together and find some sponsors. Lee Tucker says, good luck, Blast Motorsport. These are all on YouTube, we can tell from the symbol there. Ben Martin, good morning all. Hope you have a lovely day racing. Is Dan Brown racing together? So no, Ben, sorry, I'd missed that earlier, but there's your answer now. Fair comment, Ken Davis, looking forward to live stream. Good luck to all. Quicker we can get to see live racing, the better. Agreed, absolutely. Fingers crossed, hopefully we are getting a bit nearer. The stream, I have to pre-warn you, is looking a little bit hit and miss at the minute. It's a bit blocky, the quality, for whatever reason. I think we're having a problem. I think more and more people are trying to nick on the stream at the minute. So but bear with us, but we'll still be bringing you as much of the action as we possibly can. Adam Hall, good luck to everyone racing today. Mike Cotton, hello mate, nice day for it. It really is a bit different to we had Saturday, as Josh was saying. We had a lot of rain in the second half of the day at Donington Park. Mary Ward, wishing everyone a great day, and I see Carl is here as well. You've let him out, Mary, obviously to support your son Nathan Ward in the Golden Ball Racing. Kevin Mills run Formula Ford. Matt Park, good morning, guys. Hope everyone's well. And obviously, yes, I am. Thank you very much. We heard that Josh is. Hopefully, Ian is once he's allowed in there. And hopefully all of you that are watching are able to answer that as a yes as well. It looks like we've got a little bit of barrier repairs going to be needed on I think that's the exit of Tower. They're going to need to do a little bit of work up there. Kimberly Mizzen, good luck, Nick Mizzen, dad/granddad. I love Nick. He's such a legend and such a wonderful story that I shared on the Combe Racing Talk. Jacob Nichols, good luck to Nathan Nichols racing today. We thought he'd had a problem in that hot hatches qualifying because it had an exclamation mark against his name. He'd just forgotten to put his what do you call it, the timing device in his car, which is a bit daft. Anthony Henley, have a great day's racing, everyone. Big support for Dave Spiller in Spiller Motorsport Mini. Absolutely, he was going well. So thanks, Rich King. Sally Slade, great to be back. Go, Adrian. It is so good to see the 2018 Saloon Car Champion back in the... He's in the hot hatches. Just keeping Kevin updated with the movements over there. Yeah, Adrian Slade, the 2018 Saloon Car Champion. He's in the hot hatches this time. So welcome back to the Slades. Great to see that you're back here, guys. And please don't say... I keep thinking that he's actually just like Michael Bublé, just defrost him once a year to come out racing or something. But hopefully Slade will be here to stay. Ben Oggs, which boat you out in this time, Ben? Good luck, Team TSR. Slip and Grips, Peggy Spackman, the other half of Ross Parker, who's out in the hot hatches this time. Morning, what a lovely day for some racing. Go Team Parker, Slip and Grip Automotive, number 89 in the hot hatches. Finally, he's back out there. Agreed. We're so proud. Back there with you, Litlin, of course. Good luck, everyone, and safe racing. Absolutely. Matt Parr obviously says good luck to all that are racing today. Dan Powell says, great to see some Castle Combe racing. Good luck, everyone. Bring on the hot hatches and saloons. All of them. You should see the grid for the GTs. Looking incredible. Great numbers in the Formula Fords as well. And, of course, we've got something a little bit different. We've got the sports car trophy. Sadly, with the lockdown, we were going to have a whole host of them coming over from Ireland. Not allowed, is it, of course, at the minute. So that's not been an option for us. So it's a little bit lower, but those cars are amazing round here. I'm going to assume this is Emma Strawford. Greetings from the Media Centre. Hello, Emma. And I'm waving down to Emma now down there in the Media Centre as well, and the whole team down there. Danny Rawlins says, shame not to see Ben Oggs. We just had the message from him out in that red Astra GTE. Good luck to my brother, Chris Rawlings, car number 77. Absolutely. He was looking quick in that qualifying, although I think he kind of got in contact with a couple of the cars out there. So they're in race control, sorting that one all out over, well, not race control, over at the officials at the top of the Strawford Centre. They're waving from the Media Centre. I just caught up with them there. They've obviously got a slight delay compared to what I'm saying. Daniel Williams, good luck to James Blake and his new Seat Leon and everyone at iTech Racing. Absolutely, that's going to be great to see. Stuart Tinker-Taylor, hello, Chris, from one of the Camp Softcore. You got it right this time, mate. From a sunny Roud. Is that how you say it? Roud? Is that the right way? Sally Slay says, haha, I wish he was Michael Bublé. Well, he makes the same number of appearances. That's all I'm saying. Are you sure? Have you seen them together, Sally? You haven't, have you? So you never know. Good luck to Team Preble from Linda Preble. Interesting. The Prebles were something like, what were they, like 4th and 5th on the grid because they tried some new tyres that just did not work for either of them. So we've got the excitement of them coming through the grid at the beginning. That is going to be wicked. Both of them. Remember, it's first and second fastest lap times for the two races. So that's going to be really intriguing. Jake Cox, morning, Dawesy. Hello, mate. See, I've actually sort of gone official and called myself Chris Dawes for this, but yes, I'm Dawesy as far as everyone else is concerned. Chris Valentine, good grief, it's Chris Dawes in a shed. Have a good day, buddy. It's not a shed. Goodness me, look, we got race control in there. We're up in the tower, mate. We're up in the tower overlooking the start-finish straight. We love it up here, but good to hear from you, Chris. I'm wondering whether I'm commentating on you next Sunday at Brands Hatch in the what was Festival of Porsche, which I think is now just Porsche Race Day. I'm hoping you're going to be there, mate, and it'll be good to commentate on you again after so long. Simon Kera, good luck to my family of races. Lucky Kera, Jazz Sapper and Sonny Gill running with Simon Green Motorsport. Amazing. I've been commentating on Lucky Kera the last couple of days in his Ferrari 488 in the Ferrari Challenge UK up at Donington Park, and he's dominated it in a whole other level. So it's great to see him back again. Simon Green of Simon Green Motorsport has been up at Knock Hill running Lee Frost, because Lucky Kerr was at Donington, so didn't take part in that. And he then came back down, 8.5 hour drive, or it was due to be 8.5 hour. I haven't asked him how long it actually took. But got down last night for a beer or two before bed, and then here running all these guys down here as well. So absolutely best of luck. Oh, and the good news is it looks like I've got Lucky Carer to agree to coming on Combe TV, so we'll be able to grab a bit of an interview with Lucky Carer at some point, which will be brilliant. Wonderful character. Might get Jazz Sapper on as well, actually. Robert Lewis, shared feed to Club Racing UK Paddock. Wonderful setup, Chris. Good luck to all club racers today. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate that, mate. Love what you guys have been doing. I did comment last week when you had, I'm trying to remember who you had on. You had one of our racers on last week. Mike Bland, that was it, from the green Peugeot 306. And just love what you're doing. And it's always good banter, as we like to do. So thank you for sharing that, guys. Much appreciated. Jerome Van Niekerk, good day from Cape Town. Hello, mate. I think you win so far, so we'll see how that goes. Sarah Coombs, good luck to Mike Gemvey and everyone in the sports car trophy. Absolutely, and Mike was looking very, very quick in that earlier. Let me check to see how that one. Where did Mike Gemvey? He dominated that one. I think that's the easiest way to sum that one up. He did. He dominated it. Brewster Originals, hello, mate. Are you here? Are you in Orange this week? I would imagine not, because I think normally I'd see you down there if you were. But hello, mate. Unless I'm getting the wrong Drew, but I'm sure that's is that Rob Drew? Brewster's Originals. Apologies if I've got that one wrong. So Kevin is hopefully getting Ian Sowman set up over in the old Paddock commentary box. And we will have him back shortly. There we go. Robert Lewis says, Mike Bland, we would love to have you on the podcast soon as well, Chris. I'd love to, mate. Give me a shout. I'd love to be on that. It would be great to come and join you because I love how you bring in all of club racing to all the news from all the circuits. I tuned in this last week when Mike Bland was on. And loved how you were going around all the circuits with everything. So definitely give me a shout. You know I'm a huge fan of everything motorsport, and I definitely fly the Club Motorsport banner. Caroline Sutton says, good luck, Mark Sutton, from Hannah, Alfie, Lily, and the wife. Is that what he calls you? Is it? I don't know. That's not right, is it? But yeah. Oh, good. Drewster's Originals confirmed. Not in Orange this week. Watching the YouTube, so I was right. I took a punt then because I thought I remembered you as Drewster Originals as well, Rob. So that's great. Thank you for that. So welcome everybody. I'm just going to very briefly bring something else up a second. I do apologise. It is me, but obviously Open Doors Training, my company, is one of the sponsors of this feed as well. So I'm hoping to just quickly sort out another one as well for Castle Combe Circuit. But here's just a very quick message from my public speaking, presentation skills, media training, all those kind of things, training company. So I shall be back in a moment.
Video 1 is about the reasons and benefits of public speaking or presenting. Well, let's think about this another way.
Why on earth do we exercise? It takes some serious willpower to get going, and it's all too easy to talk yourself out of it. But we know the benefits will be significant, so we push ourselves to do it. And once you get going, it becomes addictive, including the battle of wills to keep going.
The same applies with public speaking. It's easy to psych yourself out if you let yourself, but it lets you share your knowledge, point of view, passion, emotion, etc. You have the opportunity to inform, motivate, win over and persuade an audience. What a buzz and an honour. I have the same addiction to the battle of wills, adrenaline and achievement with public speaking. So turn around the way you see it and relish the chance and opportunity.
And it hurts a lot less than exercise.
Yeah, sorry about that. It is still me, but that was just the first video that I could find that I'd put together at some point, and it still makes my wife chuckle when she sees that one. And I know that when there's another one that I seem to act where I go, oh, hello. I'm not putting that one on because it's just too cringeworthy, but it was all sort of directed for me. In fact, my girls are indeed watching. Hello, Mrs. Dawes, or the current Mrs. Dawes, as we jokingly call you. Dawesy girl and Diddy Dawes watching Daddy. Hello, Lauren. Hello, Lauren. I hope you're enjoying it. I know you got up especially in putting a pretty dress to see me off this morning. It was so cute, and thank you for that. And I look forward to getting back and seeing you. It was nice that I got back early enough to see you last night before bed. Chris Pearson. He is here. I've seen him. No breakdown. He got here fine, and he's going to hopefully be feeding me photos of the winning car for us to put up at certain times. And fingers crossed that will work, and we'll be able to see if I can put up that photo. Just a nice little edge. So thanks, Chris. We'll give it a go. And of course, he says, dilly, dilly, everyone. Dilly, dilly to the mighty Orange Army in particular. I can see they're just on their well-earned lunch break, which reminds me, I should probably, if I have any sense, I should actually be having a bite to eat, but we'll see. Janet Jenkins says, good luck to the Flirtations racing team and my darling Jeremy Irwin. See you tomorrow. Jeremy, thank you again for all of the emails, just letting me know about Ollie Ball's car. Tried to pretend that they were going to take it steady today. They don't know how to do that. Nick Snellham, Chris Rawlins, 77 TSR, up for a podium finish later today. I agree. He did brilliant last race meeting, and you know, let's see if he can keep it up. He was certainly looking very, very quick again in the qualifying session earlier. So we'll see how that one goes. Neil Lovell, good luck to Nick Mizzen today. Great man. Neil and Freddie, wish we were there. Soon, mate, soon, I'm sure. Gerald Howell, special dilly shout out for a safe day to the Orange Army, especially pit lane and assembly. Unfortunately, it's my turn to not be there today. I mean, this is what is so amazing for everybody in down here, is that Richard Beard, or Beardy as we know him, has had a terrible time actually sort of picking the people that you know, are able to do the Orange Army duties, and you know, bless them. Sorry that you missed out this time, but please remember, for any of you out there watching, 19th and 20th of September, 2-day meet, the finals day for the championships. I get the impression, last I heard, is that we're fine for marshals on the Saturday, but the Sunday's possibly a little bit lower. If you have said yes to Saturday, no to Sunday because you think you can't stay over, the marshals campsite, I believe, is going to be open. So if you just want to do the Sunday, you can't do the Saturday, again, get in touch. Make it a problem for Beardy that he's got too many and he's got to pick again, please. That would be good. Mackenzie Pring, yes, Dodge. No idea what that means, but apologies, I missed that. Peter Snowden, you look familiar. I do, mate. Peter and I, Snowy and I, had a great fun at Donington Park yesterday. Good to see you, mate. And I'm glad that obviously means you got home safely yesterday, buddy. So that's good to hear. Craig Schill, hello from a sunny S's out. So, of course, that's the first of the chicanes just as you're approaching Old Paddock. So he can probably look over and see my co-commentator currently, I think, just starting to be allowed into his commentary box, and we'll get that one sorted out soon. Mackenzie Pring, good luck, Chris Rawlings. Alfred Gendel Racing, absolute superstar from down the road, my old stomping ground, Yate, where I grew up, and what have you. And those guys are down there, and this young man is winning some big things. Looking forward to some great racing on the stream whilst getting the Junior American Cup car ready for round 3 this Saturday. Hope everyone has a great day and stay safe. Thank you very much. Lily May Daffin, come on, Mark Sutton. Now, of course, Mark Sutton definitely come on as far as he's concerned. He's currently second place behind Adam Preble in the saloon car standing, so he's doing great in that MG ZR. Lynn Bateman says, good luck, Robert Ellick, Team TSR Performance. And that is a couple of very fast Golfs being run by TSR there. So, yes, they'll be hoping that that's going to continue. And I think they're just in the throes of looking to try and sort out the stream quality, because, as I say, it's a bit blocky at the minute, so they're just sorting that out. We've got the interviews you've seen sorted out. Commentator over there will be done soon. Don't panic, though. It's not until 12:05 that we've got racing. I'm not aware whether there's likely to be any delay in that. And I'm trying to sort of multitask here as well, get another video done. Mickey Hayes says, gutted can't be there, only down the road from the track, mate. I know, it's torrid. It really is torrid. But fingers crossed, hopefully not too much longer before we can get something sorted. It's a constantly evolving. There we go. So they are now calling the drivers up now. So there we go. Green flag will actually be going at 12 o'clock. So I was just listening to the paddock announcement then, just to make sure, because as I say, we did get quite a long delay where we had to rebuild the barriers. I think it was the rector cell, the tires, and now, as far as I'm aware. Oh, I've got a feeling that I'm now sort of going a bit blocked. So hopefully that means that we're okay. It may have just been that my computer was doing some extra work there, trying to sort out this this other video so that we can have that running. That's better. That's better. So I can now bring this in here. Doing it all live, bringing videos in just to get ready. But yes, Mickey Hayes, we completely agree that it is a massive shame that can't be here. Oh, missed one there, sorry. Hannah Sutton, good luck, Mark Sutton. Keith Wren says, yes, Keith really is there, but I'm keeping my eye on things whilst doing the housework and baking. Have a great meeting to all the Orange Army. Stay safe, everyone, especially the start line, Lynn Rain. That's okay. Now I understand. That was Lynn, making sure we didn't panic that it was actually Keith that was saying this, because obviously he was he's due to be here. He is here. Lily May Daffin, my grandpa is Mark Sutton, and he's the best. He's certainly doing brilliantly at the moment. Tom Davies, morning from Post 10. First time marshalling here and loving it. Been busy so far. Welcome, mate. Welcome. Good to see it. Yeah, Chris Morris, sorry, mate. The 50p is in the meter. It's got going again. Apologies that I lost you momentarily there. Hannah Sutton, good luck, Grampy. Mark Sutton. Baldrick Bryan, can't you pull a few strings to get me in, Chris? I'll bring the gin. Oof, gin is a tempting one. You know, it's a way to my heart, but I wish I can't even bring my own family in, mate. Linda De Claudio, good luck to Sean Govard from the De Claudios, and agreed. I've agreed to Sean. I'm going to talk more about Sean than West Racing, who run that car. Sorry, mate. I know he gave me grief. Winding me up, in fairness, but he gave me grief. Right, I'm now just going to pause for a second and run the video that I hope is going to work, because I've only just been able to get this one sorted. But it is obviously something that goes on here. It's about those of us that actually want to go racing.
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS Novice Drivers Training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the Novice Driver Training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.
Phew, I managed to get that working because thank you to Sam Preston, got that through to me last this morning, and then I had to tweak it because it was 130 megabyte and it had to be under 100 megabyte, and I managed to get that tweaked here on the fly whilst live. But the good news is, yes, it did work eventually, thankfully. I don't need that. So, Hannah Sutton, good luck, everyone. Christopher Britton, greetings from the start line. Have a great day, everyone. So Christopher Britton's down there. Looks like they're doing a little bit of a briefing for some of the drivers down there at the moment. And Edward Meyer, come on, Stephen Jensen. I know it says Jessen, but we know what you mean, mate. It's Jensen. Stephen Jensen in the zebra liveried Mini in the hot hatches. Obviously, Mini having their own class out there. Now, the hot hatches are currently making their way down to the assembly area. 36 cars, by the way, it is. I know we were hoping for 39. The actual number that is going to be here is 39 cars. And now I've got to do the multitasking of inputting another grid a second. So, because obviously everything is still paperless in our commentary box, the length and breadth of the country. And so I've now got various systems electronically that work for me to try and keep in control of everything. But it means I've got PSL over here, I've got other bits running all over the place, and it's then about bringing it all together as best as I possibly can. I just can't wait. I'm just inputting the GT grid, and it is looking in rude health. And of course, don't forget, championships are getting towards the pointy end. We've got double headers for all of our championships here today, and then on the in September, just letting Ian know that Kevin is on his way to let him in there. It's all going to be a bit tight for our second commentator, and bless him, I know that Ian's going to be a little bit concerned about that. Oh dear, Dominic Shepherd had an off in the GTs by the looks of it. I knew there was someone off at Tower, but I couldn't tell who it was. And a bit of damage to the front of that car. Right, what was I originally about to do? I've forgotten what I was about to do now. Oh yes, the date for the meet, 19th and 20th of September, that we are here for what is finals day. And it will be double headers to see it all in. I notice, yes, Jared Knight just says, good luck, Dom Shepherd in the GTs. I don't know whether he's going to be out or not, mate, to be honest with you. That's not looking... I mean, it looks like he'll be absolutely fine, but the front end's not looking particularly pretty, sadly, on that car, which is a real shame. Tanya Mizzen, good luck, Dad. Nick Mizzen, we're all watching. Hi, Tanya. Welcome to the stream. George Hadley, good luck to Simon Hughes. Chaz Draycott, hello, mate. Hello, darling. All right, my lover. He's going to give me grief because I was giving him grief while he was covering the 2CV 24-hour race at Snetterton. Oh, good. Ian's just let me know that Kevin is over the other side, letting him in now, so that's good. Laura Griffin, good luck, Daddy. Darren Duffield in the Hot Hatch Challenge. Love Abby. Great drive last time, and he's going to hope to carry that on in that Mini. Really, really impressive. Celeste, Adam Preble's better half. I bumped into her earlier. Such an awesome day down here, isn't it just? And welcome. And of course, you've then got Gary Preble's other half as well jumping in. Good luck, my boy Gary Preble in the Honda Hot Hatches. And of course, he's out in his usual Seat in the saloons as well. How cool is that? Simo, is Alex Kite and the Grant Motorsport team there? No, Alex Kite. I did see him last time. He was helping run some of the other people. Is Grant Motorsport here? I'm not sure, whether they are here at the moment, but it's one of those years, 2020, isn't it? It's a what's it show, isn't it? Sadly, this year. Martin Mees, this is great. I've always wondered what the inside of the control tower looked like. Well, it's pretty, isn't it? Eh? Wood, glass. I think that sums it up, really. That's about the lot here. It's they've got air conditioning in race control next door to me, but I don't get anything like that. And Josh Barrett said that Dom Shepherd apparently he's just confirmed that he outbroke himself and couldn't get in to the corner on the marbles. So there you go. That's what happened there. Jared Knight, sounds like I'm going to have to fix the front end again on Dom's car. Yeah, it does sound like he just outbraked himself. And I'm pretty sure it was at Tower. Just got onto the marbles, into the barriers. It only damaged the recticel barriers. So I think the unicorn fluff and whatever else is in them has possibly saved it being too bad. Chaz Draycott, I'll be in and out over the course of the day, but we'll keep the grief to a minimum. Have a great day, mate, and good luck to everyone racing. Thanks, buddy. That's great to see. Our very own Clive Woodward, have a safe and competitive day, everyone. Sorry I can't be there to watch. Be commentating at the next meeting. Chris, Ian, and Josh, have a fun day. Thank you, mate. Yes, look forward to you joining us next time, buddy. Neil Clarkey Clark, hello to you too as well. Good luck to Simon Hughes from Josh Selway Racing. And good luck to everyone at my old team, iTech Racing. Look like they're going to be pretty busy, as well. But we'll see how that one gets on. Right, where am I going? I was in the throes of getting this done. So where did I get to? 16th place. That isn't right. Kevin Bird in 14th. Missed one, haven't I? 241. 20. See, this works, doesn't it? Entering in my data live on air. I'm a maverick. That's what I am. I've been called worse, so it's fine. But cars, it's amazing field for the hot hatches are down there, just getting themselves sort of digged into their positions down there, ready to be unleashed onto the circuit. And they will be released. What are we at? 5-2. So in 4 minutes, they'll be released onto the circuit. 9 minutes, and it'll be the green flag lap. Chris Mater Hill, hello, mate. Can't beat a bit of Dawesy on a Monday. I bet a bit of bully, something like that, is it? I don't know. Thanks, mate. Lovely to see that you've joined us. Right, where did I get to? I got to number 11. Good to see that Jamie Sturgis is back here in the GTs. This is their grid that I'm just quickly filling in. Jazz Sapra, good to see he's back. 14th. 81. 40. Oh, and I can see that my fellow commentator is just beeped in. Kevin's on the stream at the minute. I'm going to add him in. Hello, gents. Can you hear me?
Hello, Chris. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely perfect and spot on. How are you? I'm sure that was a stressful start for you, but you're there in time, mate.
I am. Plenty of time. Look, there's another 8 or 9 minutes to go, so we're all good. I was soaking up the rays down here, actually. I mean, on my own down here on the bank at Old Paddock, and the sun's been out. It's clouded over a bit now, though, but it looks good. Looks good for a good day's racing here at Combe, doesn't it, Chris? With 10 races to come today, so should be a good one.
It really is, and some both bumper and exciting grids out there as well, with some of them looking a little bit different to what we might expect to see of them.
Yeah, I was just trying to catch up on all of those times from this morning. It should be a good day's racing. I mean, Formula Ford, we've got Luke Cooper on pole, haven't we? Of course, but Felix Fisher a couple of rows further back. Yeah,
and in fact, I think I saw he stopped out on circuit.
Yeah, well, there was a car that was stopped, and we were trying to work out if it was his, and then we realised that it probably was when we saw that it only did, I think, 7 or 8 laps, whereas most of the others had done 11 or 12 laps or something like that. So hopefully Felix will be good to go this afternoon, because that's the sort of main battle, isn't it, in the Formula Fords. Really Luke's got the advantage in the championship by about 8 or 9 points, isn't it, at this stage? But big grids elsewhere, notably the hot hatches. They've got a tremendous entry, haven't they? Look forward to seeing those shortly, and the GTs and the saloons both just under 20, I think, but pretty solid numbers. So good to see those.
It really is. So Kevin's over there at the minute, which means we've got no footage just yet. Is that right? He's heading out now. Hopefully he's heading
Yeah.
this way. So we've got no camera in the stream to show, but he's going to come charging over, hopefully.
Yeah, he's charged down. He's opening the back of his van again. What's he going to do now? Oh, moving things around, looking for something. Hopefully it's what we need to get you back, get the cameras back up and running again. Because otherwise, you just have to look at us all day, and that's not what you want.
No, exactly right. I mean, I shall probably be able to flick mine round to sort of show the start finish straight. But I know we've got Greg, Kevin's son, downstairs all ready to sort of flick through the cameras. So instead of it just being the multi-camera, we'll have a whole lot more. But sadly, it's not one of the things in the stream at the minute, so I can't share that with you. But hopefully, we will be able to soon. I will actually flick it round right now just to show that the cars are making their way out onto the grid. And at that note, I'm going to take you through this grid for the hot hatches, and it will take me a while to get through it. So on the front row, pole position goes to 191 Gary Preble. Alongside him, 881 Sam Stride. Second row, 15 Sean Goverd, and 40 Adrian Slade, the 2018 Saloons champion. So he's going to be out there in the hot hatches. Third row, 169. Oh, I'll just quickly mute. I'm going to mute muted Ian for a second. So Ian's muted, bless him. 169 William Oakley and 47 Tony Cooper on the third row. Fourth row, 14 Nick Gwinnett and 25 Nathan Nichols. Row 5, 211 Chris Southcott and 21 Joe Dorrington. Sixth row, 89 Ross Parker and 81 Tim Adams. Row 7, 34 Will Self and 69 Stephen Jensen. Great job again by 119 Darren Duffield on the 8th row with Nick Adams, number 8, alongside him. Row 9 is 9 Mike Wyatt and 12 Lee Waterman. 10th row, 117 Lewis Clark and 4 Adam Perrett. Row 11, 24 Sophie Morgan, 155 Ryan Cook, local to me in that mini, Swindon resident as well. 12th row, 987 Mark Pope and his 4 Puma and 55 Graham Cox. 13th row, 68 Nick Mizzen, 95 Paul Dickinson. 79 James Camphor and 113 Sean Deacon on the 14th row. 15th row is 74 Michael Bland in his Peugeot 306 and 39 James Blake out in his original MGZR. 16th row is or was due to be 84 Steve Bracegirdle. No, that mini isn't out there, sadly. 53 Paul Bird. 17th row, 23 Matthew Barrington, 76 Dean Clayton, and on the 18th and final row, 71 Simon Hughes and 265 Gary Franks. So I'm going to unmute Mr. Sowman again there. I just flicked that on because Kevin was there sort of rabbiting away to, wasn't he?
He was having a crisis. He'd lost his keys, but he's found them again now, and he's now hurtling back past the commentary box in your direction. So
that's good.
So that's good news. Yeah, but no.
Yeah, we're going to be having the green flag, I think, within the next sort of 3 minutes for these guys to get the action underway. And as I say, sadly, there's a chance we might miss the very start of this, where we don't have the cameras ready to be able to go. But he'll be doing his best to get that one sorted. Let me just have a look because we've had a few more messages come in. Sarah Bland, good luck, Daddy, from Jaden and Owen. Wish we could be there to watch you. Hopefully, we'll bring it to you very shortly. Tabby Goverd, good luck, Dad. He certainly is looking very strong out there as it stands at the moment. What did I say? He's third on the grid. In fact, you can see him down there on the second row, the furthest away. The nearest on that second row is Slady. 30-second board, so we're actually going to be going early. So, yeah, we are going to miss the very start of this race, but I'll bring you as much as I can with my webcam. Mike Bland, good luck, Daddy. Yep, sorry, we got that one. Marie Furby, good luck, Uncle Mike, from Liam and Daniel. And Emma Abbey, good luck, Mike Bland, from Lauren and Sophie. Hey, it's the Mike Bland show. Oh, look at this. My mum's watching as well. Good luck, Chris. That's quite good. Quite plus with that, chuff with that. Deborah Humphrey, one advantage of not being able to spectate is hubby being able to call you and ask to bring spare parts to the circuits. Hopefully I can drop off and get back to watch the live coverage. You're an absolute star. Off they go on their green flag lap then. Don't panic. We've still got this lap to go, and it will be a 20-lap race for the EBC Brakes Hot Hatch Challenge Series. Chris Mason's downstairs. Good afternoon, everyone, from us all in the medical centre. Hi, guys. Great to thank you for all your work. Go Dad from Tabby. Chris Dennis. Hi, guys. You're looking good. Looking forward to some good racing. And Dave Nixon. Good luck, Ross Parker. Martin Hillier. Good luck, Adrian Slade. Have a good race. And as Ian Ian runs back just to get the door shut, it'd be too loud otherwise. Go Will Self from all at J Day Engineering, and Amelia De Claudio saying, "Come on, Sean Goverd. Here we go," says Jonan. Bill Colgate. Good luck, Bryce Aaron from Jaguar Land Rover Annapolis. I presume that's stateside because I know Bryce Aaron is an American driver. Good luck, Mike Bland. Really does have a fan club out there, doesn't he? So what I shall do is that I'll put that up as the main camera at the moment until we get something, and you'll be able to see them coming through. So apologies, this is just a webcam for us at the moment. That normally would be looking back at my ugly mug, but you're saved of that for now. We'll have this. They're off round your neck of the woods, are they, Ian, or have they already gone past?
They are halfway past me at the moment. Yeah, 2/3 of the field probably have gone past me. The leading cars just exiting Bobby's now, heading back up in your direction. But what a great field this is for the Hot Hatch Series. What do we have? 36 of them qualifying. Obviously, Gary Preble on pole by a reasonably convincing margin. Let's see if the likes of Sam Stride and Sean Goverd can take the fight to him. Of course, Gary had some success at Silverstone last weekend in the 750 Motor Club Hot Hatches, where he's also been doing some racing this season as well.
And the good news is we do now have the footage. So as I say, apologies that is a little bit blocky as it stands at the moment. I think it varies between the cameras around the circuit from memory. See, there you go. See, look, the start-finish straight one. That is a very good camera angle for us. So we are still on the audio, and I can easily bring us back in again by changing to that. But that then means we can have a little look at Ian. That was a stitch up, wasn't it, Ian?
That's a better angle.
It is, isn't it? So that is me, as you guessed, is that I'm overlooking the start-finish straight. Ian, you're at the far side. You can see them come barreling from Quarry down towards you and away again, can't you?
Yeah, down the farm straight into the S's. Through Paddock, great place to watch, and then off through Hammerdown down towards Tower, and catch them just as they head into Bobby's as well, and then they'll get back into your sight. So between us, we've got it all covered, and it looks like that grid's nearly formed up now, Chris.
It's nearly there. We just got the last few cars making their way onto the back, and I'm realising, looking at the picture, certainly here we got 0 delay, so that's good. You guys might at the home stream, but get ready. It's going to be 20 minutes of fantastic entertainment here. Green flag waves at the back. You can see the green flag waving on the infield there. So that means 5-second board has been given. We wait for the lights to start making their way up through the 5-light count. 1 light, 2 lights. On goes the 3rd. Up go the engine notes. The 5th light is on. Off go the lights and off go the field. And it's a great start, certainly from the left of the field. Sean Goverd has good. Tony Cooper's trying to barrel his way through, and he kind of got pinballed between Adrian Slade and Sean Goverd a little bit there, but up the Avon Rise they go. And I'm trying to work out, I think Sam Stride's actually got the nod there as he makes his way up in towards Quarry Corner. It is the green flashes that tell us that is Sam Stride, but Gary Preble's trying to come back at him, and he's done it.
Yeah, around the outside there at Quarry Corner. He didn't make the best of starts there, did Gary Preble, but he's back out in front now as they head down into the S's for the first time. He's already got 4 or 5 car lengths lead over in 2nd place then. Sam Stride there at the moment. 3rd is the number 40 car, which is that of Adrian Slade. And then it looks like it's Tony Cooper in the grey car with the yellow wheels in 4th position. But there on your screen as they head down towards Tower, a good example of the lead that Gary Preble already has. He was nearly 2 seconds faster than anybody else in qualifying and is set off like he means it in the race as well, Chris.
Yeah, as you say, it took him a moment, didn't it? But order has been restored. Now I'm looking behind Sam Stride in the white and green Honda Civic 881. All big lock up there as he comes in towards camp, and it is the Peugeot brigade behind him, being led by 40 Adrian Slade, Tony Cooper, Sean Govard under pressure from Big Nathan Nichols is now trying to look up the inside of Sean Govard, and it looks like he's made that move. And I think that Tony Cooper in the silver 47 Peugeot 106 was a little bit steady out there, but he got it cranked back up again. It's a great fight between the Peugeots back there as well.
Yeah, and that's
the Saxo, sorry, of course.
Indeed. And that's for Class B, of course. We've got, and obviously Sean Govard's actually a Class C driver, but it's the Class A car out in front of Gary Preble as they come down towards me. Close battle there, going through Quarry by the looks of it. We've got one car looking rather smoky on the exit of Quarry Corner. Try and pick up who that is in a moment. But for second place, it's actually the Peugeot of Adrian Slade that is taking the fight now to Sam Stride as they go down towards Tower Corner. Turning their way through the right-hander they go and up towards Bobby's. So it's Slade ahead of Cooper, who's in fourth position. Sean Govard fifth. Nathan Nichols sixth. Then Nick Gwinnett, who went well last time out in the Clio, he's seventh.
Yeah, I remember that. Nick nearly got our driver of the day. He performed so well. He was certainly one of the shortlisted drivers. There goes Gary Preble across the line to complete his second lap in complete control. Sam Stride not under pressure anymore from Slade, who just runs a little bit wide, did the white Peugeot number 40 of Adrian Slade, but just bounced across the grass. He's now got Tony Cooper, the silver 47 Peugeot 106, right with him. And then it is Sean Govard's managed to fend off Nathan Nichols for now, but that Saxo, as long as there's no issue, I'm just watching. Keep an eye on that Saxo, actually, because I think he's just been passed by Gwinnett.
Okay, have a look at that. Yes, he was certainly ahead at the start of the lap, according to the screens, but that might have changed round at Quarry Corner. So, Gary Preble leading the way. Oh, and Sam Stride's got problems. Sam Stride pulling off on the exit of the S's, so he's going into retirement. That means it's number 40, Adrian Slade, now up in second place, 47. Tony Cooper third, then you've got Sean Govard fourth, and then I think it was still Nichols in fifth place as they came past me, as it now is fifth place. We need to watch out as well in this race for the battle between the minis in Class E. Stephen Jensen leading that class at the moment. We'll try and pick that up on screen at some point, but he was expecting a much harder fight today from Darren Duffield.
Yeah, what a shame that is for Sam Stride. He was late to the grid as well, and it's really sort of shaken things up back here, because I'm just trying to pause and make sure the number 14 Nick Gwinnett's fighting with Will Self just behind Sean Govard. So that means that Nathan Nichols, yeah, he's down to 8th position now, and Chris Southcott 211. Now that's a car we hadn't mentioned yet, so something's not quite right with that car, is it? He's normally right at the front.
No, absolutely right. Well,
he's just got past Nathan Nichols, I see, into Quarry, so he's coming back.
Yeah, he's started 9th on the grid, didn't he? So, yeah, he must have dropped down on lap 1 and be fighting back through the field. Sam Stride into retirement, of course, he had engine issues at the last meeting, didn't he? So I wonder if it's a recurrence of those. So Slade, Cooper, Govard, then it's Gwinnett in 5th, actually. Oh, what a big fire. The 169 car, I'm afraid, is on fire down here with me. And that's William Oakley. It seems to have extinguished itself quite quickly as he's gone over the grass. But Nick about to bail out of the car. The marshal running towards the car with the fire extinguishers, pulled up just before hammer down on the left-hand side of the circuit. So a huge flash of flame that came out of the side of William Oakley's car there, of the 169 car. And, yeah, William out of the car, over the barriers, okay. But the car slightly barbecued, I suspect.
Yeah, that's probably sounds like the best way to describe it, sadly, isn't it? What a shame. William Oakley was going well, and sadly it was a DNF for the opening race at the Hot Hatches for him last time as well. Heading up in towards Quarry, already Gary Preble's scampered off, but Slade is under massive pressure now from the 47 Tony Cooper. You'll see them coming towards you now, Ian.
Yeah, they are. They're turning their way through. Well, they're out of Quarry down towards the S's already, and they've got I think Nick Gwinnett now behind them, because Nick in the Clio is ahead of Sean Govard in the Peugeot, so that's been a change. And then you've got the next Peugeot behind him, which is the 211 car of Chris Southcott, red car. And they're heading towards Tower Corner now. Yellow flags down here, of course, because we've got this car off on the side of the circuit. Meanwhile, the Class E leader, Stephen Jensen, coming past me as well. And he's got, what, I think 2 cars between himself and Darren Duffield, who had the class win last time out when I think Stephen had turbo boost issues.
Well, Gary Preble crosses the line to complete his 5th lap with just over 13 and a half minutes remaining. Don't forget, you can stay tuned to the timings and everything else as well at tsl-timing.com, and then navigate to the Castle Combe event, and you can see all the timing at the same time as all of this. But whilst our leader's already exiting Quarry Corner, heading up in towards Quarry is now a 3-car fight. Last time round it was Adrian Slade, number 40, in the white Peugeot with the silver 47 of Tony Cooper, but now it's the red 14 of Nick Gwinnett all over the back of them.
Yeah, Nick's doing a great job here in that Class F car. Quite a few cars in Class F this season. That's really been a boost to the Hot Hatch series this year, and Nick really taking the fight to some of the theoretically more powerful machinery here. Round he goes. Old Paddock, he's only about 2 car lengths behind Tony Cooper now. Nothing you can do here, of course. So we still have the yellow flags, double waved yellows at the post on the inside of the circuit. So no change there. It's still very close indeed. And now Tony Cooper trying to fight ahead of Adrian Slade there into Bobby's, but he can't quite make that work, I don't think. And that's allowed Gwinnett in the Clio to get right on the boot of the second of the Peugeots as well, Chris.
He is. He's there glued to him. Last time round, he got past Sean Govert, of course, in their 15 car, the other Peugeot 106 GTI. He's now having a great fight lining up with Chris Southcott 211. I need to update my notes because that red car is not what I normally am used to seeing him in. So he is looking very racing, that car indeed. So he's obviously had to get used to that one, Ian.
Yep. Meanwhile, there's some backmarker lappery going on up at Old Paddock, and it involves the second place scrap. They get past one of the slower cars there as Gary Preble comes flying past me with those very bright headlamps on his car. He's just going past the slow number 4, Adam Perrott, Clio 172, which I think must have a problem. And we've had a change here because Adrian Slade has dropped back down to 4th place now. Tony Cooper up to 2nd. And Nick Gwinnett in the Clio up into 3rd place. So I think possibly as they were lapping a slower car there, Adrian Slade has lost out and he's dropped back to 4th place. Meanwhile, the 2 mini class leaders, that's the Class E battle, together now as they come past me with only about 3 car lengths between Stephen Jensen and Darren Duffield, and they're in 9th and 10th overall.
Well, it looks like someone's just pulling off there at Bobby's, the second of the chicanes.
I think that's the Perrott Clio.
Yes, it is. Number 4. You see that now as he comes through. This 5-car train comes across the line. Tony Cooper from Gwinnett, from Adrian Slade trying to come back at them now. He got compromised, but he's coming back. Sean Govert right with them. And, of course, we've got Chris Southcott in that red 2-on-1 car. We've got Mark Pope stopped in that orange Ford Puma just halfway up the Avon Rise as well. But that 5-car train looks incredible heading towards you, Ian.
Yeah, here it comes. It's looking very good indeed. I think you've got Adrian Slade keen to try and fight back. This is a great 5-car battle for 2nd place. It's just a bit of a shame, really, that Gary Preble's so far up in front, about 10 seconds ahead of the rest now. So you've got Chris Southcott now in the 205 at the back of this group, which includes 3 106s. It includes the Clio as well of Nick Gwinnett. 2-litre car, of course, and Govert there makes up he defends off Southcott. That's what happens as they go through Bobby. So that's Govert holding on to 4th place.
Yeah, it looked like he potentially lost it and then got it back again there, didn't it, for Sean Govert? So he's involved in a great fight there. Here they come down towards us. They're about to put a lap on the number 23 car of Matthew Barrington, and that white Renault Clio sticking to the left-hand side. But as they go towards Folly, that's a very fast part. They're all diving to the inside. Those 3 have kind of broken away from Sean Govert and Chris Southcott again, but I suppose that was such a heavy fight. It's probably not surprising, but those 3 in particular are fanning out up over Avon Rise, and it's the red car in the middle.
Now, there's a car that's pulling off at the S's as well. It's got its bonnet up in front of the windscreen, so obviously a bonnet pin has come loose there or something. I can't see which that car is, and like an idiot, I forgot my binoculars today, so I can't even look through those. But maybe the TV footage, the camera footage, will pick it up in a moment. No change in the order here, really, though. As they come past me. other than, actually, I tell a lie, Slade's got back ahead of Gwinnett, hasn't he? So that must have happened up at Quarry Corner. So Slade now back up to third place and chasing after Cooper for what is the Class B lead. They're heading through Bobby's there.
Just a fabulous fight between these guys, and you could see that Adrian Slade was trying to find a way to challenge Gwinnett in the red Renault Clio, the Clio at the back of this trio now. The Clio at the back of the trio, there you go. That's almost poetic, that one. But Adrian Slade crosses the line, second on the road, Class B lead, of course. Don't forget Gwinnett is Class F. Sean Govard, number 15, in fifth place, keeping Southcott behind. Southcott's Class A. Class C leader is Sean Govard. It's like multiple races within one, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Of course, we've got all the different classes as well.
Slade's done it. He's got past Cooper.
Oh, yes, he has indeed. He has. As they head down the farm straight, Cooper's going to be on the inside line. Can he try and get it back now? He's too far back there as they came into the S's that time. So it's Slade back up to second place. Has he got a little bit of damage on the front of the car? No, I don't think he has. I think that's just my eyes. So Slade now ahead of Cooper, back into the Class B lead. Then you've got Nick Gwinnett in the Class F Clio. Then a little bit further back, you've got our Class C lead to Sean Govard. You've got Chris Southcott as well. It's Joe Dorrington 7th, Nathan Nichols 8th, Stephen Jensen 9th, and Duffield 10th. And that's changed. The Class E lead has changed around because the driver with the novice cross on the back of his car, Darren Duffield, has now got through ahead of the very much more experienced former Formula Ford front runner, Stephen Jensen now. So that is the first time Duffield has been ahead of Jensen on merit this season.
And fair play, you can even look at the fastest lap times, 1:17.2 for Duffield, 1:17.6 for Jensen. So Duffield has come on very, very strong. And I think he's got some interested parties that we're going to be watching this. So Darren Duffield coming down towards Camp Corner now is doing an incredible job there. Stephen Jensen, I don't think, has given up. And they've just got the 89 car for Ross Parker. And it's due to him Civic racing this year. And well done to the Slip and Grip boss there. He is actually about to challenge those two minis, you know.
Yeah, looks like it. So we'll pick up on that in a second. Just worth noting that Gary Proulx done a best lap of a 1 at 12.931. That's the fastest hot hatch lap of the season so far. Chris Southcott did a 1:13.5 at the last meeting at the beginning of the month. So we've got the scrap between Joe Dorrington, 21, and Nathan Nichols, 25, has just come past me. He's in the Saxo. But we've got the two mini leaders now through Old Paddock. And yes, you're absolutely right. The Ross Parker car, the little early model Honda Civic, right behind them as well. Jensen trying to get back ahead, though, of Duffield. This time he looks to the left-hand side as they go down towards Tower Corner. That's going to be the outside line. He tries to go all the way around the outside there, but he can't quite do it. So Duffield holds on, but it's very much a three-way fight for 9th, 10th and 11th places.
I've got to applaud Greg, that's doing a wonderful job downstairs in the belly of this control building. He's obviously listening to us, and he heard you getting excited about that, and he suddenly flicked towards the battle for the minis, and we saw it. They're coming down towards Camp Corner now, and it is still Darren Duffield that just about has the nod in that fight, and the Zebra 69 car in the middle of the sandwich that Ross Parker's the back part of it. But equally, I thought that Tony Cooper was starting to come back at Adrian Slade for that second and third place fight as well.
Yeah, well, they are just passing my commentary box window now. So you've got Slade, Cooper and Gwinnett. They're covered by less than a second, those three cars, I would suggest. Chris Southcott trying to get past some of the back markers as he continues his pursuit of Sean Govard. But yes, this battle for the minis, again, it's heading into the S's this time. It's still Duffield ahead of Jensen. And Stephen was saying to me this morning he was really expecting a much tougher race this time. It's been a little bit too easy so far this year, apart from those boost issues he had at the previous meeting. And he's really not able on this occasion to do too much about Darren Duffield. Just sort of follows him through Tower Corner on this occasion. There's 4.5 minutes or so to go in this race. So probably about 3 laps, maybe 4 laps at the end of this one.
Yeah, and just see the second, third, fourth place battle going past us. And Adrian Slade, number 40, has managed to pull away from 47, Tony Cooper, this time round. Tony Cooper's back under pressure from the red number 14 Renault Clio. In fact, you can see up round Quarry there, it's completely changed the dynamic again. The back marker's having something to do. It's like the proverbial piece of elastic between these three, isn't it, Ian?
It really is, yes. And there's back markers, well, going to be lapping them for some time to come, but it's really nose to tail now as they come through Old Paddock. Oh, and that's a big delay there for the 47 car of Cooper, getting stuck behind the 55, which is the Graham Cox Clio there. So he has been delayed a little bit. That time is through now, but that's given Adrian Slade 4 or 5 car lengths over Tony Cooper and Nick Gwinnett, who are still in 3rd and 4th place.
We've lost Stephen Jensen somewhere, unless his transponder's playing up.
I think it's his transponder, because he is still there, but he has now fallen behind Ross Parker. So he has lost a place, but he is still there on circuit.
Okay, so hopefully that will correct and TSL will feed him in as the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place fight is just making its way through past more back markers. This is enabling Sean Govard, number 15, to start closing in on these guys as well. They're making their way up, Avon rising towards Quarry Corner with just over 3 minutes left to go in this race. Gary Preble has just screamed away on his own. He's now 11.8 seconds clear. If anything, I would suggest he's backed that off a little. Oh, he's backed it off a lot, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. 116s compared to a high 112 in the early part, but he's doing more than what he needs.
You're coming towards you. I see Cooper's under pressure.
Yeah, he is, and he's got the Gwinnett red Clio all over the back of him as they come through Old Paddock this time. That's what you're seeing on your screen at the moment. Heading now down towards Hammerdown and Tower Corner. Can Gwinnett in the Clio, in different classes, of course. But nevertheless, they're having a great old battle on track. Can't do anything about him at Tower, so no change there. And that battle is just letting Adrian Slade just get away ever so slightly. He's about 3/4 of a second ahead of Cooper at the moment, but 12 seconds behind Gary Preble.
Yeah, for now. Slady's already back under pressure as they come down towards us. Gary Preble's completed 14 laps. Black and white flag went out for the 24 car, which is Sophie Morgan in a Minitro Motorsport and DH Alley Works Honda Civic. So track limits, I would imagine, there. But Tony Cooper under massive pressure now from Gwinnett in that red Renault Clio. Going up Avon Rise, looking one way, looking the next. Not quite able to find a way through yet, but there's still more back markers to try and get through. As Adrian Slade has managed to pick his way through a little bit cleaner through that one. So it's an interesting one.
Certainly has. Heading down towards the S's once more. Gwinnett up alongside. That was one of the back markers in a Fiesta, wasn't it? That he's just clipped a sort of similar coloured car to that of Tony Cooper. Now, Adrian Slade here is being held up a little bit by the number 74 car. That's Michael Bland. We're talking about his appearance on the Club Racing UK show the other day, I think, a little bit earlier on. Well, he's just been lapped by that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And Cooper now is right back on the tail of Adrian Slade as they go into Bobby's this time. That's where the fight is then, as they go through the left and then sweep out onto the right-hander, and they'll be back into your sight any moment, Chris.
Yeah, Gary Preble goes on to start his final lap. Absolute pure domination.
Chris, Darren Duffield is retiring. The mini leader is retiring.
No.
He's pulling off at Hammerdown.
Oh, and we've got a big change. Adrian Slade, 2nd place car's just ran wide here at camp. He's managed to keep his foot in, but he's just lost both those places going on to this final lap. He's going to be devastated by that. Tony Cooper, 47, goes up into both 2nd and, of course, the lead of Class B now. And, in fact, that unsettled him enough that he's under pressure from Gwinnett, but that's the Class F car. But coming towards you, Adrian Slade's going to kick himself for that mistake.
Oh, he will, by the sounds, but yes, he's not going to come back from that easy. He's too far behind those two. Yes, Duffield, the mini class leader, he's just pulled off with some kind of mechanical issue. Again, just over a lap from the end. He's parked up right by the solar farms. He's got unhealthy interest in solar panels, I think. But then Cooper going past me. Now, can he hold on to 2nd place on the road here behind Gary Preble? Of course, the yellows at this part of the circuit now with Duffield off. Down towards Tower Corner, the back into green, and Cooper's still ahead there. And into Bobby's for the final time. He's got about 3 car lengths in front. But Gary Preble, I should think, already heading towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, here he comes down. He's about to he would nearly about to put a lap on Sophie Morgan, but not going to happen. Lights ablaze, but comes through, takes the checkered flag and a victory. Pure domination. But what about Tony Cooper? Down towards camp for the final time comes the silver 47 car. 2nd overall. He's going to be delighted with that one. Across the line, punches the air. Pursued very closely by Nick Gwinnett, number 14, the red Renault Clio. And it does mean, well, Adrian Slade is not showing on the screen, but he's definitely there. Adrian Slade. And we've got up into smoke has gone, I think that's...
I can see that
21.
from here.
Yeah, it's the 21 car that's
Joe
that's gone
Dorrington,
up.
yeah.
It is. Joe was fighting his way through, but there seems to be a glitch with Adrian Slade because he's not showing us up there. But I can assure you, he crossed the road in. It's showing him as 17th. That's definitely not where he was.
Okay.
And I know why that'll have been. That'll have been because he was on the grass, and it missed him probably across the timing beam. But he crossed the line in 4th, and so they're going to have to correct that. In fact, what does it show him as on the screen at the minute? 17th. He definitely wasn't.
No, he wasn't. Just looking then, Stephen Jensen with the demise of Darren Duffield did get the Class E win for the Minis in the end, 9th place overall. And the next car in that class was the Dickinson car, number 95, Paul Dickinson, in the Godano Motorcycle Training, entered L53 down in 21st place.
Yes, wow. And we've got sort of a slight challenge here with the Joe Dorrington. I think I'm trying to work out that he's tried to go down the pit lane. Yeah, he is. He stopped in the pit lane. That went up in big smoke at the end here, and it means that none of these cars can actually get off of the circuit as it stands at the moment. So we kind of need TSL to correct the timings in a second, and I'm sure it will do that. And Adrian Slade, number 40, will pop up into 4th. But that means that Tony Cooper, 2nd overall, and wins Class B. So Gary Preble takes the victory in the 191 car. 2nd was number 47, Tony Cooper, gives him Class B honours. There we go. It has sorted it out now. 3rd place, number 14, and Class F winner, Nick Gwinnett. In 4th place, car number 40, 2nd in Class B, is Adrian Slade. Great job by Sean Govard. 5th place in the number 15 Peugeot 106, and that gives him Class C victory. 6th place, 211 Chris Southcott, 2nd in Class A. 7th, number 25, Big Nath Nichols, in 3rd place in Class B. Great return to the track there from number 89 Ross Parker. And it gives him 4th place in Class B. 9th is number 34, Will Self. That gives him a trophy. 3rd place in Class A. 69, Stephen Jensen. I bet to some extent he's probably gutted for Darren Duffield, knowing the personality of Stephen Jensen. But he does take the victory in the mini Class E in that 69 car. 11th and 2nd in Class F goes to number 8, Nick Adams. I say Nick Adams. I'm just... reading the wrong. Yeah, it is Nick Adams. I question myself then, the iTech racing car. 13th, number 9 is the Wyatt car, that being Mike Wyatt. In where do I get? 14th is 117 Clark in the Ford Fiesta. 24 Morgan in the Sophie Morgan in the Honda Civic in 15th. 16th is at the moment showing 21 Joe Dorrington, but of course that stricken car is not going to be there, sadly. Nathan, the 39, the MGZR of James Blake is in 17th place. 18th, number 74, Mike Bland. 19th, 53. Great job there from the bright green Peugeot 106 of Paul Bird, Lewis Bird's dad. And Lewis will hopefully be back out at some point soon as well. They sorted it out on a track day, that car, so that would be good. 20th, number 68, Nick Mizzen. That gives him 3rd in Class C. So Bird was 2nd in Class C. Nick Mizzen, 3rd in Class C. 21st, 95, Dickinson, as Ian said, that's the runner-up in the mini class. 22nd, number 55, Cox, 113, Deacon, 71, Hughes, 79, Camphor, and then it says 119, Duffield, 12, Waterman. We lost Waterman at the end there as well. 23, Matthew Barrington in 28th, 29th, Clayton in 76, and then the final finisher in 30th, 265, Franks. Right, and I can see already that we've got up there, as I just try to find, where's my mouse gone? There it is. I'm going to bring in, add to the stream, Josh Barrett, and I'm going to put you up to the full stream. Oh, no, we won't. It's only Gary there. We'll cancel that. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Well done, Gary Preble. A 3rd win in just over a week in this Civic. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, Sam got the jump on me on the start. I set out what I come here to try and tackle the lap record, which is what my main task was. And hopefully, I think I've just pipped it. I think I've just achieved it.
Did a 1 minute 12.9.
Yeah, I think that might have just pipped it. So yeah, that'll do for me. Other than that, I just backed it off and controlled the race. Yeah, brilliant.
A fairly new car to you. How have you found adapting to it?
Yeah, we got rid of the 205 mid-season last year and jumped into the Honda, and it was somewhat quite a different car to begin with. But over the period, over the winter, Frank Anderson built us another engine, and it's not the most powerful one out there, but it's solid. It's a little screamer, and it's proven its reliability. So yeah, thanks very much to Frank. He's been absolutely brilliant, and testament to his work there.
And the pace of the car isn't actually that much lower than the saloons either, is it?
It's not, no. I mean, we tried a different tyre for the saloons, and I was actually lapping slower in the lay-on with over double the horsepower, which is absolutely bonkers. To think that, a car of like 250 horsepower can be lapping quicker, but just shows its handling, power to weight and handling is everything.
And obviously, you know the circuit very well. So
just a little bit.
Do you have to, obviously, you say about adapting to the two cars? You're racing obviously both on the same day. Does it take a little while to get your head around that?
Not too bad. As I said, I'm quite fresh from driving the Honda. I was literally out in it last weekend at Silverstone, so I've been used to driving the Honda. But yeah, other than braking a lot earlier in the lay-on, because obviously you carry a lot more straight line speed. Other than that, yeah, it's just the Honda's just phenomenal through the corners. It's just absolutely on rails, and that's what that's what gets the lap times for sure.
Well done, and I'm sure we'll speak to you again later on.
Thanks very much. Cheers, Chris.
If we get Tony,
cheers, mate.
Get Tony in over now. Tony Cooper took second place in his Peugeot. Well done, Tony. A really hectic race.
It was the busiest race I've ever had at Combe, ever. And I didn't expect to be where I was, to be fair. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a lot of fast boys out. Adrian's come to join us.
Yeah.
Sean's going really well. Had a brilliant start. Managed to get between the two of them. They closed in, so there is a bit of damage on Adrian's car. I'm sorry, Adrian. Nothing was meant by it. And the battle commenced, and it went my way today, but a really respectful bunch of guys to race with. There was absolute respect for each other, but it was 100% all the time.
And obviously, as well as battling amongst yourself, you have to work your way through the traffic. Any issues there?
No, I think if anything, it played into my favour. So whoever I was chasing got caught up. I was managing to keep the faster line and carry that through. So I think that played in my advantage, especially chasing Adrian down. And I think Nick behind me, I think it caused him problems always. He would have gone by. So I couldn't have asked for more, to be fair.
Now you're looking forward to the race later on today,
no,
I'm sure.
I've got no energy left whatsoever. I'm not, no.
I'll let you go and recover then. Well done. And if we get Nick over next, Nick Winnett, who took third place in the Renault Clio.
Hello.
Nick, you were involved in that battle with Tony and the other guys as well. Enjoy that?
Yeah, just waiting. Just a couple of places, but it was just too quick to make lunges at that speed, so I just sat there and just waited, really. But it was fun.
You've raced in other championships before, but now I think doing a couple of meetings here at Combe. How do you enjoy it?
It's nice. 20 minutes is too long. So drop them down to 15. The last 5 minutes kills.
Yeah, and that, I guess that's when the race can be won if you're getting worn out at that point.
Well, yeah, I think the two little 106s, one of them went off pushing it a bit hard. Tyres have started to go. It's just hard work. I'd like to see the lap times, but it was I don't think there was much between us, most of it.
And I'm looking forward to another battle later.
Well, I started fourth, so yeah, I'll be away from him, hopefully.
well done.
Thank you very much.
So that was our third place for Nick Winnett, second Tony Cooper, and the race winner, Gary Preble. So great to hear them there, Chris, after a great battle in that race.
You muted, Chris.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. That wasn't even this time. That was because Steve Weston came to talk about it. I was going to say, Josh, thank you for that. And I was saying is that from second backwards, Josh, they sounded absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as Tony got out of the car, he said, "Anybody got any water?"
I mean, it was a tight fight. I mean, Ian, for both of us at either side, it was just incredibly tight fighting. And I'm sure Adrian Slade is kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. He got himself back up into second place, hadn't he? After dropping down to fourth, he was back up there again, and that mistake, just over a lap from the end, that really cost him, didn't it? in the end, which was a real shame. And also, I think disappointed will be Darren Duffield, as we're saying in the minis. Another mini driver that will be disappointed as well, by the way. The car with the bonnet that flew was Ryan Cook in the 155 car. So yeah, he was the car that pulled off at the S's. So a couple of DNFs in the minis, unfortunately.
And it is really sad, that bonnet, because I got a photo from his dad, Bob Cook, last night. That is the Benjamin Smile, a local charity for a young boy that has been born blind with some brain damage and epilepsy and things like that, and yet he's still got this wonderful smile, and they're trying to raise money to sort of give him the sensory things that he needs to get the most. And you've got signatures and all sorts over that bonnet that flew up, so it's a real shame that happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Josh, thank you very much for the interviews, mate. We'll see you after the next race.
See you then.
So that's Josh down there. Apologies, I know there's a little bit of feedback because he's got a speaker, hasn't he, to listen to us. But wow, I mean, what a way to open the activity today. I mean, that was electric. It's too much for us to even keep up with, up and down. And I've got to say, by the way, so many of you are making comments, and Greg, which is Kev's son, is downstairs doing the cameras, switching it around. And that was the first time he's done it. And he did a fabulous job, including listening to us, obviously, I would assume, to hear that we were getting excited about that. The mini fight was at the Class E, isn't it? The minis. And suddenly he's following that. So kudos to Kev there. Awesome job there.
No, that was really good. That's really added something, hasn't it? Since certainly since I was last here. So that's looking really good, and hopefully we can keep that up all day.
Yeah, the problem is that it was down to me to try to do that. But as you know, Ian, we've got so much to try and do in here, haven't we? The amount of times I forgot that I was still on folly while I'm talking about quarry.
Multitasking is not the most straightforward thing, is it?
It really isn't. Give me a gin and I can multitask, but we're not allowed it up here, I don't think. So there we go. So that was nice that Scott Woodwiss made the comment saying, all right, Dorsey and Co, love the podium interview setup. Enjoying watching some top club racing on a bank holiday Monday. Keep up the great work, guys. Thank you very much indeed. Hence I say Mike Cotton actually said well done to, or congrats to the camera operator. Agreed. Linda Preble says congratulations, Gary. Emma's Sean Hughes 24th epic race, absolutely. Sean Hughes in the Honda Civic, that gives him 5th in Class C as well there, in fact. Keith Govard, well done, Sean Dad. Absolutely. I mean, that was a great class victory, as well as a fight in amongst that at all stage. Modfix also saying great coverage. Camera controller is doing brilliant. I agree. It just really is wonderful what he's doing down there. Thank you, Greg. You're an absolute superstar, mate. And don't panic about it. There's so much for us to catch up on. So don't go stressing down there, mate. I'm sure it's kind of worrying, thinking, well, which bit do I watch? You're doing brilliantly. That's all we can ask for as it stands at the moment. There is going to be a very slight delay, by the way, Ian, because the Dorrington car that expired has dumped oil all the way from Westway down.
Well, that could be worse. It could be even further than Westway, couldn't it? But
that would not be pretty, would it?
It would
through
not.
camp.
Yeah, I've seen a few oily circuits so far this year. So that's just as well that he stops it in the pit lane entrance. Really, I think that there's not a bigger slick all around the circuit.
Yeah, we were a bit worried that there was going to be a problem getting the cars into the pit lane, but they were able to get past no problem there, thankfully. So there's no problem there whatsoever. I meant to put up is that Gary Coombs made a comment saying, great live stream. Is there a way that spectators can support Coombe? In terms of physically, the answer is no at the moment. As you know, is that we can't have spectators here. Fingers crossed. Who knows about finals day? I know we've got everything crossed for that one. Not sure yet. If it's beyond that, drop me a line. I'm not sure if that you've got anything in mind, but let me know. This is good. We've got Zen Monkey Clothing. Awesome to be here, and that is a great additional sponsor for Matt Hallam, who of course won the Young Driver award thing that we had on last year. in the Formula 4s. He's out in the Kevin Mills car, and he is a great sponsor to be to the team. I want to find. I got to look that up actually. Zen Monkey Clothing. I'm loving that name, and I got to have a check out. We might find if you do, there's some of the corporate stuff with the dilly for the Orange Army and the gin for Dorsey, all of that sort of thing. Mattia Ranieri says hi. Dan Powell saying hopefully be allowing spectators in soon. Yeah, we all hope that. We have to wait and see. It's just logistically, it's a blooming nightmare. So whilst there is a slight delay on what is going on, I'm just very quickly going to run the ARDS test, because many of you watching, especially with the hot hatches that you've just watched, there's a lot of people that do the track days, and it is very much aimed at those that sort of think, do you know what, I'd quite like to get into racing. Well, have a watch of this. This is how you get started in racing.
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS novice drivers training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the novice driver training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.
So there you go, as easy as that. And I do apologise. Yes, I know that was my voice again. I am a voiceover artist as well. So get in touch if your company's got any voiceover requirements. I've got all my studios set up and everything. But it's great to sort of see in that is the way that the setup is here to sort of get more people out there and racing.
Absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And it's been going on here at Combe for many years and at other venues as well. But very important to get through the ARDS test, isn't it? To get your race license. But that's only a small part of it, isn't it? You've got to think about what kind of car you want to drive. Do you want to get into saloon cars, hot hatches, Formula Ford, single seaters, sports cars? And as and when circumstances allow, the best way to do that is to get down to the circuit, isn't it? And have a look around the cars close up in the paddock when we're allowed to do that again, hopefully not too far away. Speak to the drivers as well. Figure out what's going to suit you. Figure out how you want to do it. Do you want to do it on your own? Have you got the mechanical expertise to run your own car? I wouldn't have.
No, me neither.
So you might be better off paying someone else to do all of that for you. So there's all kinds of things to think about as you get involved in racing for the first time. And yeah, the team here at Combe do a fantastic job of getting people through the license process and qualified to race on track. And then for those first few races, you have that black cross on the yellow background on the back of your car for a few races at least until you can tear that up and you're a fully fledged racing driver.
I mean, even, the reason the hot hatch is so popular as well is that you've got that decision to make of, do you want a championship? Do you want a series? And the hot hatch is so popular because of the fact that it gives people that opportunity to come in, maybe with a couple of different cars, to sort of dip in, dip out. A championship, you tend to commit for the whole year, don't you? Every single race, which for a lot of people is exactly what they want. They want the thrill of the fight and everything. Whereas for others is that series element, which is why I think if you looked at the numbers around the country, the series, they're still like oversubscribed. Championships, most of them are still doing well, but some are not necessarily quite as high as they would be, because the people are there going, well, it's it's less of the season left and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, that's right.
A lot to think about.
Yeah, lots to think about, and obviously the great thing about Castle Combe, if you live within a sensible radius of it, is you can get a car and do all of your racing at one circuit, so you've not got that added dimension of having to learn a different track every 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah. Focus on mastering one circuit, and then why would you want to go anywhere else but Castle Combe? But if you did want to go further afield, then maybe once you've mastered this layout, and it's a tough one to master, then maybe that's when you could look to spread your wings. And various different drivers have done that in the past, haven't they? They've done that early racing here, and then they've gone on to race it in some cases at quite high level, quite high profile championships. They've moved on, having done the early racing in things like Combe Saloons, pretty before we had the hot hatches.
Yeah, the saloons, and of course the Formula Fords definitely sort of breed some very interesting drivers and success. But we do love the fact that there's so many of them do choose to stay here because they love it. So I'm just sorting out my coffee. I promise it's not a gin. It is coffee. I promise you.
Okay. Believe you thousands wouldn't.
True, I can understand that, but sadly it is. Right, the good news you can see on the image below, Ian, is that the cars are now being released. What we had is that where they had the stricken car in the pit lane, all the trucks with the other stricken cars couldn't get down. We've got cement dust all the way down from Westway to the pit lane entrance there. The good news is I would imagine the majority of that's going to be offline.
Yeah,
and it's not a corner.
No, hopefully shouldn't catch anyone out in this next race, the sports car trophy.
It is. So here we go. The Castle Combe Racing Sports Racers Challenge is the official name that we've got for that one. Again, thank you for the comments that are coming in. Oh, I've gone down. Kev Davies says, I was going out today, not now. Great stuff. Congrats to all, drivers included. I know the feeling, and thank you for that lovely comment. One of the Quarry Hardcore Goose says, wow, what an improvement camera-wise, trying to keep up to date, data coverage allowing, so no, not so good in pool. Never ever thought I'd be at a campsite on a bank holiday. Combe always a priority. I know what you mean, mate. I know what you mean. Stuart Tinker says, great first race, action all the way down the grid. I hope the Fuffers are as exciting, the Formula Fords. I do love that. That does make me chuckle, that name. Emma says, great racing, great coverage, nearly 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Absolutely. And thank you and welcome to you all. And I hope you're enjoying it. And do get involved. Keep these comments coming in. Paul Wiltshire, gutted not to be there today. Put my back out. You're all doing a great job. Get well soon, mate. I'm sorry to hear that. Jay Golden says, good day so far. I saw he's here. And Formula Fords at 120 is the question from Nick Caswell. In theory. But let me take you through the all-important grid for the cars that have just made their way off on their green flag lap. This is the Sports Racers. In pole position, Mike Gemvey, number 35 in his Gemvey Gun TS6. Alongside him, number 73, Alistair Smart in his Radical PR6. Second row, 206, Nicholas Lindberg in his Radical SR8. And alongside him, number 8, a name we know here, David Graham in the Speedtech Motorsport Radical Pro Sport. Third row, number 6, Richard Gilman in the Richard Gilman in the Gilman's Appliance Specialists in his Radical SR3, and alongside him, number 5, Neil Harris in the Radical PR6. In 7th place, number 50 is Norman Lackford in the Radical PR6, and alongside him, number 66, John Gilman, which is the Radical Pro Sport. I was just wondering what all the pings were that were coming in. Oh, you're not going to believe it. Darren Duffield in the Mini in the last race ran out of fuel. Oh, I've got you muted at the moment, Ian. Sorry, you are...
It's all right. I think I muted myself.
Oh, you did.
There we go. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? I mean, but he was a lap and a half short. It wasn't as if he was even particularly close, unfortunately. But, well, at least that's something that's easily sorted for the next time.
Exactly. He's rather angry. As you can imagine.
I bet.
Yeah.
Quick note, no number 66 on the back of the grid for this race, so Robert Gilman missing, and he did 4 laps in qualifying, so down to 7 cars, I'm afraid.
It was struggling, wasn't it? That's a shame. So that's out of this. Now, this race is due to be 20 minutes as well. I know that it's a small grid, but don't read too much into that, because I've always said it only takes 2 cars to make a race. And these things, frankly, Ian, I never bore of seeing the speed and handling of these things round Castle Combe.
Well, they absolutely fly, don't they? Fantastic lap times. I know they're just coming up to the line now, so we'll talk more about that in a moment.
Yeah, because it's a rolling start. So we get ready. Mike Genvy in a white car with the red flashes. Oh, and they're all trying to sort of posture and get themselves into position. Graham's going well. But also from the second row, that looks like Nicholas Lindberg's dived up to challenge. And he's sweeping round, I think, just about managing to take that lead. But we'll need to wait until he comes round to use. The red flashes on the roll bar that tells me that it is indeed Lindberg that's just... Well, he did take the lead, but he's lost it again. Genvy back up.
Yeah, he was on the outside line, but Genvy had the inside line there for Quarry Corner, so he's there in the lead of the race in the 2-litre Genvy gun, a car that used to race in Sports 2000 originally, ahead of Lindberg then, who made that fantastic start in the Radical SR8. They're heading off down towards Tower Corner for the first time. It's in qualifying this morning. Genvy did a 104.328, an average of 103.53 miles an hour. So a phenomenal lap time. And it's good to have these sports racing cars back here at Castle Combe for this sort of one-off special.
It is. I mean, I just adore these cars. I've had the privilege of driving a Radical SR3 round Silverstone GP circuit, and they are just mind-blowing, the speed they'll take through. And it's kind of, looking at the SR8 there of Nicholas Lindberg. I'm right in saying, aren't I? And he's still challenging, by the way, for the lead.
Yep.
Genvy's under pressure, but the SR8, they've stopped making, I think, haven't they?
I believe so, yeah.
Which is a shame, isn't it? But they still keep bringing new ones out, though.
Yeah, still very busy manufacturer over there in Peterborough. Back down the farm straight towards me, it's still the Genvy gun that leads the way of Mike Genvy, but only by 2 or 3 car lengths over Nicholas Lindberg in the SR8. In third place then is the number 73 car, that's Alistair Smart in his PR6. In fourth place is number 6, that's Richard Gilman, as the rest of them coming flashing through. And not forgetting Norman Lackford there. At the back of the field, I think he's got 50 on his car. I think that's celebrating the number of years that he's been racing now.
Yeah, because it used to be his age. Oh no, that was the Formula 4 driver.
Pete Dickox, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that's nice. Now, David Graham, I'm surprised that he's down in 6th place. He's lost positions in that De Grey number 8 car, but I expect to see him come back. He's at the back of this secondary trio that's just about to cross the line, and already he's putting pressure on the number 5 car of Neil Harris. Oh, and he's looking towards the inside, but Neil Harris decided, well, that there was no inside, and so he closed the door on him there. And so Graham's still buzzing around, so involved in a great fight. It's like 2 groups of 3, really. Yeah,
and obviously Graham has been racing here at Castle Combe for a long time in various different cars, hasn't he? As again, Genvy comes past me ahead of Lindberg in 2nd place, Smart in 3rd, and then this trio of cars for 4th, 5th and 6th just coming past me now. They are all together. The 6th car of Gilman, the 8th car of Graham is now ahead of Harris. So Harris down to 6th place and actually dropping away a little bit. Then Lackford in 7th position. There's that battle, 3-car battle, just going through shot. That was at Tower Corner.
Yeah, so I see that Graham's actually got past Harris. Is already pressuring Gilman, isn't he? So I said that you don't expect him to hang around for long. Now, the top 3 have kind of spread out now, as was expected, and in fact that's a mighty time. We got a 105 now. Remember, he did a 104, did our leader Genvy in that what is it? It's the Genvy Gun TS6, which is one heck of a vehicle he's got there, and he's hoping to sort of pull that one even lower in the lap times. But the other group of 3, they're kind of equidistant, just heading up into towards Quarry now. But I think that Graham's got his eyes set to get past Gilman, hasn't he?
Looks like it, doesn't it? I'll keep an eye on that as Genvy goes past me in the gun, and here comes Graham now down the inside. Yes, he's through. He's made it into 4th place there at the S's. So a change. David Graham, after a bad start to the race, really, back up to where he started in 4th position. Now, I don't know if my eyes deceive him, but it almost looks like some grass in the air intakes. If he's had a little bit of an off, maybe on the first lap, but that could just be my eyes deceiving me. That's Graham's car. Have a look when it comes
okay.
back to you. Just see if you can. It looks like there's almost a bit of grass in the air intakes there on the side of the car. Have a look.
It would certainly make sense because he was coming away. He got a great start and he was challenging at the pointy end for it as the top three already go through. Here comes Graham now. He's clear of Gilman. In fact, Gilman's now back into the clutches of the white number 5 car of Harris. But I can't quite tell from this side, actually. So
no, it's difficult.
A bit tricky, yeah. But it would make sense why he dropped away because you'd expect him to be up there fighting with certainly Lindbergh and Smart.
Yeah. Now, Genvy's going past me again in the number 35 car. Most recently, before the season, he was racing this car in the OSS Championship, I think. That's a championship that's sort of no longer with us, unfortunately, as numbers dwindled. That's fallen by the wayside. So not quite as many places now for drivers of this type of car to race, really. So
which I think was the idea of this, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Has he raced that, do you know, in the Sports 2000s as well?
I think he did do Sports 2000s at one point, but I don't know, probably not in this spec. I think this car was uprated from Sports 2000 spec from memory.
Okay.
Maybe Josh will be able to find out about this later on.
That's true. Yeah, that'll be...
and get the lowdown.
Yeah, well, he's already made his way up Avon Rise, and again, a new fastest lap for Genvy, a 105.212. But we know that he's got more in that. What did he do? A 104.3. So he's got another second that he can find from that.
Yeah, and he's a talented engineer as well. You'll notice the name of the car is the Genvy Gun, and that's because it's a gun, but it's a car that has had the Genvy family and firm hands on it, sort of engineering it and developing it. And very much the same story, 15 years or so ago now, in Formula V, where Mike Genvy was a 2-time champion in Formula V, developing a Shane, one of the Irish chassis in that category, and it was a crash car called the Genvy Shane, and that was the car that won 4 successive championships, 2 for Mike Genvy and then 2 for Sam Oliveira a couple of years later. Anyway, they're back towards you now.
Yeah, he's just about to cross the line, and he is just pulling away effortlessly now, down to a 105.0 this time round. There goes Lindbergh in the 206, the Radical SR8 that just looks wonderful. I love the Radicals. I love them. A little bit different, the Radical PR6 of Smart in third place, but that SR8 in second is a true Radical-looking car, isn't it, at the end of the day?
It is. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, most of the grid here today are indeed Radicals, and they really have been the sports racing car to have. Mass built, well over 1,000 of them produced, and raced all around the world. And that's a great looking car, the SR8. A bit more on the Genvy car, the Genvy Gun. Apparently, per Josh Barrett, he has been competing in time attack with it this season, which is a sort of single lap, almost like qualifying lap competition that they have for sort of modified cars. So single lap pace, all important for that discipline. But I don't think he's been doing too much racing with it this year. Meanwhile, good fight going on here past me now. I think that's just been on your screen as well. The 5th and 6th, and it's car 6 and car 5. 6 is the Richard Gilman car, and 5 is Neil Harris. They're just making their way out of Tower Corner and back towards Bobby. So that's a good battle for 5th.
Yeah, it's interesting how that sort of developed, really, wasn't it? Because they were split apart with Graham behind, then in between, and getting past them. And it sort of forced Gilman and Harris in the 6 and 5, the black and white cars, joined together down in towards Camp Corner they come now. And that is just a wonderful fight. I'm hoping the feed is okay for everybody, because I know Emma Strawford's reporting that the audio seems to almost sound like 2 conversations going across each other. Let us know if that is an issue. I'm not sure why it would do that, but no one else has made comment. And Clive Woodward has said, by the way, he did race very successfully in Sports 2000, and he was a very quick racer. But as you say, probably not in that exact car.
Not in the current specification, I don't think. But yes, he has indeed. So we've got David Graham coming past me now. I'm not sure about whether my grass theory is right or not. I can't quite work it out. It looks a little bit green, a bit of a green tinge in there. And if you look at the grass around the circuit today, you'll see that it has been cut fairly recently. So there is the marine grass sort of on top of it. So if you do get off into it, you could be scooping quite a lot of that up. Norman Lackford coming past me, 7th position, and he's not far away from being lapped now by Mike Genvy, who is probably the length of the stretch from Old Paddock to Hammer down behind now.
Again, it's been confirmed by Steve Weston, our competitions secretary, who obviously works so hard to get these races on. And he was saying that this really should have been a very well subscribed race if it wasn't for COVID, because we'd have had a good 8 to 10 at least coming over from Ireland from the Global Light, which I'd imagine, surely you've had the pleasure of commentating on those. They tend to bring a big old varied and fast field over as well, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They're fantastic little cars. I mean,
oh, we lost you then, Ian. You there? Well, there you go. Sorry.
Right, I'm unmuted again. Right, yeah, they were. Initially Yamaha powered, weren't they? The Global Light 600cc. I'm not sure if they still are or not. They had a moderately successful championship here in the UK for a few seasons, but they all then sort of migrated across the Irish Sea, really, to the Republic. But they do regularly come back and race in the UK in normal times, which of course they're not this year. I think anyone who came across to race at the moment would then have to quarantine for 14 days once they got back to Ireland. And I guess for club racing, that's just not viable.
No, and I see that Chris Dennis also says he's sure that Mike Genvy did race the gun in Sports 2000 years ago. He's the son of Mod Sports Lotus Elan ace Richard Genvy from the 70s. Yep. Although he's put a question mark at the end. He says, sounds convinced, and then he puts question mark at the end.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's correct information.
I knew you'd know the answer to that one. So across the line there goes Genvy, with just 9 minutes left to go in this race. And the Genvy Dynamics sponsored Genvy gun is officially a Class B car, which means it's running the same as Richard Gilman and Norman Lackford. But it does show that it's not just about the car. It's not just about the engineering he's putting on that car. But in fairness, Mike Genvy is a darn good racer as well, as Clive Woodard has already said.
Yeah, no, he's very good. And I say, won Formula V back in 04, 05, I want to say, or possibly 03, 04. Against very high quality opposition and a very competitive single-seater series as well. And since then, he has been racing primarily sports racing cars in Sports 2000, OSS, and so on and so forth.
The good news is that where Steve Weston was saying, obviously, they should have had a number coming over from Ireland, but obviously they're not allowed to come over for Ireland. I mean, you hear even Mondello Park, for example, which is where apparently a load of them are very good.
Chris, problems. David Graham is off now. It looked like he was just parking at the S's, but he's actually clattered the tyre stack there on the apex of the S's. It sent tyres rolling all across the circuit, which Richard Gilman and Neil Harris have managed to avoid. David's getting out of the car. So that was very strange because he was slow. It looked like he was just going to park, but then he's clattered into the tyres. He's climbed out of the car, so he's okay. That's good to see. But the car is now more or less parked on the apex at the S's. I don't know if we've got a camera that will show that. We'll see if we can pick that up in a minute. But
a bit too far away, I think, sadly.
Yeah.
Can't quite make it out.
No, you can't, can you? From
there we go. From the back, we can kind of see. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's just on the apex.
Just right at the top of the picture there, right on the apex of the corner. I would think, therefore, we might get an intervention of some kind in this race.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on race control to the left of me here to see what they're deciding to do there. They were obviously they're looking at the cameras. Oh, we just had that change, I think, as well. Or was that a back marker getting past one of the other cars? I thought it was the white and black cars. I'm sure it is. That we've just had Harris, number 5, get past Gilman, but
no, I think that's still the same. I think what happened there was Lindbergh lapped Norman Lackford.
Okay. Got you.
Right, an intrepid marshal has got some of the tyres that were in the middle of the road and rolled them back into the wall, or a wall, where they should be. So it is still Gilman ahead of Harris, and that's for 4th and 5th place now with the very strange demise of David Graham. What have we got left to go? 6 minutes left in this race. And Mike Genvy heading towards me here, and I think the impact has just pushed the tyres a couple of foot into the circuit as well, so it's making the chicane a bit tighter. That's one way to stop the Formula Fords cutting the curbs anyway.
Yeah, leave it there. Yeah. That'll work. Well, the fight that I thought that had just changed, and as you rightly said, is exactly the same, is that the number 6 car of Gilman goes through, still just about ahead of number 5 Harris, but those two keep getting very, very close together. It looks to me almost interestingly, although you wouldn't expect it, but they seem to have strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the circuit.
Yeah, which is odd. isn't it? Given that they're fundamentally similar cars. Of course,
I guess drivers have their favourite parts, I guess, don't they, really?
Yeah. You've got the SR3-ish, more powerful 1.5 litre engine, 1340cc PR6. That's the sort of centre seats position for Neil Harris. What times has Germany got down to? Is not improved on this 104.952 from earlier on, and probably will struggle to do so now with the tyres sort of sticking out into the track.
The update on that, Ian, is that this is the last lap. They will bring the checkered flag out this time, which kind of makes sense. I don't think anyone's going to feel politically robbed. We're less than just sort of about 4 3/4 minutes left to go in theory. This fight comes down towards camp, so that's still going to have one more lap to go. But the leader is coming towards you.
No, he's past me. He's back at Bobby's. Back towards you.
He's going to come into my sight any second now, and in theory, at least, it looks like I'm being told it's going to be a second. Like, yeah, here it is. It is ready there. That nicely hidden, but he's going to come through and he's going to have to take that. He'll probably be a bit gutted that there's like a few more minutes that was left in it, but they'll know that that car is in a vulnerable place. So a great victory there for Mike Gemby. And we wait then for Nicholas Lindberg, who comes down in his Radical SR8 to take second place.
As Gilman and Harris come past me, they're still quite close, but I don't think they're going to change around, Chris.
No, it sort of spread out a little bit, didn't it, really, bizarrely? Which is a shame. Third place there goes to the 73 car, Alistair Smart. So Alistair actually started on the front row. Great start by Nicholas Lindberg, and he just stamped his authority on that race and took second place. I say stamped his authority. No one could challenge Mike Gemby. Obviously, we lost David Graham, so we wait for the black and white cars. They are back together again, but it's still the black car of number 6, Richard Gilman, in his Radical SR3 that's going to take that 4th position. Just ahead in 5th is number 5, Neil Harris, in his Radical PR6, and Norman Lackford, number 50, in his Radical PR6, has already taken the checkered flag. So hopefully there's not too much damage to Graham's car so that we can get him back out again.
Well, I mean, the collision with the tyres was at a relatively low speed, and I think it is just a stack of tyres there. I don't think there's anything hard to sort of concealed behind them, so hopefully the damage shouldn't be too much.
Well, and hopefully it wasn't damage that caused it, because you said it was weird, wasn't it?
Well, it was. I suppose that's the question. Was there something that's broken on the car, maybe steering, maybe suspension, that caused him to go off? It just looked odd. So hopefully he'll be back out.
Fingers crossed. And I was just getting a confirmation through from race control next door to confirm that was why the flag was done. Chris Dennis, great comment. Great to see Norman Lackford. I agree. Such a lovely guy. Remember him in his red Fiat 850, 850s or 850S in Wendy Wool's special saloons and GTs. I'm not really old. Well, you say that, Chris. That kind of gave us an insight. But it's great to hear those memories, mate. That's what we love to hear. So the drivers are going to make their way down towards Josh. And at that point, I'm going to take my leave to run down to the little boys' room. But Josh is hopefully going to get the opportunity to grab a word with them. I'm waiting to see the picture of the van doors bursting open down there with the great setup that Kev from Bristol Sound has set up. And I know a lot of you are congratulating his son, Greg, who's doing a stunning job down there, bringing the cameras all round for everybody. And again, we thank everybody for that. So the cars are down there, and I'm just trying to keep an eye to make sure they do actually stop for that bit. Let's have a look. Having to peer through. Yes, the good news is they have gone into parc fermé, so fingers crossed the van door will open very soon, and Josh Barrett will be able to grab a word with them, and I can run down to the little boys' room any second now. So I've got to make sure we click add to the stream as soon as Josh is down there and ready. Next out, of course, is going to be the Castle Combe Racing Club Formula Fords. And we'll take you through that grid very shortly. That is the Premier Financial Services Formula Ford 1600 Championship. And as soon as Josh has got the doors open, I'm hoping that he is down there because I haven't seen the door open just yet. hear the cars have stopped, but and if you can hear me down there, Josh, don't forget to open the door, mate, and hopefully the drivers are going to come and see you. Ah, there we go. There's the main man. So let's put him up to full screen, and I'll leave it with you. No need to rush, mate. I'm nipping down to the loo.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Yeah, so the first winner of the sports prototype race is Mike Gemby. Well done, Mike. Good, actually, I guess, to be out in a circuit race for you, as your car's not eligible for much else at the moment.
No, it's a bit of a challenge, but we've done a couple of time attack events. So, yeah, just lovely to be racing people again. Had a really nice. I got overtaken, obviously, down towards the first corner. So nice to sort of get that back before anyone settled in. And just managed to pull out a bit of a gap. It's a bit of a challenge with the oil that went down in the previous race. It's kind of stuff in your eyes and coming up in your helmet. But it's really nice once we settle down. And then I think they cut the race a bit short at the end just because of the incident further around the track. But no, really nice. Car's going beautifully. So really pleased.
Tell us a bit about your car.
It's a bit of a labour of love. So we've had the car for just about 10 years now. We did Sports 2000 in it for many years. So we won the championship twice in that. And then we did open sports cars for about 5-6 years and won the championship twice in that. Obviously, that's no longer this year. So we're kind of just looking around and doing some different stuff this year. And I've only been to Castle Combe, I think, twice before, once in a single seater and once in Sports 2000 guys. And it's a good hairy challenge around here. It's pretty fast, hey.
You did a 1 minute 04.9 as your best lap. So you happy with that?
We weren't pushing too hard. We've just put a new set of tyres on, treated myself, and it's obviously spun on the rim a bit or something, and one's just a bit out of balance. So we'll try and get them balanced, or we'll put on the old tyres for the next race, and we'll try and get a bit closer to the 102s or something like that. It'll be really nice.
Well, we look forward to that. Thanks for bringing the car to Castle Combe today.
No, thank you. Really good.
Nikolai Lindberg over here. Well done. Second place, and you had to get past Alistair at the start.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about the pass.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start there. It was quite fun.
I imagine that SR8 round here is quite a difficult car to drive.
Yeah, it's quite big, like Mike's.
Yeah,
it's quite difficult to get around in, but it's fast corners all around the track, so it's quite fun.
So is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's my second time here. Last time I was here, it was the first time I drove here. I think it's 2 years ago now, so really looking forward to next race.
And much like Mike, I guess it's hard to find places to race your car.
Yeah. I live in Denmark, and you can't find anywhere to race a car like that, so it's nice to come over here and race.
Well, thanks for bringing it, and hopefully we see you again later on.
Thank you.
And then Alistair from third place. Well done, Ali. Third position.
Thank you.
And the first, I guess, of the smaller engine cars.
Yeah, he got a great start, didn't he? Went past both Mike and myself, and then I was just trying to chase him. So difficult, tall order, but my first time round here in that car. I think the last time I was around here was in the Cape from about many years ago. So I'm happy with that. And hopefully in the second race I can keep up with Nikolai.
Yeah, I guess quite a different challenge at Silverstone last week, and this is a very different circuit.
Yeah, very different circuit. Guys at RJ Motorsport set it up really well for me, so I'm not having a problem with the car. It's just me in my head and just going a bit quicker.
And doing bike sports as well this year, really big grids there.
Yeah.
Enjoying doing a different championship. I think you've done a lot of OSS in the past.
I was OSS 2 years ago, and that was my first transition from a Pro Sport to PR6. And then this year's a proper season in a PR6. We're doing some proper testing, and I'm getting quicker, so I'm finding time every weekend, and the 750 grid is really big, and there's 30 odd cars on.
Yeah.
So no, it's good, really good fun.
What's the difference between the Pro Sport and the PR6?
Night and day.
Yeah.
It's just the way you drive them, the way they're set up, the engine. You can make a Pro Sport more like a PR6, but you've got to spend a lot of money.
Right, okay.
Just buy the PR6. PR6 is just edgy. You have to sit it on the edge and drive it hard. And if you don't, it just doesn't give you the lap times. And I haven't quite got there yet, but I'm getting there slowly.
We look forward to a bit more pace this afternoon and speak to you again later.
Thanks very much. Take care.
So well done to third place Alistair Smart, second Nicholas Lindberg, and the winner Mike Gemby. And it sounds like Chris is back, and the next car's already on the grid.
Fantastic. Thanks, Josh. Thank you for that. Perfectly done. And we'll bring that down. I'll bring Ian back in again because we sort of did a bit of jiggery-pokery there to allow the momentarily at least that we could have. Let me just check. Allegedly, we can. Look at that. How cool. I can switch the cameras around now. I'm loving it. I got the news flash. They'd updated that. How cool is that? Sorry, I'm a little bit excited about that. Right. The Formula Fords, the Premier Financial Services Formula Ford 1600 Championship. The grid will be as follows. Pole position, championship leader, number 46, Luke Cooper. Alongside him, 1, 2, 3, Bryce Aaron. Second row, 44, David Vivian. And 26, Felix Fischer. And he is out there, which is good because he had issues in qualifying. Third row, 75, Rob Hall, the 2011 champion here at Castle Combe. 1, 2, 2, Jonathan Brown. Fourth row, 30, Grant Palmer. That's not where I'd expect him to be. And number 40, Matt Hallam. Apparently, it was the best lap time that he's done, according to his dad. So pleased with that. Fifth row, 59, Chris Acton. 23, Nathan Ward. Row 6, 43, Kieran Atwood. 5, Paul Barnes. Seventh row, 28, Tom Hawkins. 76, James Colburn. Great to see a great visit from Chris Hodgson, number 77, and he's on the 8th row. 25, Mark de Rosario. 9th row, 960, Bob Higgins, and 69, Alan Slater. Expect them to have a great fight in their Class D cars. Both beautiful, stunning cars. 10th row, number 7, Michael Phillips, and 60, Paul Morecambe. 11th row, 91, Bob Hawkins. 33, Chris Warden, and alone on the 12th row, 78, James Rose. So, Ian, I mean, what a grid.
It's fantastic to see, isn't it? 23 cars I think we've got out there in the end. And it's great to see. It's really competitive as well. Obviously, this year, the sort of main national Formula 4 1600 Championship has been somewhat shortened by the pandemic. And I think that's probably meant that we've got the likes of Bryce Aaron and Grant Palmer and Jonathan Brown all down here. We perhaps wouldn't normally have seen them here at Combe, so it's fantastic that they're here, adding some real depth of quality to the lineup that we have here at Combe already. It's worth saying it's our first championship action of the day. This is now the second half of the championship season, 8 rounds in all of our local championships. This is round 5, and probably a difference again for this year is that there are no drop scores, which is great news for you, Chris, because I know they confuse you. But it does just mean that we add all the points together, and that whoever gets the most is the winner. It's easy.
I can do that.
Yeah, exactly. What it does mean is that drivers can't really afford a dodgy result. We will see the saloons and the GTs later on where people have had some dodgy results. But so far, Cooper's had 3 wins. Felix Fischer's had the other. He's got work to do from the second row of the grid today. But what price one of the Americans, Bryce Aaron or Grant Palmer, Palmer's a bit further back on the grid, getting involved?
Well,
or
David Vivian was like very tiny fraction behind the third place, number 1, 2, 3, Bryce Aaron. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one works.
And the 2011 champion, as you mentioned as well, Rob Hall, back out in a Swift Cooper with whom he won the championship 9 years ago. Of course, Jonathan Brown, last year's Formula Ford Festival winners, on the grid as well. Only 6th on the grid. So lots and lots of quality in this race. It should be an absolutely fantastic 10 laps.
Well, and the other thing to note is that out of the 4 races we've had this year, 4 different drivers have got fastest lap points. So it really does mix it up there. This is going to be a titanic tussle as the last few cars make their way on to into their slots. There goes the green flag wave at the back. Already the engine notes are rising, even though it's only the 5-second board that's showing. We're ready to go for this, our Castle Combe Championship for the Formula 4s. 1 light, 2 lights. On goes the 3rd, up goes the 4th. The engine notes are up. The 5th light is on, and off go the lights, and off go the field. And it's as one, but 75 suddenly went a little bit steady at the start there. Rob Hall sort of struggled in the second phase. Luke Cooper has the nod. Now in second, I need to check. It's one of the white cars that's got himself. That makes me wonder whether that's Felix Fischer has got himself up into second place and hounding. But they're going 3 wide up over Avon Rise and round Quarry. Thankfully, cleanly done.
It looked like it was Luke Cooper ahead, though, didn't it? In the red and white Swift, and I think it was one of the Low Dempsey Racing cars in second. I can see Felix Fischer's Dayglow helmet there in 4th position, so he's not made up any places so far. It looks like it's David Vivian that's gone up into 2nd position. 3rd place is the 1, 2, 3 car, which is that of Bryce Aaron, who started alongside Cooper on the front row of the grid. but Cooper here has about 2 or 3 car lengths on the rest of them as they turn through Tower Corner for the first time. He was 4/10 faster than anybody else in qualifying this morning. And Cooper, the championship leader by 8 points coming into this weekend, well, he would very much like, if he possibly can, to make an early break here and check out away from the rest of them. But they're heading back towards you, Chris.
Yeah, and his godsend for this is that the fight behind is great. And up into second has gone David Vivian. I said he was close on that, and he was frustrated last time round in the 44 car. Up into second he goes. Third is Bryce Aaron. Felix Fisher is glued to the back of those 2 cars. So it is a 3-car train with Luke Cooper pulling away. Then there's a gap. And we suddenly then have Palmer, 59 Acton and Brown all glued together. Up round Quarry, they come to you. But look at that. Second, third, fourth as one.
I think Vivian was up there in the sort of second race at the last meeting as well, wasn't he? But had a spin back down to 15th position in race 2. He had a coming together with Alex Walker as well in race 1, which dropped him down the order. Although it wasn't this one. He's made a mistake there coming out of the S. He's kicked up quite a lot of dirt. That loses him momentum. It loses him time to Cooper. And it means that the 2 cars behind him of Bryce Aaron and Felix Fisher are going to go either side of him as they go down towards Tower Corner, are they? Oh, not quite through. I think David has just about been able to hold them off. The Wiltshire College Motorsport lecturer, he is still there ahead in second place, but it is very, very tight now as they head through Bob. As you can see that on the screen, yeah, Vivian's still ahead, then it's Bryce Aaron, then it's Felix Fisher in fourth, but it's just allowing Luke Cooper to get a bit further away.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what Felix Fisher wants to see. Sat there in fourth place. He's not just losing one position to Luke Cooper, his main rival at the moment. He's 3 places further back, and that cost him in the first race at the last round as well. So he needs to get past Bryce Aaron and David Vivian. David Vivian, of course, is sat there in 5th in the championship, only like 1 point behind Grant Palmer. Grant Palmer's sort of down in 7th place at the moment. He just lost 2 places on that last lap.
Vivian was Vivian was a bit wide there coming out of Quarry Corner, but he's managed to hold on to the position. Still there in second. He's got Aaron and Felix Fisher right behind him, and then it's the next of the Low Dempsey racing cars. That's the 122 car of Jonathan Brown, the Formula Ford Festival winner from last year. He's in 5th. Grant Palmer is in 6th spot, but second place fight is where it's at the moment, and it is now a 4-car fight because Jonathan Brown has officially latched himself onto the back of that now. They're heading into Bobby's once again. There they are. You can see Cooper with a comfortable lead at the moment. And then 4 cars absolutely hammer and tongs for second place.
Well, Jonathan Brown did the fastest lap of the race last time round, and you could see how quickly he was closing in on that group ahead of him. Oh, David Vivian just shakes his tail feather as he came round Camp Corner, but stopped it before he got towards the grass on the exit, and it doesn't seem to have compromised him. But look at that, Jonathan Brown, 1-2-2, has got a good run. He's got, I think he starts from 3rd on the grid for race number 2, you know, but he is desperately trying to make a challenge on Felix Fisher. Even worse news for Felix Fisher, if that's the case. He's there seeing the championship leader scamper his way down towards you already.
Yeah, and they are spreading themselves out along the farm straight. And we're going to get a changeover for a second. No, Vivian manages to hold on, but Fisher has lost 4th place now on the way out of Quarry Corner. He lost it. He's lost it to Jonathan Brown. And here comes the change for second because Bryce Aaron and David Vivian are wheel to wheel coming out of Old Paddock. Down towards Hammerdown they go. And it's going to be the inside line for Aaron, is it? Is he going to manage to squeeze through there? I think he's done it. I think Aaron has done it. We'll see on the screen. Yes, he has. And it looks like Jonathan Brown's going to follow him through to 3rd place as well. Yes, he has. So it's now Low Dempsey drivers 2nd and 3rd.
And it's just incredible. I mean, we knew that Bryce Aaron was going to make a challenge on it, but Jonathan Brown has found something completely different recently. He's up in there to 3rd position. He's the fastest car on the circuit by a while now in that 1-2-2, past David Vivian, past Felix Fisher. So those 2 are down to 4th and 5th respectively even. And Felix Fisher is going to be devastated. All of this, of course, is allowing the championship leader, Luke Cooper, to just disappear into the distance in his 46 car. He's got to be licking his lips when he can see what's going on in his mirrors.
And look at Vivian there. He was having a look at Jonathan Brown on the inside at Quarry Corner, and the 2 of them are side by side now as they come down Farm Straight, and Felix Fisher's going to try and buy into this as well. Fisher goes through because over the grass goes Jonathan Brown. He loses 2 places. He's down to 5th position. So back up to 3rd goes David Vivian. 4th is Felix Fisher. And now Jonathan Brown's got a lot of work to do. He's back into the clutches of his teammate Grant Palmer. And then in 7th place, you've got Rob Paul having his first race here at Castle Combe for quite a few years. So Luke Cooper continuing to lead, but the best lap of the race, 2 Brown, as you mentioned a moment ago, 1:10.5. That is the best lap here at Castle Combe in Formula Ford so far this season.
Wow, fantastic. Well, yeah, Luke Cooper comfortable in the lead, comfortable at the moment for Bryce Aaron in 1, 2, 3, but now it's the local boys that are fighting it out for the bottom step of the podium as it stands, and it is David Vivian, 44, in the blue and white car, just ahead of the all-white number 26, at the back, 26, Felix Fischer. Yeah, Jonathan Brown's fallen away from that. That looked to me as though that was some real local knowledge there from Felix Fischer, knowing that he could throw his car into that particular spot, and I think they've gone side by side. Not quite. It's the switcheroo possibly for Felix Fischer.
Yeah, have a look at them on the exit of Quarry Corner. It looks like Vivian is secure in that position at the moment. And Fischer in 4th, Brown in 5th, Palmer 6th, Hall in 7th. And there's a gap back to Chris Acton in 8th, Matt Hallam 9th, and Nathan Ward, our Class B leader, is in 10th place. Class C being led by Mark De Rosario by about 5 seconds from Chris Hodgin as things stand. But we're watching this battle towards the front of the field, as you can see it heading there through Tower Corner, out of Tower and up towards Bobby's they then go. Rob Hall, you can see in the Swift Cooper red and white car at the back of that group, and he's putting a bit of pressure now on the American Grant Palmer. So they head back towards you, Chris.
They do, coming down here. I thought Felix Fischer was lining up a move towards the inside of David Vivian, but no, he just tucks himself back in to take the fast line through onto the start-finish straight, because that will then carry him all the way through the flat-out Folly first corner, all the way up Avon Rise in towards Quarry, and he's got a good run there, but in fairness, so did David Vivian, so I think that's kind of status quo for those two, but again, they go slightly different lines. David Vivian is clearly feeling the need to go defensive up there, and you can't blame him, really, can you?
Not at all, not at all, because this could be a very important race for the championship as well here, because this will cost Felix Fischer a lot of points to Luke Cooper if things stay this way. As we say, no drop scores in the championship this season. Ordinarily, this is one that Felix might be looking to discard from his championship campaign. But he's mounting an attack once again down at Tower Corner on David Vivian, but he still can't find a way through. And of course, he's got Jonathan Brown breathing down his neck again because he's reeled them back in once again. But Cooper out front has a lead of more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, he comes down towards us, ready to complete his 7th lap out of this 10-lap race. And, nice slide from the apex there from Luke Cooper. And then 2nd place, Bryce Aaron. Let's not forget, he's 3rd in the championship. Only, 9 points behind Felix Fischer. So this is good news for him, especially when he sees it's David Vivian behind. And Jonathan Brown's got himself right onto the back of Felix Fischer again, heading up Avon Rise. The 1-2-2 car, the Low Dempsey Racing driver's got himself towards the outside at Quarry Corner. That hasn't worked there, but surely he's going to try the switcheroo, and he has. He's up the inside on the exit.
Yep, he's going to be alongside as they come down to the S's. He's still alongside, as you can see, and he's done it. He's gone through into 4th place. Nicely done there. And this is bad news for Felix Fischer. And off the circuit briefly, there was Grant Palmer. That's allowed Rob Hall to get through into 6th place as well. I was about to say, though, Jonathan Brown on the last lap did another fastest lap of the race, a 1:10.297. Before that, the best lap so far this season was a 10.7 from Luke Cooper in round 3 of the championship. But it's now Brown back ahead of Fischer.
Just incredible stuff as always, and Luke Cooper had to get past the back marker then that I thought had compromised him for a minute, but it was because the back marker was white and red was the only reason I momentarily paused. David Vivian in that 3rd place with the fighting going on between Jonathan Brown and Felix Fischer in the 1-2-2 and 26 cars means that he's momentarily sat there in no man's land, but the speed that Jonathan Brown has got round this circuit in that 1-2-2 car is incredible. He is really looking confident, but he's now down to the last couple of laps, so he needs to make a move quickly. And if anything, it looks as though, I don't know, it's that elastic between them, isn't it? So I just can't decide whether to call it.
But he has, lapped several tenths per second faster than anybody else here. I think possibly a bit of the benefit of a toe there. Oh, and off the circuit goes David Vivian. He rejoins quite quickly. That was just by the marshal's post between the Essex and Old Paddock. But that has allowed Brown back through to 3rd position. And can Felix Fischer use his extra momentum over Vivian now to get his car ahead and up into 4th place at Tower Corner? No, he can't. So Fischer stays there in 5th in the TM Racing, Tom Markinson's team, the Regio 06. And that really has changed things around for David Vivian's race. It was a mistake there, just on the grass there, by the marshal's post between the S's and Old Paddock.
Wow, that is quite surprising for David Vivian. Luke Cooper goes on to start his last lap now. Second place, no man's land, 1, 2, 3 for Bryce Aaron, but Jonathan Brown up into third. He was about to mount an attack. You can tell, going slowly there is Grant Palmer. I think Grant Palmer's just tickled his way across the line and is about to retire. And Grant Palmer had been sitting fourth in this championship, but the leaders are making their way towards you for the final time.
Yeah, and we are on course here, I think, to have our 5th different fastest lap setter of the season. Unless perhaps Luke Cooper can pull something out of the bag with no traffic in front of him on the final lap. It's going to go to Jonathan Brown with a 1:10.297. So he's leading. Aaron is second. Brown is third. Vivian fourth. Fisher fifth. And Hall in sixth. And they have really spread themselves out now with the demise of Grant Palmer, as we were saying. Seventh is still Chris Acton. Eighth, Nathan Ward. He's just got ahead now of Matt Hallam. And it's going to be Atwood up into the top 10. But the leaders back towards you for the final time, Chris.
Wow, here they come. Thank goodness we got another race from these guys. Luke Cooper's just been in control from start to finish here in the number 46 car. The Swift Cooper, the Swift SC18 comes through and he's about to take the checkered flag. Punches the air, as well does the Bryce Aaron 1-2-3. 1-2-2-2, Jonathan Brown. So the teammates take second and third. David Vivian, number 44, with that tiny mistake, just cost him a podium place there in Class A and overall, comes home in fourth. Felix Fisher, going to be scratching his head and slightly frustrated, comes home in fifth place. Rob Hall, the 2011 champion, number 75, comes home in sixth. Seventh is Chris Acton, number 59. Nathan Ward, number 8. Great job there. Eighth overall and the Class B victory. He really has come back with a bang, hasn't he? And I know his dad, Carl Ward, down in the media centre, and Mary Ward, his mum, will be glued at home watching all of this as well. Matt Hallam in number 40 comes home in ninth place. Good job there. 10th, number 43, Kieran Atwood. Then 11th place is Barnes in the number 5 car. That gives him the second in Class B, for Paul Barnes. In 12th is number 28, which is the Tom Hawkins car. That's another Class A car. Chris Hodgson takes the Class C honours in number 77, just ahead in the end of Mark de Rosario. So de Rosario had led that for some time, but Chris Hodgson came through. Not surprising, let's be honest. He's a Monoposto champion in an F3 car. It's great to see Chris here racing at Castle Combe. 15th place, 960. Bob Higgins takes Class D honours in that beautiful Macon 07. He was having a good fight with Colburn and Rose earlier on, but he got the better of them. 16th, number 76, and third in Class C is James Colburn in the Wayne Paul Racing Run car. 17th, number 78, which is Rose. So that's James Rose in the Goodridge Limited Run Swift. In theory, it's showing that it would be in 20th Grant Palmer, but it's not going to be because he's on the grass in front of us. So actually taking 20th is the number 60 car of Paul Mockham in his Solely Motorsport Run Swift SC93. And then we should have just one more finisher. Actually, did I miss somebody out there?
Well, I think, Chris, we lost Chris Warden as well on the final lap. There's a car stopped up at Quarry. I think that must be his car that's up there.
I missed out on the list, So we got Colburn, 78 Rose, 69 Aaron's... not Aaron, what am I on about? It's somebody else. Alan Slater in his beautiful Nike MK4. That gives him second in Class B. Then it's number 7 Phillips, 60 Morecambe. So it was the shifting of people going down meant that I missed one. And you're right, exclamation mark across Warden. So that's a shame. Only 2 lost, though. So we still got 20 finishes. Great victory from Luke Cooper. He just wasn't really challenged, was he, in the race? Although lap time-wise, I think he needs to be wary, certainly of Jonathan Brown in race 2.
Well, I think so. I mean, I think he'll be disappointed not to have picked up the fastest lap point because really he knows it's going to be a tight fight with Felix Fisher this season. He'll have wanted every point that he can get. If Jonathan Brown can, make a good start to the second race later on, I think we could be in for a real corker there because he has set some times there that nobody else has matched this season by a long way in race conditions. A 10.297. Really good effort from Jonathan Brown. As we say, former Ford Festival winner, so he's got some pedigree behind him. Although I think that was a bit of a shock result when he won that, to be honest. Anyway, sounds like We're almost ready to go down to Josh, aren't we, Chris?
Not just yet.
Not
I can see he's down there, just so that we can see the cameras. Nice one, Luke Cooper says Drewster Originals. Zen Monkey Clothing, great race. Well done, Matt. Matt Hallam, sponsored by Zen Monkey Clothing, and absolutely did brilliantly well. Class B winner Nathan Ward, Lucy Marie Smith, his better half, I'm going to say, Lucy, supporting there. But as Dan Blake Racing says, fantastic Formula Ford action as ever. And therefore, we need to go down to the victor. A fantastic victory from Luke Cooper. Well done, mate. Down to you, Josh.
Thanks, Chris. Well done, Luke. That's probably easier than you were expecting.
Yeah, it was a lot easier than the last two here, definitely. But I got the gap on the end of the first lap and was just focusing on maintaining the gap after that. It certainly wasn't easy, but I was pushing it every lap. But easier than most Formula Ford races.
Yeah, because I guess that fastest lap point's always important. You couldn't quite get there because the other guys all slipstreaming one another, and you obviously had no one to tow with.
Yeah, every point counts, but taking the win is the most important.
And Felix only finished 5th, though, for the championship. That's a perfect result, really.
Very good for the championship, yeah.
And lots of racing in this short part of the season for you. I guess you've done a bit of national racing as well as
I did the first round of the national championship. Didn't really have the budget to do both, but the second round of the national championship got cancelled anyway. So we're focusing on Combe, and it's going very well so far.
Well done. And I guess later on, perhaps it might be a bit more of a slipstream in action.
Yeah, it's very difficult to break the tow. I was lucky this time where they were all battling. Yeah. It's not going to be so easy in the next one.
Because it shows how important qualifying can be in these races.
Yeah, getting a break is so difficult, but it's really difficult to catch it back up once someone's got a break.
So well done and good luck for later on.
Thank you.
If we get Bryce over here. Bryce Aaron, who took 2nd place. They was catching Luke towards the end, but that first lap, Bryce, you just let Luke get away, didn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of what it came down to in the end. It had really good pace. The car felt really good. I have to thank everybody at Dempsey for giving me, an amazing car. But unfortunately, at the start, just didn't have the greatest of starts. Bogged down a little bit, and fell back to 3rd and had the battle with David for a little bit. And then I got clear, but it was already too late. Still a lot of fun.
Because I guess really you're still gaining experience all the time. Luke's been racing his cars for a lot longer than you have.
Definitely, yeah. Gaining experience with every race, especially over here. The competition's very good. So each lap, each session, getting a little bit more experience, gaining a little bit more, and trying to come faster and faster.
And I think your first race over here was at the festival last year.
Correct, yes. Last October, I did the festival of Oldfield.
And I guess you're very happy with your progress since then.
Yeah. I've been progressing a lot, and I got hands down to Cliff. Dempsey, who's been doing a lot of driver coaching, Matt Scheuer, James Theodore, Andy Lowe. It's just been, thanks to them, I've been able to really progress. And then hopefully, looking for more in the second race, but definitely enjoying it.
What is it that you decided that UK was the place to race?
I think after doing 1600s in America, I was looking forward to what's the hardest thing I can do, and for the price and budget that I have going to a season. So just looking at the UK scene, I just said, definitely, competition-wise, it looks really, really good. So that's kind of what drove me to decide to come race here.
And obviously the season started a bit late, but you've been getting plenty of racing. You raced at Brands Hatch yesterday in the national championship as well.
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun. We've been doing the national championship. Our first round was at Olton for the national. And then we were actually at Brands Hatch for the champion of brands on the Grand Prix circuit, which was a lot of fun. And yes, been enjoying it a lot.
And what do you think of the Castle Combe Circuit?
Like it a lot, really fast, really quick, especially with the hairpins. You have to be accurate or, it'll bite, which I've learned in my first time here. But no, enjoy it a lot. It's really good, really fast, which is what I enjoy about it.
Well done and good luck for later.
Thank you.
And then 3rd was Jonathan Brown. John O'Brown took 3rd place. You did lots of overtaking in that race, but I guess you'd rather be a little bit higher up.
Yeah, I think unfortunately qualifying we started too far back, and then I just got up to 3rd and then made a mess of it, so I had to make it back up again.
So you found some good overtaking spots around the track?
Yeah, definitely. I like turn 1.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I think you starting a bit further up later on?
Yeah, I think we're starting 3rd next time, so hopefully we can run with Luke. I think we had really good pace that time. So
you got the fastest lap, 1 minute 10.2, about 3 or 4 attempts quicker than the others.
Oh, that's cool. We'll try use that again, and see where we end up.
Back in Formula Fords this year, I think you got the F4 prize test over the winter, but I guess that's too big of a budget from the Formula Fords.
Yeah, to be honest, I really wanted to do another year in Formula Ford just to complete the learning process. And the guys, I have a really good bond with the guys here, and they give me good facilities to race at the front. So felt no need to change it just yet.
The last time I saw you race was the Formula Ford Festival, and that went quite well. I guess you'll be looking to do that again in the Water Haze at the end of the year.
Well, yeah, we're looking to do it every race.
Yeah.
I want that festival trophy back. I want national title. I want the Walter Hayes too. But it's going to be hard. But we're in a perfect position to do it all. So if everything goes our way, then we'll be walking away very, very happy at the end of the season.
Have you raced here at Combe before?
Once, like over 2 years ago. I haven't been back since. So straight into qualifying today was a bit of a thrown in the deep end, but I think we came out all right.
Quite a different track to other ones you've raced at?
Yeah, it's a bit more old school. It's very different. You got to carry a lot of minimum, especially through the chicanes, and the barriers are so close, so it keeps you on edge the whole time.
Enjoyable though?
Yeah, no, I really like the last turn in particular. Is very fast. I like that one. So it's a good track. It's good for racing too. So it makes it hard for us drivers to pull away.
Well done and good luck for later on.
Thank you very much.
So third place, Jonathan Brown. Second, Bryce Aaron. The winner, Luke Cooper. Fantastic race there, though, Chris, as we kind of expect with the Formula Fords.
Yeah, they never fail to deliver, do they? Absolutely. It's good to hear the enthusiasm. So thank you for that, Josh, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Okay.
So you may have noticed it yourself, Ian, is that they've only recently realised that there's oil all the way up and over Avon Rise, round Quarry, and possibly, and I can't remember what he said, but possibly part way down towards you as well.
Well,
so we have another slight delay.
Yeah, well, I wonder if that's connected with the Chris Warden car that was stopped
that would make sense.
Then, because I can see the marshals working their way down the farm straight, sort of roughly the position where that car would stop. So maybe that was the one that was putting out oil. I was going to say, I don't think there could have been oil out for much of that race because of the times that Jonathan Brown was doing.
No chance. No, it was incredibly quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, it was brilliant to see. Fair play to Low Dempsey Racing boys. They were really going incredibly quick there, and be interested to see what they do a little bit later. Sadly, we got the odd little update coming in. Adrian Slade says he's not doing race 2 as he's got low oil pressure under braking and he can't risk the new engine. So that's a real shame. Lewis Bird confirmed that his dad is retiring from the second race due to either crankshaft oil seal or gearbox output shaft oil seal failure. Crikey, that's a mouthful, isn't it? So there's one or two that are sadly falling by the wayside. There's at least one that's not in this saloons, I'm afraid to say, and that's Rob Ballard, who got hit off into the barriers, I think, up at Quarry Corner, sadly, and yet he'd been going well up until that point as well. So doesn't look like they've managed to sort it. I think he knew that was going to be the case. The radiator and things like that at the front were all damaged from it. But a real huge shame. Unsurprising to see some great support there in the comments coming in. And again, welcome to everybody if you're just joining us. And great to see your support and your comments coming in for your favourite drivers, your favourite teams, your favourite cars, your favourite championships and series that's out there as well. And we're only part way through. As you say, that was actually the first race that was a championship fight, wasn't it? Because the others had been either the one-off or a series. This next one is a championship, the saloons, and of course that is the Samco Sport saloons. He says, as he remembers, he has to change the banner at the bottom to, there we go, the Castle Combe Racing Club 2020 Saloon Car Championship, sponsored by Samco Sport. And let's just quickly, here we go, Celeste. Thanks for that, Celeste. Much appreciated. That is Adam Preble's better half. Definitely better half. Adam and Gary changed their tyres again. Hopefully better. Good luck, boys. And I don't know if you heard this earlier, Ian, is that they both put on different tyres. Look at that. It's Tom Davis. Look, Tom Davis is here.
Here's the man himself.
Oh, hang on. What we got here? Let me just I'll pause myself on that a second and see what he's saying. Let me just mute myself just in case. You can't trust Davis, can you?
No, it's for the best, I think. We'll hear a bit more about what the Prebbles have been up to in a moment with Chris. But certainly Adam is the driver that's leading the championship at the moment. He is 3 points clear of Mark Sutton. So Adam, who has had 2 wins, Mark has had a win and 2 second places within Class C. But I don't think anyone really has strung together 4 results out of 4 races so far this year, which is Which is quite something. Chris, you're back with us.
I am sorry about that. It was
That's
that
all right.
VP Racing Fuels are down there and they're involved with us, and I've just been given some merch from VP Racing Fuels. I've got to wear that next time because it's great news. They have stumped up. Of course, that new smell. They are the title sponsor of the finals day in September. Those 2 race days.
Excellent.
And so hopefully, who knows? We're still hopeful that we may have spectators watch this space, and they'll be selling their merchandise there as well. And it is nice merch, I tell you. It really is good stuff. So I'm chuffed that I've got some as well. Although it's quite cute, is that Tom apologised. He says, "I got you a big one. I hope a very large one. I hope that's okay." He's like, "I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I locked down well." But sorry, I started telling you, Ian, that the Prebles changed to both of them went onto a new, totally different, and I don't know the details, which is probably just as well because it's plausible deniability then. Different tyres.
Right.
And you'll see that they're in 4th and 5th on the grid. Have you ever heard of that?
No, that is quite something, isn't it?
So they've got rid of those tyres and they've gone back to their previous one.
I'm not surprised.
Thank you very much for that, Celeste. Much appreciate that. Let me just see. I'm afraid there's not a lot I can do about this, but Dave Hardiman says, "Hey, Dawsey, slight lag watching you from the safety car today." I assume he means time-wise rather than it being a lag as in negative, but who knows? If you could kindly try and commentate 10 seconds ahead of the action, it should sort it out. So that's what we got to do now, is we got to commentate 10 seconds before it happens. Is that all right?
There's a chance we might get it right, I suppose. Actually, may not make much difference, actually, which is slightly worrying. But okay, we'll do our best. 10 seconds ahead.
That'll be good.
Get my crystal ball out.
Exactly, yeah. Ben Hindle says, "Have fun, Saloon guys. Wish I was there with you." And I hear you might be coming back soon, Ben. That would be good. Howard R.M. Burnett. QC, I don't know. That just sounds like I should have a QC on the end of that. Want to wish Darren Duffield a good finish in the Hot Hatches Day, racing his awesome PVE Mini from all the Burnetts in Western. Definitely. And he was going well until he ran out of fuel. And hence he said, more fuel this time. I mean, he was going amazing, wasn't he?
He was going really well. He was ahead of Stephen Jensen, and Stephen's been in great form this season. So to run out of fuel, a lap and a half from the checkered flag, and that's gutting, especially when you realise that it's probably your own mistake as well. That's contributed to that.
Yes.
That's gutting, isn't it?
I mean, I guess he's new to it, so they're probably learning that car and the fuel. They probably used a lot more fuel than last time because he was fighting for the lead, so it was good.
Possibly so.
Dan Blake, one of our local boys, really, but he races in the 5 Club MX5 races. He's looking forward to racing here at the end of September. Full grid of 42 expected. That's under your banner, isn't it? The 750.
Yeah. So we've got a few 750 Motor Club races at the next meeting. I'm not
but
here,
not you,
but not me. Josh is here to look after the 750 side of things. But we've got the 5 Club MX5 Cup. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge that will have a big grid as well. We had a full grid of 34, I think it was, at Brands a fortnight ago. And also they're the low costs as well. They're a late addition because they're meeting at Anglesey, sadly cancelled because of the restrictions still in place in Wales. So I know that Giles, our competitions manager at 750 Motor Club, got on the phone to Steve Weston, and Steve said, "Yeah, I've got some track time you can have, and we've got a slot for the low costs as well." And they're always great fun around here. So watch out for those in 3 weeks' time, isn't it?
Good to see. Looking forward to that. Stuart Tinker-Taylor from the Camp Soft Course says, "Great first race for the Fuffers. Roll on race 2. I think Ian and I agree with that as well, to be honest with you. Tim Perry, one of the Orange Army. "Hi, boys, from Post 1. Dilly to the Orange Army, indeed." Peggy Spackman from Slip and Grip Automotive, ready to cheer on Team Spiller. That is because we got Dave Spiller in his Mini out in this one. And they are now making their way out onto the grid. So let's take you through the grid for this race as they come out to join us on the circuit. On the front row, pole position goes the way of number 1, Simon Thornton Norris, with a 112.122. Alongside him, the black Volkswagen Golf, number 50, Robert Ellick. Second row, Chris Rawlins in the red Volkswagen Golf, number 7, who did so well on the last race meeting. He'll be hoping for the same. Alongside him, though, is that stupidly quick white Vauxhall Astra, number 6, Adam Preble. His brother, number 3, loitering with massive intent in 91 on the third row, with Dave Scaramanga in the white Volkswagen Sirocco alongside him. Fourth row should have been number 6, Rob Ballard, and sadly, he's not there. Another one that seems to be missing, so it's an empty fourth row by the looks of it, should have been number 98, Mark Wyatt, in the very famous round, These Here Parts, the yellow Vauxhall Astra, but sadly, he's not out there by the looks of it. Row 5. Now, this is good to see that he's out there. 25, John Lannon, because Big John of Rock Valley Automotive said to me that that car had sort of gone up in smoke somewhere on the circuit, but he is definitely out there with a new car to the grid for us here, but not a new name. Number 39, James Blake, and is new to him, Seat Leon. I'm looking forward to this, but not as much as he is, because this has been a project for a little while. So that is on the 5th row. 6th row, 1, 2, 3, Peter Elliston, and 282, Dave Spiller. 7th row, 26, Mark Sutton, second only to Adam Preble in the championship standings at the moment. Alongside him, 67, Terry Thorne. Row 8 is the brothers, 23, Stuart Hignall, and number 28, Chris Hignall. And then bringing up the rear is on the 9th row, 133, Lewis Fiddies. And that is how you pronounce it, by the way, because I asked him. Think of plural of Fidicent. All right, so it's Louis Fiddies. And 88, Chaz Riles, who's the boss of iTech Racing, actually, and he's out there in one of the iTech Racing MG ZRs. So that is the grid. It should have been 18. It's 16 with the demise of row 4. But the green flag is waved, and they're on the way out. It might not be the numbers that we're necessarily used to, Ian, but my goodness, is it still a fantastic-looking grid, and one that you know is going to be full of excitement.
Absolutely right. I mean, some great-looking cars on the grid, including some that are new to us, which is wonderful to see. And your intrigue here as well, because you have got the Prebles starting a little bit further back than they normally would do. And Gary's just had, I think, one finish so far this year, which he won. That was the first race at the last meeting. Let's see what he can do from 5th on the grid.
Look at that, Ian. Look at that.
That's spectacular, isn't it?
All the way around Quarry, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's at least the drivers are getting this green flag lap to sort of notice that that's there. I mean, actually, I noticed that most of them are going nowhere near it, although Gary Preble is sort of having a good old run over it, isn't he, to just perhaps see how much grip there actually is, which is important. That's one of the reasons you have a green flag lap. It's to learn where the grip is and get some heat in the tyres.
And we get to learn where not to panic when we see what we think is smoke going up into the air. Because it's not.
It's just a big cloud of dust, probably.
Exactly. We can stay calm.
we can indeed. So we've got Simon Thornton Norris heading round here. I mean, he's had a checkered season so far, hasn't he? 2 class wins and 2 DNFs so far this year. Still leads Class B, though. But 9 points behind in the overall championship. I think in 5th position, equal 5th position at the standings. Twice champion, of course. So can he hold on in that Class B car up front?
You can't put anything past him, can you? That's the thing.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, this morning
logic says no, but logic doesn't seem to feature in saloon racing, does it? Really?
it doesn't. I mean, he was only less than a 10th. I think if I'm right in reading that, faster than anyone else in qualifying this morning. 0.76 seconds. Ahead of Ellick, and then Chris Rawlings 0.2 seconds behind Thornton Norris. Of course, there's the 4 different classes, although I think we only got Chris Hignall representing Class D today, unfortunately. Just the smallest class.
Yeah, I mean, but we've enjoyed a couple of good fights between the two brothers, although Stuart Hignall in his Citroen Saxo Team Blast Motorsport run is Class C, and as you say, Chris Hignall in the Team Blast Motorsport Peugeot 106 is Class D. One's a 1600, one's a 1400, but they still seem to get involved in fights, although I think it's just when Stuart's slowed up with a slight issue, to be fair, because that's quite a big difference in engine size, isn't it, to be fair?
It is. But yes, there have been evenly matched on occasion this year. So there we are. Gary Preble lining up 5th on the grid. We don't see that very often, do we?
We don't. I mean, I think that they've got both he and Adam have got to learn something, a little bit of patience here, haven't they, to come through from that. And I don't know if they know the word, to be fair, but we'll wait and see. So the last couple of cars moving into their positions. Chaz Riles, the last one in the 88 car, just getting into place. There goes the green flag at the back. So we look towards the gantry. 5-second board has been given. And wait for the lights to go up. And engine notes are rising. They're being held. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights. There goes the 4th. The 5th light is on. The engine notes at their max. And long hold. Off go the lights. Everybody behaved brilliantly there. Adam Preble's got a great start. He's up into 3rd. He's up into 2nd. Ellick's in the lead in the black Golf. Gary Preble's going slow. Gary Preble's got a problem, as has Stuart Hignell in 23, is slowing. Now Gary Preble's going, but we thought he was going to be bad from 5th on the grid. He's got to do even more. But Adam Preble into the lead ahead of Ellick in the black Volkswagen Golf, but Stuart Hignell is against the pit wall down here, being pushed by the marshals.
That's a shame, but a very good start then from Adam Preble to get up into the lead. Bit of dust being kicked up as we thought it might be. Let's see what Gary Preble can do as well. At the start of the last race, he had a turbo link pipe problem, which sidelined him there, but he's already made up about 4 or 5 positions here. But it's Adam Preble leading. Rob Ellick is second. In 3rd place, it's the number 7 car of Christopher Rawlings, another Golf. 4th is the pole position man Simon Thornton Norris, and Dave Scaramanga is 5th. And I reckon by the time he gets to Tower Corner, Gary Preble is going to be back up to 7th place. He was basically last but 1, wasn't he, when they left the grid, Chris? But Adam Preble it is that's leading from 4th position on the grid. Great start from him. He's heading back towards you already.
Yeah, here he comes with a very comfortable lead now, and he just needs to build that to a point where he can then just click it into comfort mode, I think. But Robert Ellick, well, the 2 TSR Golfs are joined together. Robert Ellick, number 50, in the black one, just ahead of number 7, Chris Rawlings. Simon Thornton Norris not looking comfortable there. He's down into 4th from his pole position. Dave Scaramanga in no man's land, but Gary Preble, goodness me, that 91 car, whatever the issue at the start, has gone because he's flying, although it was a big old pop and bang as he came across the start-finish straight. Hopefully that's just some excited noises from the car.
Fingers crossed, but he's certainly there. He's on the farm straight now as his brother Adam heads into Old Paddock for the 2nd time in this 15-lap race. Adam in the Astra, twice a winner this season. Ellick and Rawlings there, 2nd and 3rd. 4th now is Thornton Norris. 5th is Scaramanga, but for how much longer? Because down towards Tower Corner, Gary Preble's right with him, as you can see there. He's going to stick behind him, I think. He's going to try and go around the outside, is he? No, it's too far back to make that work at Tower Corner. So I suspect Gary Preble will try and attack into Camp Corner to try and get 5th position away from Dave Scaramanga. Chris, what do you reckon?
Well, I'm looking now. He's coming down. Is he? Yes, he's looking up the inside. Here he goes. He's thrown it well and truly up the inside. I think, to be fair, Dave Scaramanga knew that was only a matter of time, and he did not shut the door. I wouldn't say he was completely over to the other side, but he didn't slam that door shut. I'm impressed I said that without sounding camp that time. I normally shut that door, but yeah, he's through. So through goes Gary Preble up into 5th place. And I don't think that Scaramanga is going to have an answer. But Simon Thornton Norris seems to have it cranked back up again on the back of Rawlings, I see.
Yep, he has. He has indeed. He's having a look down the inside, but there's not really a gap there on the way into the S's. So he decides that discretion is the better part of valour. So Adam Preble pulling away in the lead. Rob Ellick 2nd. Chris Rawlings 3rd. Simon Thornton Norris in 4th. But he carries a lot more speed out of Old Paddock than does Rawlings. And he will try and outbrake him into Tower Corner, but no, he's still behind there, so still in 4th place. And he's got Thornton also will be conscious now that he's got Gary Preble bearing down on him in 5th position. Be interesting to see the lap time this time for Gary Preble when he's had this clear lap, really, because the first 2 laps he's been fighting his way through traffic.
It's a big gap between the 2 TSR Golfs now. Ellick in 2nd place. Robert Ellick there, comfortably in 2nd place. Chris Rawlings has fallen away. I don't know whether that's a slight issue for that red number 7 this time round. He's into the clutches of Simon Thornton Norris. Let's have a look at Gary Preble. 112.174. Still not where I'd expect to see that car. Wouldn't you agree, though, lap time-wise?
Yeah, I agree. Not quite there yet, is it? Best lap of the race, a 10.8 from Adam Preble, 10.881 on the previous lap. And he's coming down towards me now. I can see that Gary Preble's now got his headlamps on, so that's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it? To try and scare people out of the way. But I'm sure Thornton, Norris and Rawlings won't be fazed by that. As the Seat Leon hares past me down towards Tower Corner. Dave Scaramanga is there in 6th. It's a long way back then to 7th position. That's where you find the 1-2-3 car, which is Peter Elliston. So he's made up a few places from his starting position. And then John Lannon, you mentioned him in the build-up. He's there next up. And then it's the James Blake Seat. Nice, bright yellow car in 9th place. But lead us back with you.
Yeah, good to see. He's got that car out. He's been trying to get that out for a little while. Apparently, Gary Preble looking up the inside in towards Camp Corner of Simon Thornton Norris, not quite managing to do it. And that nimble car just able, interestingly, to get the power on a lot earlier coming out of Camp Corner onto the start-finish straight through Folly, heading up Avon Rise in towards Quarry Corner for the 5th time. But Gary Preble has certainly shown his intent. He wants to get past. And I thought he was about to launch one up the inside there, but 3 abreast. Sorry, 3 line astern even.
Yeah, down the farm straight they go. Preble only a length or 2 back from Thornton Norris here. Last time through, Rawlings actually just ahead of them did his personal best lap of the race, a 1:12.498. Now, Preble here has carried good speed out of Old Paddock. Can he use this to good effect? Flicks of flame out of the back of that Seat. But no, he can't make a move there at Tower Corner. So he's got to wait for another opportunity. Making their way through Bobby's and back towards you once again, Chris.
Wow, that's just so quick how they come round to us. Certainly Adam's loving those tyres that he's got on there. I'm just trying to remind myself, what did Adam did a 1:13 in qualifying. He's now done a 1:10.8. I think he likes these tyres a bit more, don't you?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
But you would never credit that it would make that much difference, would you? I mean, Gary, I'm sure, is doing very, very different. What did Gary do? He did a 1:13 as well, and he's down into the 1:12, so still not fully comfortable.
Part of it will be in the setup, won't it? Because they'll have the car set up to run on the tyres that they've been used to and not on some different tyres. And I'm sure, given a bit more time, they would get down to similar kinds of times or close to them, but they'd need to change the setup of the car to make it work with those tyres. First and second have gone through, but third, fourth and fifth right together now. You can just see them in shot at the moment, and it's a bit close this time, and Thornton Norris dives to the right, but Rawlings covers that one, and Thornton Norris went to the left as well and found his way blocked there. Preble's going to try and go around the outside. It's a long, long way, and I don't think he's going to make that work. No, he's not, as they head out of Tower and up to Bobby's once again. It's all single file through that part of the circuit, but they can try and fan out again now, Chris, as they head towards you for the 6th time.
Yep, here is now. They're picking their way through traffic is the key thing to be aware of. And Gary Preble launches it up the inside of Simon Thornton Norris. That was a bit more elbows out from Gary Preble. He's decided he's had enough of hanging around there. I think Simon Thornton Norris was a little bit caught by surprise on that one. Didn't think that Gary would do it. I think they're so wary of Chris Rawlings ahead of them, trying to work out when's the best place to make a move. I'm going to be interested with this, is that Gary Preble's probably thinking that Chris Rawlings had a moment with his mate Rob Ballard in the qualifying session. What is Gary Preble going to do? I don't think he's going to take any prisoners now. And Chris Rawlings got a bad run through traffic, didn't he?
He did. So Preble's right with him now. Just to say for Dave Spiller fans, he looked to be a bit slow past me. Oh, and now Rob Ellick's got a problem. Rob Ellick right past me has got a problem. I think he was struggling to get it into a gear. He's got it back into gear now, but that means that he's lost a couple of seconds. And now Rawlings has Preble. Does he get Gary Preble down the inside? Not quite, but certainly very close between those three. But just ahead of them, it's Rob Ellick, second place man. He was, I think, struggling to find a gear briefly past me in the old Paddock commentary box. And there you can see the gap from second to third does appear to have come down, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well to manage that, hasn't he? As Adam Preble crosses the line for the 7th time, that he's not under pressure yet, but it certainly has got a lot smaller. There he goes through there. I can't tell whether there's an issue there or not. Chris Rawlings in that 3rd place. He's going defensive all the way through Folly. He know that Gary Preble and Simon Thornton Norris has got a good run through Folly. They're heading up Avon Rise towards Quarry. And I thought that Simon Thornton Norris was going to have a bit of an issue, a bit of a challenge there. But in fact, they're all trying to close in on poor Chris Rawlings there in the red, who's not showing on the screen. So he's obviously got a transponder issue. Yeah,
looks like it. But back down towards they come. Alec, about 2 seconds clear of the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle. Different lines being taken by the drivers through Old Paddock. Thornton Norris almost has to dab on the brakes there, coming out of Old Paddock to avoid colliding with the back of Gary Preble. He was carrying that much speed out of the corner, out of Old Paddock, was Simon Thornton Norris in their car, but it still looks so unwieldy, that little Mitsubishi Colt, but it is an absolute rocket, isn't it, that car? Out of Bobby's they come, back towards you again, Chris.
Yeah, and Gary Preble's sniffing one side, sniffing the other of Chris Rawlings. Chris Rawlings just keeps himself in the middle of the circuit. Gary Preble's not been able to put up the inside. That suddenly compromises him slightly. Simon Thornton Norris trying. Chris Rawlings goes tight on the exit there. Gary Preble towards the left as they go towards Folly. Simon Thornton Norris is trying to stick behind Chris Rawlings. They get past a back marker that probably just panicked, thinking, how do I stay out of the way of this? Gary Preble's done it. Is he going to hold it up over Avonrise in towards Quarry? I think. But then Chris Rawlings has got the inside. He's not been able to come back at him. Gary Preble's up a place.
Yeah, up to 3rd position then. And don't forget, he was pretty much flat last as he left the grid. But he's well and truly in this race now. The thing is, he's got 2.8 seconds to make up on Ellick, who again is struggling for a gear at this part of the circuit. So I reckon he's got, it wasn't just a one-off issue, it was a definite gearbox issue that he now has, because he's really struggling for a gear, certainly at this part of the circuit, on more than one occasion. And Gary Preble is very near the back of the black Golf now. What are we on? Lap number 9, so more than halfway through this race. Gary Preble could certainly go for 2nd here, but he's, 7 seconds behind his brother Adam at the moment?
Yeah, I think that's got to be a big ask, and they just need to see it through. But yeah, already Gary Preble closed not quite onto the back of Ellick, but that black Golf, a big understeer through Camp Corner there. The front end just did not want to steer, and that has compromised him all the way onto the straight. Folly now. Gary Preble trying to find a way. He's carried that speed onto the straight. Great move. He's side by side with Ellick, and Ellick's going to have the inside line for Quarry Corner, but surely that's going to be too big an ask with the speed differentiation up into 2nd. There goes the 2 Prebles leading the way.
And Thornton Norris not too far behind, getting 4th place away from Chris Rawlings there either. So Adam Preble leading past me on lap 10 of this race. He's done the best lap of the race, a 1:10.881. That's the best lap of the season so far in this Samco Sport Castle Combe Saloon Car Championship. 2nd is his brother Gary Preble. 3rd is Rob Ellick, number 50. 4th then is Chris Rawlings. He's in the number 7 car, and then 5th is Simon Thornton Norris, number 1. Dave Scaramanga still 6th. Just to let you know, Class C being led by John Lannon. Class D, of course, by Chris Hignall. Lead us back towards you, though, about to complete lap 10.
Yeah, Adams across and done it. Gary Preble in that 2nd place. Ellick's still with him, to be fair. But again, massive understeer through Camp, which then compromises speed all the way down the straight, all the way up till Quarry. Simon Thornton Norris has got a good run, looking towards the outside at Folly. Now the switcheroo, but Chris Rawlings is doing a fabulous job, is that he just comes out and sits in the middle. He doesn't move and go defensive. But again, Thornton Norris looking to what's going to be the outside. He's got him. He's managed to power past him, heading up Avonrise.
Great stuff that from Thornton Norris. Of course, he's leading Class B anyway. Not got too much opposition there in Class B, but he's up to 4th place overall now as well. Meanwhile, Adam Preble has just lapped the 10th place driver. That's Dave Spiller, who is still circulating, although he doesn't quite look to be at full chat today, but he's still there in 10th position overall. 2nd now behind Adam Preble is Gary Preble. 3rd is Rob Ellick. 4th is Simon Thornton Norris. So I guess Thornton Norris, we're looking to get an overall podium out of this. If we can get past another Golf. There's Adam Preble already out of Bobby's, I think, Chris.
He is. He's starting to come down towards Camp now. The thing I love about Simon Thornton Norris, he doesn't care about it being Class B, so being sensible. He just wants a race. Ellick's a long way back behind Gary Preble now, falling into the clutches of Simon Thornton Norris. This is where we've seen him understeer massively, and he's now and he just stops before the grass there, but the handling on that Golf does not look great. And you can imagine, Ian, is that the speed that he loses sort of like drifting wide with massive understeer. And in fact, Simon Thornton Norris is going to get him because he's a sitting duck all the way up to Quarry, really, isn't he?
He is, yeah, he's done it. So, and he's now about to lap that Dave Spiller Mini as well. That's still there in 10th place. And of course, Thornton Norris is just, about to go past him now. But they've all gone past the Mini. So then you've got the 2 Golfs. neck and neck. No recurrence of those gearbox issues, if that's what they were for Rob Ellick on the last couple of laps he's been through Old Paddock. So he's still there in 4th place. Just looking to see what other battles we might have. Actually, everyone else seems to have been reasonably good at separating themselves apart from their opposition. So the best battle is the one that's still on screen there, I think, for 3rd place.
Potentially, it could be another battle because Dan Blake was the first one that notified me of this, is that Adam Preble's lap time's considerably slower, and you may notice that the lead gap is down to just 2.5 seconds between Adam Preble, number 66, the championship leader, don't forget, so he needs to keep this. Gary Preble, 91, in 2nd place, is closing in on him at an absolute rate of knots.
Absolutely, 2.5 seconds the difference, and that is despite Adam Preble, we think, getting the lap record. We think that 10.881, 1 minute 10.881, is more than a second underneath the previous lap record. So that could be something to keep an eye on. But now it's Gary that's flying. He's just done an 11.6, his personal best lap of the race, to get to within 2.5 seconds. They're turning their way through Tower Corner. What have they got? 2 laps to go at the end of this one. I reckon that unless there's a problem for Adam, Gary might well just run out of time here to get through. But he's certainly giving it his all, which is it's really been quite something.
It is, but they're picking their way through traffic where Chaz Riles has got past Chris Hignall now. Those two are having a great fight. Chaz does a good job staying out of the way of the first Preble, now the second Preble. That gap is down massively. That did not look quick from Adam Preble. He's back to 113s instead of 114s, but bearing in mind, he's done that 110. What has he got left? 2 laps to go, so this is his penultimate lap, but Gary Preble has closed right in on the back of him. You know there's going to be no brotherly love of going, well, no, I'm not going to get involved. Not a chance. Look at these two coming towards you, glued together.
And if anything, possibly Adam Preble's Astra does have a problem because he, as you say, has been slower. He's been nearly 2.5 seconds or so slower than he has been in the early part of this. And Gary Preble just slides up the inside there. He's gone through Old Paddock. Through he goes into the lead. Can Adam try and fight back? He's not going to give up here. They're back alongside one another as they go through Hammer Down. It's going to be Adam Preble on the inside line for the right-hander at Tower Corner. Can he go back through? Yes, he can. Adam Preble retakes the lead from his brother. He lost it at Old Paddock. He got it back by Tower Corner. This race has got 1 lap left to run, Chris, and it is not over yet.
Oh, my word. I mean, that looked like, a problem for Adam Preble's Astra. And what a fight back that is. Now, what is going to happen here? Down towards camp, it's still Adam Preble that's done it. Has he sort of just realised, oh, my gosh, that's Gary coming back at me. He's there sort of nursing that along. There's some pop bangs. I couldn't tell you which one that was from, but they're both looking quick. Bit of a puff of smoke as they turn right from Gary Preble's car, which can't have been a lockup. So I just wonder whether the bodywork, just as he sort of compresses on the left-hand side as he flicks right. But at the moment, Adam Preble's got it by about 2 or 3 car lengths, interestingly.
He has, but they're heading towards Old Paddock. This is where Gary got it on the previous lap, but this time there's traffic. There's Mark Sutton, who keeps well out of the way, and I think, is that John Lannon as well? No, it's one of the other cars. And Preble's done it. He's gone around the outside. Gary Preble, that is around the outside of Adam there at Old Paddock this time. He's gone back into the lead. And Adam Preble is a few lengths behind. I think he possibly does have a bit of a problem because this time he's not able to fight back. He's about 4 lengths behind as they go through Tower Corner. And it looks like Gary Preble, flicking flame from his exhaust as he goes, is going to win this one, Chris, out of Bobbies for the final time.
Well, it certainly keeps the championship alive, if nothing else. Simon Thornton Norris in 3rd. And as Dan Blake said, look at the smoke coming out of Simon Thornton Norris. So he's got to nurse that Class B leading car back. But here comes Gary Preble from stone last after a problem at the start. Takes the victory, punches in delight. Adam Preble just crosses the line ahead of Simon Thornton Norris. Definitely a problem for that Astra, a 116 that last time round. But Simon Thornton Norris may have had smoke, but in fairness, he's still matching his best times, albeit sort of like half a second in it. That doesn't tend to be an issue. In 4th place, a great job there for number 7, Chris Rawlins. Where is Ellick? He has crossed the line. Car number 50, he has crossed the line. And Adam Preble's actually pulled off onto the grass at the end of the pit lane here, by the way, Ian. So definitely an issue for that Astra. There we can see it on the left-hand side of the picture. What a shame.
Yeah. Well, it was, wasn't it? And you do just wonder if, because he was battling with his brother, Gary there, that he was even more determined to keep going, and maybe there's a problem with the car that was showing its hand a little bit earlier on, and let's just hope that he's not risked any further damage to that car for the second race by battling on with brother Gary there. But it was a great race, a great drive from Gary. We know he's capable of that kind of thing, but to come back and get past his brother twice in the closing 2 laps, that was really quite a race, although we do think the Astra had some problems towards the end there.
Definitely. We got, like you say, we got to hope that he's able to get that back out again. The last couple, or the last car, is it the last car? It's Thorne, number 67, because the others were lapped, takes the checkered flag. So it is 91. Gary Preble in the Seat Leon Cupra takes the victory, which also, of course, gives him Class A honours, just ahead of his brother. Adam Preble, number 66, nursed it home into second place despite a valiant fight back, or attempted fight back, but it just couldn't last. That half a lap extra, that's all he needed. Third place and Class B honours goes to number 1, last year's champion, Simon Thornton Norris. In fourth, number 7, great fight there from Chris Rawlins, just ahead of his teammate, number 50, Robert Ellick, who clearly also had an issue in that black Volkswagen Golf. Hopefully they can get that sorted. Sixth, car number 2 is Dave Scaramanga. In 7th place, the Class C winner, number 25, John Lannon. Great job for the Rock Valley Automotive Run car. In 8th place, number 39, his first time out in that Seat Leon is great to see James Blake. He'll be delighted with that one, and he's got to grow in confidence. 9th, number 123, Peter Elliston in his Volkswagen Golf GTI. Hard to miss that one with the Dayglow orange against the black. Great job for the 282 car of Dave Spiller. The Mini, he comes home in 10th place. 11th, number 67, and second in Class B for the Fiesta of Terry Thorne. Mark Sutton, second in Class C. So he was second in the championship run-ins, but that is probably a bit frustrating for him to come second in Class C. Third in Class C and 13th on the road, Chaz Riles, number 88. Stuart Hignell, 14th in number 20. Chris Hignell in number 28, and takes Class D honours. And a great debut there, number 15, number 1 through 3, Louis Fiddy. Fiddies, in his MG ZR. So what a fantastic race. And we get to do it all again a little bit later. Hopefully all of them do anyway.
We do indeed. And actually just looking at those lap times then, so as I say, Adam Preble 10.881 smashes the lap record there, but Gary Preble was under the old lap record as well, an 11.6, and so too was Simon Thornton. Obviously did a 12.125, which is under the overall lap record, and just checking, yeah, that's nearly a second underneath his own lap record from Class B as well. So some really good lap times there today. I guess it is just about perfect conditions. It's dry, it's cool, ideal conditions for lap records this today.
Yeah, I mean, the temperature's dropped, if anything else, I can tell at the moment. Gerald Howell says, fantastic race and fantastic coverage. Great substitute for not being there. Great work, guys. And Paul Wiltshire makes a great point. Who needs F1 racing with racing like this? Don't say that to Gary. He'll love that. But he is down there ready for the race. I said, Josh, down to you.
I haven't got long, Chris. Come on.
Thanks, Chris. Gary, that race was a little bit more dramatic than the hot hatches.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened off the start. I just could not engage second for some reason. Ended up with a bag full of neutrals and then managed to click it into third. And obviously everyone saw I lost so much time. And then, I mean, Chris Rawlins was dangerously all over the place, to be honest. Too much weaving. But managed to pick him off and get through and chase after Adam. But I'm guessing he must have had a slight issue because he didn't seem to have any power off the corners, and one in particular lap was sort of gave a good nudge out of Bobby's and gave him a little boost. But I picked up, I don't know, it felt like a puncture. We need to look at that. There was a hell of a vibration and a shaking on the left-hand side, almost as if it had a flat tyre. So we haven't got long to turn it around. The boys need to have a quick look at that.
And of course, you've got another race to do in the middle.
Another race to do now. We've got to get back and get in the Honda.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you go.
Lovely. Thanks very much. Cheers.
And Simon Thornton Norris is second, one Class B, I should say, was third. Obviously, we haven't got Adam Preble as he's stopped. Simon, third position there. A very quick race, too. We had the lap record go from Adam, and I think you were going well, too, obviously, to get third.
Yeah, that was hard work. Fighting with the tyres for most of the race. They were too cold to start with, then they were too hot. Rear end was coming around at me all the time. I've got gearbox oil pouring out the bottom of my car right now, but we'll look at that in a bit. But yeah, good fun, really good. Some very not dodgy moves, but some very close moves where you had to yield, otherwise you're both going to be in the barrier. So, but apart from that, it was still clean. So yeah, good fun, enjoyable.
And sometimes in a saloon car race, you see the lap times drop away, but certainly you and Gary were flat out all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, my car was getting really bad towards the end, lacking grip, rear end coming round, just understeering into tower badly. Yeah, I mean, they're not as consistent as they were last time, I don't think. But yeah, we were still pushing on as hard as we could. I always felt I was closing to Gary and Adam and just needed a couple more laps. But in fairness, if I'd had a couple more laps, I'd have a DNF with a pool of oil under the car now. So yeah, it finished maybe at the right time.
Well done, and hopefully we'll see you here back later on.
Thank you very much.
Chris, if I've got time, there's class winners down here too. I heard the cars have gone out, but if we've got time, shall I talk to some more?
Go for it. If there's another one there, we'll probably only get one more, I'm afraid, I'd imagine.
We've got John Lannon, who won Class C, so we get John over here. Well done, class.
Josh, just quickly got to say is that his victory last week at last race meet meant that he actually proposed and got the answer yes from his now fiancée Sophie. Congratulations, John Lannon.
Thanks, Chris. We're already planning. 2022 is the date. Do you do any music? Do you do any live songs? Well, it's a similar story today though, because in qualifying the oil pouring out everywhere, and John's literally spent another 2 hours solid getting it back together to get us out for the race again. So basically, almost a carbon copy of last time.
But enjoyable race though out there for you?
Yeah, it felt good. A little bit slower than I probably should have been, but yeah, it felt good. Car felt good. Just got to work out where it's probably like maybe half a second off what it probably should be, but yeah, it felt really good. So yeah, just happy that it got to the end of the race.
Well, good luck for later. I hear the car's already going out for our next race. We'll head back to Chris.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Well done. Thank you for that. Yep, they are. They're making their way around. And I do apologise. We got a message from John Potter says aspect ratio makes the ARS, whatever that is, look 3 feet wide, unwatchable. Apologies. I hope you enjoyed the little bit you watched, but we'll all stay enjoying the racing. And I hope it's good enough for you. Remember, we're not trying to do a TV feed. This is to try and keep as much going for you guys as possible so that we can bring you the action. And with racing like that, what a way to do it. Chris Pearson sent me the photo saying, what a crazy race, wasn't it just? Right, the grid for this, and I need to do it quick because it's a rolling start. Front row, pole position, 41, Oliver Ball. Second, 112, Kevin Jones. Second row, 27, Bradley John. And great to see 23, Nigel Mustall here again alongside him on that second row. Third row, 21, Dominic Shepherd, although we need to check if he's there because he damaged the front end. And 138, Sasha Kakad, driver of the day last race meet. He's there on the third row. Fourth row, 24, Tony Bennett. 56, Alan Hamilton. I know Team Hamilton will be watching. Fifth row, 241, Lucky Carer, fresh off some great racing in the Ferraris at Donington Park over the weekend. Number 20, Tim Woodman alongside him. Row 6, last year's champ, 99, Jamie Sturgis. 81, Neil Greenland. Seventh row, 40, Jazz Sapra. 8, Kevin Bird. 175, Martin Thomason. 458 in a Ferrari 458, Alistair Fazekas on the 8th row. 9th row, 86, Jeremy Cook. 73, Michael Parsons. 10th row is 33, Paul Arbour, and 59, Del Brett. And then on the 11th row, 124, Sonny Gill, and 123, Alexander Baldwin. So what an array of cars, Ian.
Brilliant lineup, isn't it? Fantastic to see so many cars. I think we're going to have a really good race here. Lots of different types of machinery up front. Dominic Shepherd, I don't think he is there, unfortunately. You mentioned that damage he picked up. It was good to see that car back out in qualifying, though. Spectacular machine.
It really is, yeah. Sadly, just sort of missed his breaking point, apparently, he told Josh, and onto the marbles and lost it at Tower. Safety car is out of the way, and we're about to get this race underway, and it is going to be Ollie Ball's going to lead us across the line. Here he goes, and the Noble, though, gets a fantastic start. Kevin Jones sweeps around the outside for now, into the lead by the time he gets to Folly. Nigel Mustall up into third, just ahead of Bradley John in that big black with the blue and red stripes on that Mitsubishi Evo 9, up in towards Corey for the first time. What a great start there for Kevin Jones.
Fantastic stuff, wasn't it? A great getaway from him. He's ahead then of Ollie Ball as they head down towards the S's for the first time. It looks like Nigel Mustall there in the third position, I think. Then Bradley John fourth. And then it's Tony Bennett in fifth place, the white, red and blue car. Then it's the 138 car of Sasha Kakad, the Audi RS3, turning their way through Tower for the first time then. And it's Kevin Jones with a good few car lengths lead over Oliver Bull. Bull, who has won each of the last 3 rounds of the championship, of course, overall, and within Class A as well. Kevin Jones, not within the same class, though.
No, and it's good to see Kevin Jones back again with that beautiful Noble, and it looks like he's been doing some work on that car because that is quick. Ollie Bull has been setting the pace. Tony Bennett's about to make a move up on Bradley John now, up the inside, which means he's got ahead of Sasha Kakad. Those two were joined together in some amazing racing last time, and Sasha Kakad's actually got a good run there and is going to get past Tony Bennett. It's the usual thing with these GTs, Ian, isn't it? Strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit.
Oh, such a variety of cars as well. That's inevitable, really, isn't it? That's going to happen. You've got some real lightweight cars. You've got the Caterham type cars. You've got the Westfield of Alan Hamilton. You've got some much more heavyweight machine. You've got the tube frame car of Ollie Bull, which is just going past me now in 2nd position. And he's certainly not giving up the fight on the outright lead here because he's chasing Kevin Jones down towards Tower Corner that time, as you can see on the picture. Nigel Mustill in 3rd place in the Nissan GTR as well. Big red. That's a heavy old car, I shouldn't wonder. And then you've got Bradley John in the Mitsubishi Evo in 4th position. Out of Bob as they go, and back towards you for the 3rd time. 2nd time even.
I tell you what, keep an eye on a great fight that's taking place there. Lucky Carer in the orange, white and grey BMW, and last year's champion Jamie Sturgis out there in the Seat Leon. Those two are both battling out 1st and 2nd in Class D, and I know that Lucky Carer was looking forward to that fight. He asked me, is Jamie Sturgis in the race in the entry field tomorrow? And when I told him yes, he was really looking forward to that race. But they're trying to fight with Tim Woodman and Alan Hamilton as well at the moment. Again, the variety is wonderful.
Certainly is. So Kevin Jones back down towards me, Class C car, and Class A behind him in the shape of Oliver Bull, who leads the Class A championship. But it's Tony Bennett who has had an almost perfect record so far this season. Dropped 1 point, one fastest lap point within Class B. So he's at the top of the championship with 27 points. Oliver Bull's 24. Squeal of tyres from behind me, I think, was from Neil Greenland's car as he was coming through. But yeah, such is the pace. Leaders already back up towards you at camp for the 3rd time.
Joe's just messaged me to make sure I remember we've got to pick a driver of the day as well. So as we go through, sort of keep a mental note of who has really impressed you in this so far in our local championships.
Okay.
And that does include the hot hatches as well this time, so you know.
Okay.
But leaders already making it up. And Ollie Bull, I feel, is possibly starting to crank it up. He's not quite as quick as Jones, but you just feel that he's winding that thing up again.
Yeah, he got down into the 6s the last meeting, didn't he? A 6.2 in round 3 of the championship. He's not got into the 6s yet today. Best lap of 7.2 so far. Only a few hundredths slower than Jones. Those two really close together. And a great fight as well, actually, for 5th place. We'll perhaps pick this one up in a moment. It's between, in fact, we have picked it up. It was just going through a shot there. Tony Bennett in the Caterham and Sasha Kakad in the Class C Audi. Absolutely together. One car, probably 2.5 times the size of the other. But Tony Bennett's little Caterham winning out at the moment. They're having a real good fight.
It is amazing, isn't it? Because we were watching at both races here last time. I know you weren't here, Ian, but it is what we loved here last time out. Front two are together because suddenly half a second taken out by Ollie Bull, the 41, the white and orange Vauxhall Tigra silhouette car. Nigel Musto in 3rd, 2nd in Class C, is sort of in no man's land at the moment, as is Bradley John. I'm not sure Bradley John's car's going as quick as he'd like at the moment, you know.
No, I think he had problems at the last meeting as well, didn't he, from what I remember reading about it. So we've got the first bit of lappery going on, or about to go on here. You can see on your screens, that's Alex Baldwin in the Honda Civic Type R, just keeping out of the way of the Noble, and indeed the Vauxhall Tigra silhouette, Jeremy Irwin's car, being driven by nephew Ollie Bull. And flying past me goes that battle we're talking about between Tony Bennett and Sasha Kakad, and actually Alan Hamilton, 2nd place within Class B, is reeling those in as well. So that's one to keep an eye out for as well during the course of this race. And then you've also got the Ferrari flying past as well. That's Alistair Fazekas.
Yeah, and that means that Michael Lyons is here, an incredible racer, and he's coaching him and running that car technically as well, or mechanically, or whatever I'm supposed to say. So it's good to see him here out in that car. Here comes Tony Bennett across the line with that big Audi number 138 Sasha Kakad. Last time out was his first time circuit racing for Sasha Kakad. He's done some rallying from memory. I think it was rallying rather than rally cross, but I might be wrong. But he is absolutely all over the back of that. I mean, it is that little and large, and you almost feel sorry for Tony Bennett there, don't you, really?
You do, don't you? Because the size differential must feel quite intimidating.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the two leaders have gone past me and still very close together, but no real change in the order threatened. We might get a change for third, though, because Bradley John now is right with Nigel Musley. It was 1.8 seconds behind at the start of the lap, but is right with him now. So that's for third and fourth. And then you've got Bennett and Kakad fifth and sixth. Alan Hamilton seventh. Tim Woodman eighth in the Caterham 7. Lead us back towards you, though.
And I just noticed on the camera, and it's coming to my view now, Nigel Musto is now under massive pressure from the fourth place Bradley John. That's a C versus A car. C for Nigel Musto. It's such a monster, that big Nissan GTR. But Bradley John, we know that Evo 9 is quick. Look at that. Ollie Ball, fastest lap of the race, 107.026. But as you say, he's done a 106. And I've got to say that Jeremy Irwin has said their target is 105 this year. And you can't discount the possibility, can you?
Well, not at all. The lap record in GTs is a 104.959, set by Craig Dolby in that Volvo S60. As we've had the change for third at the S's, Bradley John's gone through ahead now of Nigel Mustill. So that car, the black Evo, goes through ahead of Mustill now, but then it's all about fifth and sixth, and a better exit from the S's that time for Sasha Kakad, but the more agile Caterham of Tony Bennett able to keep Kakad at bay. Almost wonder if Kakad's almost holding up the likes of Alan Hamilton and Tim Woodman behind him. You can see them there on screen as they head through Old Paddock. I think Lucky Carer in the back of that shot as well. He's broken away from Jamie Sturgis now, hasn't he, Chris?
Yeah, quite comfortably, hasn't it? The lead two were picking through a couple of battling back markers there, which momentarily bought them. In fact, it has again. They're come into your eyesight now, Ian, very close together, the front two.
Yep, they have. And they were sort of either side of a back marker there down the farm straight, but it's still Kevin Jones leading in the Blue Noble from the orange and white tube frame Vauxhall Tiger with the familiar flirtations advertising down the side of it. Head down towards Tower Corner, and again it's still really close between these two, but no sign yet of any move being made by Ollie Bull. What are we on, lap 8? So about halfway through this race. He's still got plenty of time. Maybe he's just picking his moment. Yeah,
you wouldn't put it past him. I mean, at the end of the day, the times that Jones is putting in at the front, you know that Kevin Jones is keeping him honest. Across the line he comes to complete the 8th lap in his 15-lap race, so they pass that halfway mark now, and they're both absolutely flying, both down in a 107. Bradley John is going to be coming round camp as we speak in that big Evo. He's down in a 108, but are we going to see more from him towards the tail end of this race? He's not going to put undue pressure on it. Nigel Muster, who apparently just ran across the grass somewhere that lost him some time, but that car is now lapping down in the 111s, I see, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. As the leaders are back towards me again. So best lap of the race so far to Bull, a 107.026. You do wonder if you can get past Kevin Jones, if you could just go a little bit quicker than that even. But it needs a clear lap to do it, which isn't always easy as you get to this stage for Castle Combe GT race, because the wide variety of cars and differential of pace takes effect. Muster really is dropping back now as I watch the Bennett Kakad battle once again. They're coming up towards the back of Delbrett's Porsche to lap it. I suppose one thing here for Ollie Ball there in second place, Chris, is that he is leading his class, and it's all about class points in the GT Championship, isn't it?
It is. He doesn't need to, but both of them have just gone down into the 106s. 106.606 for Ollie Ball and 106.641 for Jones at the front. So both of them are now pushing this, and they're pushing each other, I would say, as well.
Yeah, looks like it. So that's 606. Yeah, it's not quite as quick as he went at the last meeting, where he did a 6.2. But as you say, the 5's the target, and definitely that looks like a possibility at some point before much longer. They're going to
Lucky Kira's about to make a move on Woodman, by the way, heading up Avon Rise. So keep an eye on that one, Ian.
Okay, will do. I was just watching Alex Baldwin being lapped as well by the leaders. Waiting for Lucky Kira to appear into view. And, oh yeah, there he is. I think he's in the same place, isn't he? Behind Tim Woodman as they head down towards me. Paul Arbour goes past me in the kit cart. Sasha Kakad having another go at Tony Bennett there, but not able to make it through.
As the light changes on some of the cameras, I know that it's a little bit hard for you to see the track on a couple of them, but the sun is kind of coming back into their glare, which I'm afraid, bearing in mind that Kevin, everyone has done an incredible job there to get these static cameras out there to bring us some pictures. But Mother Nature is sort of having a little bit of a say in it at the moment. Nigel Mustill comes on to start-finish straight to complete his 10th lap, and that car definitely seems off the pace, and it's difficult to tell, Ian, because you think it sounds different, but of course it is a throaty sound from that Nissan anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I was wondering the same thing myself a few moments ago. Leaders have just gone past me, and they've just lapped another car. I think the Sonny Gill BMW, in actual fact. And Bradley John now very much out on his own in third place. There's the leaders going out of Bobby's and back towards Chris for the 11th time. Just going to watch the battle between Bennett and Kakad come through, because that's a very busy part of the circuit now with back markers ahead of them. So this could be where Kakad could strike, and they're going to try and go alongside one another. Kakad's got his, well, he was briefly alongside, but actually in a straight line. That Caterham's a little bit quicker, and Tony Bennett able to hold on from Kakad down into Tower Corner. So still there in 5th position.
And I see that Lucky Kira's got past Woodman, and it's basically they're all picking their way through these back markers, which is compromising, isn't it? I think that Kevin. No, it's not Kevin, but that's a Golf that they're getting past first, isn't it? And the yellow BMW there is Sonny Gill, as you say, and so it's compromised quite a few of them. But all of a sudden, that means that Tony Bennett has pulled away from the Audi of Sasha Kakad, so that settled that one down. But now that Lucky Kira in 241 BMW has got past Tim Woodman in the orange number 20 car, he has already reeled in Alan Hamilton, would you believe?
Wow. So what have we got left? 4 laps to go for him to try and to make a move. That would put him into 7th position. And it's not for class position, of course, because Hamilton's in Class B, and he's second in Class B behind Bennett at the moment, and Kira leading Class D. Down towards me they come at the S's, those two. They've just got past that Golf, as you mentioned. And they've got the Cook BMW to pass, the Jeremy Cook BMW to pass as well momentarily. Kira trying to put a bit of pressure on Hamilton there down into Tower Corner. And he's almost alongside him there as Hamilton trying to get up the inside of that back marking BMW. I think Kira is having to follow on behind in the end. And there on screen, the leaders, Chris.
Yeah, they've just gone past you, haven't they? And they're still glued together. Ollie Ball means business without question. But this great fight that is a 3-way fight. Alan Hamilton, Lucky Kira, and Tim Woodman, 56, 241, 120. Line astern as they come across the line. Is actually enabling Jamie Sturgis, I think, to close in on them a little bit. So need to be wary of that one. But we look into the distance and coming down towards camp, ready to start the penultimate lap. It is Kevin Jones after that fabulous time start from the rolling start. Number 112, that glorious Noble. So good to see one of those out here racing. And he is leading the way, but has never been able to relax because Ollie Ball, 41, and that Tigra silhouette, number 41, he was never going to let him take a breath of fresh air, was he?
Not at all, not at all. Now, one thing to watch here is whether Nigel Mustill might be caught for 4th place, because over the last few laps, Tony Bennett and Sasha Kakad have been reeling in the big Nissan. So we'll see if we're going to have a change there. But as you say, 2 laps to go for them, a lap and a half to go for our racers now. We're still absolutely nose to tail. It's not changed the order throughout, really. Bull is running out of time. He's going to try and make a move down towards Tower Corner. Still the Noble ahead. He's not really put a foot wrong with this race, as far as I can see, Kevin Jones. It's been really good up there into Bobby's.
Someone who must have made a small mistake on that last one. Alan Hamilton's lost 2 places. He's Lucky Kira's passed in that BMW and gone off into the distance. Tim Woodman is also just ahead of him, so I'm not sure what happened there. that does suddenly mean that he has lost a place in Class B, because, of course, up to second now goes Tim Woodman. Onto the final lap, though, goes our leaders. So that is an interesting fight for second and third coming towards you now, the orange and blue cars for Class B.
Yeah, watching those, and the reason, well, one of the reasons that's interesting is because in every race so far this year, the top three in Class B has been Bennett, Hamilton, Woodman in that order, and it might yet be this time because Hamilton is alongside. They've got the Alex Baldwin Caterham that they're lapping, but Hamilton has made it back through. He's back up to second place, so if it stays that way, Chris, it's going to be the same order for the first 5 races this season within Class B. The leaders have just gone past me for the final time then, and it's still Kevin Jones leading. They've got back markers still with themselves as well. They're through Tower Corner. They've both made it through safely, but Bull is about 4 lengths back as they make it into Bobby's for the final time. You can see them apexing Bobby's now and sweeping back onto West Way. So back up towards you, Chris, for the final time. It's going to be Kevin Jones, who is going to win for the first time this season.
Yeah, here he comes. They've just got past Jeremy Cook's BMW. Onto the start-finish straight they go. Kevin Jones takes the checkered flag and a great victory and Class C honours. Second place on the road goes to number 41, Oliver Ball, but it still is good for his championship aspirations because he has also got the Class A victory. Look towards the distance for the big black Mitsubishi Evo. Here comes Bradley John. He's going to finish third place and second in Class A, so that's still a good haul of points for him. Down he comes towards the checkered flag.
Just to say, in Class B, Woodman has got back ahead of Hamilton for second place. Must have happened up at Quarry Corner because it was Hamilton ahead over the line. So I'm just looking to see if Alan Hamilton can get back ahead in the final couple of corners. Through Tower Corner they go. This is for second place in Class B and 8th and 9th overall. Doesn't look like he's been able to do it yet. And they're heading back into your site, Chris, as they come out of Bobby's.
And Nigel Mustall, 23, held on to fourth place and second in Class C, and just ahead of Tony Bennett, who finished ahead of Kakad. So Class B victory to Tony Bennett again. There goes Lucky Kera finishing in seventh place, and it was the 20 car of Woodman that finished second in Class B, 8th overall, just ahead of Alan Hamilton. Comes home with still a third place in that Class B. Jamie Sturgis just behind them, second in Class D in the 99 car. Jazz Sapra's already taken a checkered flag in the number 40 car. That's given him some silverware as well because he's third in Class D. 12th, 458 for Zekas in the Ferrari. So well done for him for that one. That's fourth in Class C for him. So a great first drive here at Castle Combe. Still getting used to that Ferrari 458. And so good to see it out here. It says 455 on the screen. I'm sure it's a 458. 13th place is an addition to the program. It was the number 8 car of Kevin Bird in his BMW. 14th, 175 Thomas. Although I assume it's Kevin Bird rather than Chab. I didn't actually notice. I might be making a wrong mistake there. It just says Bird. So I don't know. 14th, 175 Thomas, 15th, 81 Neil Greenland. That gives him 5th in class, considering he was 3rd in the championship standings. That's probably not what he wanted there. Jeremy Cook, 86 in 16th, 17th, number 73 Parsons, 33 Arbour. Sonny Gill in 19th takes Class F honours, and 20th and final finisher Del Brett in number 59. We did lose the 123 Baldwin into the pits, sadly, so a bit of a problem for that car. So they're now queuing to try and make their way in, and they're going to go down towards Josh very soon, which is good because, again, I need to run down to the loo, I'm afraid to say. Stuart Tinker Taylor says, great tigerish race by the Tigra. I would agree. That kind of summed up well. He was desperately trying to do it without taking any undue risks, and I think that was some sensible racing for the two class leaders. So they made good work of that one. It will be the hot hatches next, so I'm actually going to flick down to Josh now to bring him into camera so that I can then run downstairs. So, Josh, I'm bringing you in now, and it's over to you, mate.
Thanks, Chris. I just got, as you can see in the background, Kevin Jones and Ollie Bull, the top two, and hopefully we get Kevin out of the Noble and we have a chat with the winner. As the rest of the pack head to back to the paddock to prepare for their second race of the day. We've got Bradley John in the big Evo making its way in. You can see how much higher roof level that car has got. Kevin just getting a bottle of water, and hopefully we'll get him over here in a moment's time. He's just turned the engine off on the winning car. And then after this, as Chris said, we'll be having a second run of all our races that we've seen already this afternoon. So Kevin Jones just having some water, and then we'll get him over here. Can we get Kevin over here, please? So we get our winner. Well done, Kevin. A really tight race there with Ollie in the Vauxhall.
Yeah, that car and Ollie have come on from last year, so no way was there to leave him, especially with the traffic as well.
I guess that's a big part of these races with such a difference in cars out there.
Yeah, there's a hell of a difference in speed. You know, some cars you're lapping 4 times. You know, so it makes it interesting. You just hope they see you.
And with him right on your bumper, you've got no time to rest.
He's one section out the back. He's quicker than me, and it's all I can do to hold him in that section, and I can pull the rest of the track. But he's always quicker through that one bit. So great driving on his part.
And the 2 unique cars to come racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Tell us a bit about your Noble.
Car I bought brand new. It was a road car in 2003. On my wife's birthday, she constantly reminds me. And gradually I ran it as a road car, and then gradually we developed as a track car, and to what it is today, a full race spec car.
But it's great to see, and you obviously drive it well too.
Thank you very much.
Well done. We get Ollie in now to speak to us, who was chasing Kevin all the way through that race, but couldn't quite get past. Well done, Ollie. A really close race over Kevin.
It was really close. I mean, he got the jump off the start, which was fair, and then sort of gauging it in the first few laps, and we were pretty equal. I think I was maybe a bit deeper on the brakes. He had a little bit more on the exit, and so it was to and fro, and then it was sort of, okay, well, if an opportunity presents, well, I tried to box him in some of the traffic, but with the slower traffic, you don't want to cause a 3-car shunt, and so if you take an opportunity, if you see it, but we didn't quite there, nearly in the last corner, but then last corners are never good places to overtake. So it's a shame didn't come away with a win, but it was a great race. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it, and really pleased we're going for the one this afternoon.
For anyone watching at home that hasn't seen your car before, tell them a bit about it.
So it's a Vauxhall Tigra silhouette, which means there's no Vauxhall and no Tigra in it whatsoever. But it resembles the shape of it, and it's got a 2.3 EcoBoost turbo from the Focus RS, completely modified sequential gearbox and a live back axle. So pretty simple. But yeah, when it's on it, it's really on it. And we're just not quite got the edge today, but we'll see for the second race.
Well, great driving. We look forward to it later on.
Thank you.
And in third place was Bradley John. So we get Bradley in to have a chat in a very different car, much higher car than the 2 GT cars in front. But the third place got past the GT3 Nissan.
Yeah, very proud of it, to be honest. We had a few issues this morning, but I've got across those issues now, and it seems to be running fine. So I'm just happy to come back with a third, really.
Yeah, it's a car that perhaps you wouldn't expect to be able to take it to the GT cars, but you managed to do that.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a car that's competible to be number 1 up there.
Yeah.
Just really got to get used to it.
Again, much like these guys, quite a bit of work gone in to get it where it is.
Yeah, well, it's been a 5-year project to get where it is now, and there's still always things that we can increase on and improve on. But yeah, it's just great where it is.
Well, and looking forward to the race later on now.
Yeah, can't wait.
I look forward to seeing you there. Well done.
Thank you.
So third place there, Bradley John, second Ollie Ball, and the winner, Kevin Jones. So that brings the end to the GT race, and we'll be going into the hot hatches next. So a run of everything that we've seen again earlier on, Chris.
I wish I laughed.
Not sure if Chris is back, therefore.
Sorry, I am. Sorry, mate.
He is.
Back. I'm just looking. We've got a few of the cars are not in the right place. And even Steve Weston's just gone, I don't know. So thanks, Josh, for that. We'll get you through this grid as it should be, at least, and we'll take it from there. So yes, there's like a few gaps, and there's some people that have kind of stolen backwards and forwards. So we could have a few penalties. They're off on the green flag lap. Let me read it as it should be. Front row pole position goes to Gary Preble in number 191 with 881. Sam Stride, who interestingly is back out there, which is good to see, Ian, because we know he had an issue, so he is out there. Second row, 15 Sean Govard and 14 Nick Gwinnett. Third row, 25 Nathan Nichols. Should have been 169 William Oakley, but with the fire you described over there, it's no surprise he's not there. Fourth row should have been number 40 Adrian Slade. We said earlier about the oil pressure that he's feeling, and therefore he has decided it is not appropriate to, or it's a bit too much of a risk to take that car out there, so he hasn't. Fifth row, 81 Tim Adams. Oh, sorry, Joe Dorrington is also not there in the 21 car. That one went pop in the pit lane as well. Fifth row is 81 Tim Adams, 69 Stephen Jentons. Row 6, 47 Tony Cooper, 34 Will Self. Row 7, hopefully with enough fuel this time, 119 Darren Duffield and 89 Ross Parker. Eighth row, number 8, Nick Adams, 211 Chris Southcott. Keep an eye on him come through the field. Ninth row, number 9, Mike Wyatt, 117 Lewis Clark. Adam Perrott in 4, 12 Lee Waterman. On the 10th row, 11th row, Graham Cox and 24 Sophie Morgan. Row 12, 155 and Paul Dickinson. 13th row, 79 James Camphor, 113 Sean Deacon. 14th row, 987 Mark Pope, 39 James Blake. Row 15, 74 Mike Bland, 68 Nick Mizzen. Row 16 should have been 84 Steve Bracegirdle, but that mini was damaged in qualifying, and 76 Dean Clayton. 17th row, Matthew Barrington in 23, 53 Paul Bird, and on the 18th row, 71 Simon Hughes and 265 Gary Franks. But towards the tail end of that, sadly, there was a few gaps that people had sort of stolen up through. And I think they had enough time to rearrange them at the front where a couple had done that, but not so much towards the back. But hopefully it won't cause too much of an issue. I guess the thing is it's a series rather than a championship, so it's probably not too big an issue, I guess, in principle, Ian, at least.
Well, yeah, that's a theory, isn't it? But it's still very closely fought and very competitively fought even. We had a lap record earlier on as well to Gary Preble, a 1:12.931. 2/10 underneath the lap record that was previously held by Josh Harvey. He set that last July, 1:13.125. So new lap record to Gary Preble in the hot hatches earlier on, and to Adam Preble in the saloons.
Wow, fair play. They're doing well. It does seem very quick out there, doesn't it? That's for sure.
It does.
Hello from Post 3, Fran Elson. Sally Slade confirming Adrian Slade not out, low oil pressure under braking. I like this from Chris Dennis. He said, some great racing and coverage. Just thinking aloud, how about a historic special saloon class in the GT race? Maybe a trial class for 2021, working with the Classic Sports Car Club, who do run a small series for these old cars. I do like the sound of that one. But it is the hot hatches, and of course it's the hot hatches sponsored by EBC Brakes, and they're out there, and again not so much into the right places towards the rear, but it doesn't matter. Let's go racing. We'll leave that to the officials to sort out, and if anybody needs penalties, they'll be dished out during this race. But for now, we're going to go racing. Remember, this is a 20-minute race, which a couple of them said was a bit long because it was some heavy fighting. 5-second board has been given already. The front two are desperately trying to wind their Civics up. They're looking towards the lights. Nothing yet. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights. There goes the fourth. On goes the fifth. Up goes the engine notes. Long hold. And off they go. And initially, Nick Gwinnett got a good start in number 14, but then suddenly stalled. Nathan Nichols, what a fantastic start in the number 25 car. He's up into third place already. The two Civics, though, off the front row, absolutely side by side. Sam Stride's trying to power it round the outside, but surely Preble with the inside in towards Quarry is going to make this one count. I need to wait to see them switch. What are we going to see? Gary Preble, but only just.
Yeah, pretty much side by side between the two Honda Civics then, but Gary Preble with his nose in front. He won the earlier race, of course, by 11 seconds in the end. Sam Stride there in second place for the moment, and then I think it is Nathan Nichols in third position here, Nick Gwinnett in fourth. Sean Govard fifth. Stephen Jensen up to sixth place in the Mini as well. Good start from him because he started back in, well, nominally 10th place, but we had lost a couple of cars, of course. So Gary Preble is that's leading by about 5 car lengths as they head into Bobby's for the first time. Everyone else trying to make their way through Tower. Sam Stride second, Nichols third, Gwinnett fourth, Govard fifth, Jensen sixth as they head towards you.
Yeah, I'm hoping we're not going to have an issue. The medical car seems to have broken down on the infield here. It is out of the way and it's on the start-finish straight, so it shouldn't, in theory, be an issue. But of course, it means the yellow flags are waving here as that the 4x4 is on the grass on the infield here. But everybody else carrying on through. Gary Preble from Sam Stride, Nathan Nichols. Great start there up into third, but Nick Gwinnett he got a good initial start, but the second phase just bogged him down. Well, he's put that behind him and he's now all over the back of Nathan Nichols. Yet again, it's going to be a good fight involving that Class F car.
Yeah, Gwinnett's got a good exit though, out of Quarry Corner, down towards the S's they go, and yeah, the Clio's through up into third position. The S's, so Gwinnett third, Nichols fourth, Govard fifth. Well, Gary Preble getting away out in front here. As far as the middies are concerned, well, Stephen Jensen with that great start, he's well clear of his nearest class rival, and that is the 119 car of Darren Duffield, who earlier on today ran out of fuel a lap and a half from home, cruelly. Meanwhile, Preble it is that leads out of Bobby's for the second time.
The good news is the medical vehicle's managed to find some drive and is tucking itself away now to where it would normally go. But Gary Preble comes down towards us to complete the second lap, and he's got a comfortable lead now. Sam Stride looks slow. Now, is that particularly slow? Was that an optical illusion? No, 116. I don't think that's where Sam Stride would expect to be. He did have the issue in the first one. Up into third, as you say, Nick Gwinnett, number 14 in that red clear. And in fact, Sean Govard, number 15's got that Class C car absolutely wound up all over the back of Nathan Nichols, who's in turn leading Class B. It is an incredible dichotomy about knowing whether to actually have the fight when you are leading your class. But I'm afraid they enjoy their fighting too much, don't they?
I think they do. And the classes in this are so mixed up as well, aren't they? You've got the A's, then an F, then a B, then a C, then an E. So you've got 5 different classes, I think, in the first 6 places. So really, it's every man for himself, and the classes are a little bit secondary, dare I say it. Sean Govard now in Class C lead is trying to take the fight to the Class B leader, Nathan Nichols. The two of them overlapping as they head into Bobby's that time. They're going to be side by side, and it's Govard that's gone through. Yes, Govard's gone through to 4th place there, back ahead of Nichols then, and up into 4th position. But Gary Preble's already passed you.
He's just gone past, and Sam Stride is under some huge pressure now from Nick Gwinnett. That car is not healthy. Something's not quite right. I can't remember what lap time we were getting out of Sam Stride earlier, but Nick Gwinnett, the red Clio, is looking to try and carry the speed up Avon Rise in towards Quarry. Sean Govard is trying to stretch his legs ahead of Nathan Nichols in that number 15 car. Now he's got past number 25. As they go up round there, I'm hoping it's not too much of an issue for Sam Stride.
Yeah, of course, he retired from the first race. He only did sort of 1 flying lap, and that was a 15.9 in the first race. So he's actually gone a little bit quicker than that, but that was on the basis of only 1 flying lap in the first race. He's got Gwinnett right behind him, though. Gwinnett, last time through, did a 14.9. It's a good lap time from him. What did he do? He did 14.8 in the first race, so he's got a little bit more in the tank. The good scrap just coming past me now, and this involves the Fiesta and a couple of the Hondas. So that's being headed at the moment by the 117 car, which is the Lewis Clark Fiesta, and that is for 13th place.
Oof, yeah, I just saw that one come through the picture there with Sophie Morgan just behind, I think, isn't it? And who's that just behind? Is that Adams, isn't it? It's Adams in the number 8 car just behind them. But leader's already up round Quarry Corner. And this time, Sam Stride's managed to stretch his legs. And he's down sort of at least on a par with his quickest lap time. So maybe he's managing to clear the throat or at least manage whatever the issue may be for that car in 2nd place.
Excellent. So just watching Preble come past me now on, what is he, lap 5 already. It's a 20-minute race rather than a timed race. We've got 16 laps out of it earlier on. Then you've got Sam Stride in 2nd with Nick Gwinnett still right behind him. 2nd and 3rd. Sean Govard 4th. Nathan Nichols 5th. Stephen Jensen still 6th. Then it's the 81 car, the Adams, the all-white Civic. And then Chris Southcott and Will Self, the 2 red Peugeot 205s.
Yeah, I don't know the answer for Chris Southcott as to whether that is a new car or just a new livery, but I'm going to venture that it's a new car to him because he's not where we would expect him to be, is he either?
No, not at all.
So
Usually...
leader's already. Sorry, mate. I was going to say leader's already through, and Sam Stride actually he's just done a 1:15.4 personal best, and in qualifying he did a 1:15.2. So actually he looks like he is about where he would expect to be. But yeah, Chris Southcott's normally one of the pace setters, isn't he? And I was expecting a fight between him and Gary Preble today.
Yeah, of course he won the first 2 races of the season, Chris Southcott, didn't he? That was in the wet here at.
And then it went bang last time.
Yeah, it did. He got the fastest lap in the first race before it expired. During the first race. Sam Stride also had engine issues at that meeting. Oh, and Stride's got problems now because he's got his left-hand indicator on and he's going to pull into retirement. I think he's probably going to coast it back to the pit lane, but Nick Gwinnett has gone through to second. Sean Govard will go through to third, and it's not been a happy couple of meetings for Sam Stride, I'm afraid, has it?
No, I mean, I just ironically said that he'd done his personal best and he was back to around about his best time, so he would cleared the throat, and it would appear not. It looks like, is that Southcott getting past Stephen Jensen? It is. That's not a class fight, but that is important to allow Southcott to progress forward a bit more. But there goes Gary Preble in the lead. I've just noticed that Tony Cooper's in 10th position. So it's interesting how the second fastest lap time put him a bit further down, and he's not been able to pick up the fight that we adored in that first race. He comes here just behind Stephen Jensen, actually, who's still trying to come back at the red 211 car of Chris Southcott. It's intriguing stuff all the way through this field, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, what's Cooper's best lap time? A 15.8, so he's lapping faster than several of the cars ahead of him. So he has got the pace, but just not the track position as Preble goes past again. He and Nick Gwinnett now both rather lonely in first and second, and for that matter is Sean Govard in third place. All 3 of them leading their respective classes, as is Nathan Nichols in 4th place. But then you've got a battle because you've got Chris Southcott, and then you've got Tony Cooper, who's got past Stephen Jensen now, so he's up to 6th position. He's going to fight with Chris Southcott here. I'm wondering if that's not his regular car, because it has got a novice cross on the... Well, we know it's not his regular car, but it has got a novice cross on the back of it, which Chris Southcott doesn't need.
No.
Because he's a bit more experienced than that. But he's
Either
now got...
that or he's put a ringer in, one or the other.
One or the other. But he's got Tony Cooper right on his hatchback now as they head back towards you.
Which is interesting because Erling Jensen was coming back at them, but Tony Cooper's got a good run down in towards camp as they got past one of the back markers, but not quite able to do it. Chris Southcott knows better than that. It was Franks in the Mini they got past as Stephen Jensen goes past. Again, Tony Cooper looking at Folly up the inside. He's desperate to try and make that move up past Southcott. That's a B versus A, and they're both sat second in their respective classes, but they don't care. Their sleeves are rolled up, and they're having some.
Certainly are. It's the 10.5 minutes to go, so just coming up to the halfway mark in this race. Stephen Jensen in there as well. He is in 7th place. 8th is Tim Adams, who only made his UK racing debut here at the last meeting, 4 weeks ago. And he's got Will Self right behind him, and Ross Parker too in the EF model Civic. And that's the fight that's capturing my attention as they go past me. It was just going through camera shot there. I think Parker actually getting alongside Self now, so the Civic and the Peugeot alongside one another there, but Self holds on to it, and he was trying to thread it down the inside of Tim Adams as well, but no, it's still Adams in the white car holding on for 8th place. Oh, it's gone straight on at Bobby's, as I say that.
Oh yeah.
So he's going to pick his way through the tyre chicane, and he's lost 2 places because of that.
Nicely done, though. But here is that fight that we were talking about. Chris Southcott in the red 211 at Peugeot with Tony Cooper just behind him. Tony Cooper again looking towards the inside. Oh, no. Chris Southcott goes, not on your life, and snaps across his nose and makes sure there is suddenly no gap by the time they get to the business end of a right-hand Folly, which, of course, is largely, well, I think not largely, I think it is flat out as far as I'm aware. So you have to have the big boy pants on for that one, I think.
Past me goes Matthew Barrington in the Clio. He's about to be lapped by 3rd place man Sean Govard in the little Peugeot 106. Nathan Nichols still there in the 25 car in 4th place. Tony Cooper now is in 5th then, ahead of Chris Southcott. So that's changed on this lap. And he's pulling away, actually, from Southcott as they head down towards Tower Corner for the 9th time. Can Jensen make a move past Southcott as well? Not yet, it would seem. 2nd place in the mini class. Darren Duffield goes past me as well. He's in 11th place overall. Jensen 7th.
Well, of course, in the first race, we got 16 laps completed, and Gary Preble and Gwinnett, the top two, have just completed 9 laps so far, 8 minutes 20 left to go. And still, there's just so many mouth-watering, intriguing fights. But yeah, Cooper up into 5th position now in that silver 47, which hasn't changed his position in the fight. However, how far away from the 4.655 seconds, but Tony Cooper is actually lapping 3/4 of a second quicker than Nathan Nichols. So that's not done and dusted yet, isn't it?
No, it's going to take 5 or 6 laps to get there, isn't it? And we've probably got 6 or 7 laps left to go in the race. So it's going to be touch and go whether Tony Cooper can do anything about Nathan Nichols in the 4th position overall and the Class B lead, of course. But Cooper just trying to stretch his legs, still away from 2-1-1 Chris Southcott.
Gary Preble's picking his way through a lot of traffic at the minute, but he's done a good job there going through, crossed the line to complete his 10th lap. And basically, I've always said it, is that one thing worse than back markers is battling markers, and there's probably about half a dozen of them all together there. And he's picked his way through there as if there was nobody really there. And Gwinnett, on his own, do the same, but might be a bit more struggling because it's a Clio and could get easily mixed up as being one of the sort of other cars, really.
Yeah, I guess so. Could soon get lost there. So that possibly plays to Preble's advantage. Although I noticed that Gwinnett's got his lights on now. His lights ablaze to let the slower cars know that it's coming through. But he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back markers ahead of him between himself and basically Gary Preble. As we've got
point out, Ian, coming down the straight towards you now is Nathan Nichols, and Tony Cooper in the silver 47 is closing incredibly quick.
Yeah, it's 2.8. It was 4.6, was it the lap before? 4.5, yeah. But it's come down quite a long way then. So give it another couple of laps and they'll be together, I reckon.
And that's Class B lead, isn't it?
It is. So this is perhaps the most significant battle on the racetrack. But going with Tony Cooper is Chris Southcott now. They both did similar laps. In fact, Southcott did his personal best lap on the previous lap, a 1:16.2. Best lap of the race, still to Preble, unsurprisingly, 1:13.1, but not as quick as he went in the earlier race.
Gwinnett's just gone through in second, getting through this traffic. I thought one of the back markers at Folly was just going to slap across on him there, but thankfully at the last minute saw it. And here comes 15, Coburn. Coburn is doing a great job there, leading Class C as well as third on the road. There's Nathan Nichols, there's Tony Cooper. That was how quickly they crossed the line there. The gap is 1.017 for that Class B lead. So this is absolutely alive as they head up. Someone's obviously locked up. It looks like it was only a lock-up because no one's off up there. There's no yellow. But Tony Cooper is going to come out of quarry now, glued to the back of Nathan Nichols.
Yeah, they're heading down the farm straight, more or less together. We've got, is that Gwinnett that's pulled off down here? I think it might be Gwinnett that's pulled off down here. Oh, and Cooper's all over the grass. So too, though, is Nathan Nichols. Cooper's got ahead of him, but they were both over the grass under yellow flags. I wonder if possibly there's some oil being put down there to have them both skating off like that. Cooper's gone through ahead of Nichols now, so up to third place. Then it's Nichols, then it's Southcott, but Gwinnett, I think it is, that stopped down here, Chris.
Oh, wow. So what's that as at the S's? Oh, yeah, we can see it there now, that he's just stopped there. Camera's slightly out of focus, unfortunately for us, and I don't think there's a lot we're going to be able to do that because you can see that's right by the side of the track, but you can just make out the car stop there and out of it. And, yeah, that although none of the others seem to be squirreling under the oil, do they? But also I noticed, by the way, Nathan Nichols has lost the place to Chris Southcott as well, so that cost Nichols more, not just the Class B lead, but down to 5th place overall. 4th Southcott is the Class A car. It's not the end of the world, although he's actually coming back at him, heading up Avon Rise, because he wants to get back at Tony Cooper, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Nick Gwinnett's out of the car. He's just looking at the left front wheel or the suspension, and he's realised there's nothing he can do, so he's going to get over the barrier now, which will please the marshals down there, no doubt. So it's Preble leading in Class A, Govard second, leading Class C, and Tony Cooper third, leading Class B. Then it's Chris Southcutt in fourth place, number 211, and fifth is number 25, Nathan Nichols. Sixth is Stephen Jensen, but only just. He's hanging on really from Chris Self and Will Self should say. But Jensen here having a much stronger race than he did earlier on, because he's a long way clear of Darren Duffield this time, who is still circulating. He's got another 2 or 3 laps to go as Duffield to make it to the end this time.
We've got the meatball flag going out. Simon Hughes on the Civics obviously got something wrong with that car. The officials. Nathan Nichols has got past Chris Southcott, but he can see that silver car disappearing off into the distance, much to his frustration. And yeah, there's Will Self. And Stephen Jensen. So Self has got past him. Down to 7th goes Stephen Jensen. Doesn't change the class honours. And again, a great job being done by Parker as well, because Ross Parker sat there in 3rd place in Class B. First time back out again, and first time in that car.
Yeah, no, he's doing really well, having a really strong drive there in 8th place overall. As I watch Nathan Nichols, he is back ahead of Southcott then, but only just. Southcott in the 205, looking to try and fight back. Nose to tail through Hammer Down towards Tower now. Nothing you can do there, I don't think. Big screech of tyres. That comes from the number 81 car of Tim Adams, who's there in 9th place. Just ahead of Duffield in 10th. But we're into the last 2 minutes of the race now, Chris.
Yeah, we are. Let me see. I've lost track of where my leader. There goes Sean Govard. He's now in 2nd place.
The leader's with me at the moment, Gary Preble. On his own, really. There's not too much traffic here at the moment. Okay, so Preble has gone through, and then it's a long, long way back. 25 seconds back is Sean Govard. I think he's just turning down the farm straight now. And then 3rd place is going to be Cooper, looking for him. And he's not a million miles behind Govard, actually, but he's got 3 back markers still ahead of him. Gary Preble, back with you.
Yes, here he comes. So what have we got on the clock? We got 1 minute 8, 1 minute 7. So he goes on to his final lap this time round, absolutely in control. And like we saw last time, Ian, is that he's back down into the 16, so 3.5 seconds off of his best time. It won't be any issue, will it? He just sort of goes, well, there's no point stressing the car anymore, and I already am.
Well, absolutely. He's using that car, as we know, in the 750 Motor Club Hot Hats Championship too. So he'll want to keep it in good order for that. I think the next round for that is going to be Mallory Park in October from the top of my head. It's a little while away. But he's passing me now then for the final time, Gary Preble, looking to do the double as far as Hot Hatch is concerned and go for a 3rd win in the day, of course, as well, having won in the Saloon Car Championship early on. He's just turning his way through Tower Corner now. A couple of slower cars ahead of him. He probably doesn't really need to pass them particularly because he's got such a big lead as he heads into Bobbers for the final time.
Yep, so we wait to see our leader coming to our side. Is he going to try and get past these cars? Here he comes into my side. No, that's very slow from Gary Preble. He is still coming down, but that is an incredibly slow pace he's coming down here. Bearing in mind, he even was doing 1:16, so he just crawls it across the line. 1:21 in that last lap, Ian, instead of the 1:13 best, and I wondered if he was going to pull it off. So I know that we said about taking it easy, but that looked to me as though some kind of issue may have suddenly reared its head at the end. He's struggling to get it up even rise by the look of it. 2nd place coming towards us. Great job there in the number 15 car. Sean Govard, brilliant job there. Thumbs up as he crosses the line. He's going to be delighted. And I know he's got a lot of family watching this race. There goes Tony Cooper. A great fight. As sure as I said, down in 10th place, that he's up there, finishing in 3rd and takes Class B honours. So 1st place, Preble, Class A honours. 2nd place, Sean Govard, Class C honours. 3rd place, Tony Cooper, 47, takes Class B honours. Brilliant job. 2-1-1. Chris Southcott up into 4th place. Nathan Nichols with a problem, just creeps across the line as well. And he actually means that he lost a step on the Class B because Southcott, as I say, in 4th, 2-1-1. That's Class A. Stephen Jensen in 5th place takes Class E honours, and he did finish ahead of Will South. Those two were Dosia partners through the entirety of that race. But Will South, number 34, finishes in 6th, which gives him 3rd place in Class A. 89, Ross Parker finishes 2nd in Class B. Great job. 8th, number 25, and 3rd in Class B. Creeping across the line is Nathan Nichols. Then it's the 81 car of Adams, that being, because we've got a couple of Adams out in there, and of course the 81 car is Tim Adams in the Class F Honda Civic, so he takes Class F. Aaron Duffield, 119, 2nd in Class E again, 10th on the road. 11th is number 8, which is the other Adams, and that car, Nick Adams, the iTech Racing Honda Civic, was fighting back through the field quite well. 2nd in Class F in the end in 11th. 12th, number 24, Sophie Morgan, 3rd in Class F. 117, Lewis Clark in 13th. 14th, number 9, Mark Wyatt. Sorry, not Mark Wyatt, is it? It's
Mike Wyatt.
Mike Wyatt, thank you very much. I know it was very close. Then you've got Mike Bland, 74 in 15th. 16th, number 68, and 2nd in Class C is Nick Mizzen. Adam Perrott, number 4 in 17th. 18th, 113, Sean Deacon, that's 3rd in Class C as well. 19th is 95, and 3rd in Class E, the Minis, is Paul Dickinson. James Campher in 20th place. 21st is number 76, Clayton, and Matthew Barrington in 23rd. Hughes, 71. We possibly lost at the end there. Honda Civic, I don't know whether it's taken a checkered flag, but Frank's 265, the Mini, in 24th place. But what another great victory there for Gary Preble.
It was.
An issue at the end, Ed. Was he still creeping when he came past you?
Well, the problem is he's not come past me. He's stopped on the farm straight. There's a marshal in attendance. So you're right, I think, Chris, that there was a problem there for Gary Preble right at the end. His car was stopped on the farm straight. So I don't think he'll be talking to Josh Barrett this time, unfortunately.
I know, so we don't even find out what the issue was. That photo, by the way, is not me. Is not him stopped on the photo. That's Chris Pearson. Although, sorry, where I've zoomed in that, it means that we've lost the CPE photo. So if you're going to put a watermark, if you can move it nearer the car, Chris, that would be great, because I feel bad that I've robbed it just because I wanted to zoom in on the photograph to see it a little bit better. Let me just zoom out so that we can. There you go. There's the watermark CPE photo. Great that he's out there taking these photos and then pings them through on Messenger for me so we can see a photo when I get the chance on Messenger. Right, I can see that Josh is all ready to get himself involved on this stream. That's why we bring him in. And the drivers are still just making their way in. But sadly, Josh, you probably heard you're not going to have the Victor with you, I'm afraid.
No, we heard, didn't we, earlier that Gary Preble thought he had problems with the Seat at the end of his earlier race, and now problems with his Honda too, but he still won every race he's competed in so far. So we got Sean and Tony over the other end of Park Ferme here to try and attract their attention. Get Sean, who's now investigating his car as well, so hopefully all is okay with his Peugeot. So now he's getting his team to take a look too. Sean, you like for a chat? Yeah, Sean's making his way over now. Second place there for you, Sean. It looked like if there was another lap, you might have won it overall.
Oh, Gary, I promise I did.
Johnny! Well done, Sean!
It was actually me driving the car, not Will. But yeah, it was. I had a great battle with Nathan to start with, and I thought that was going to be it all the way through. But I managed to get past him, and then just kept my head down. I could see Nick getting away, and Gary obviously he was gone. And then I saw Nick pulled over, and on that cool down lap, then I saw Gary pull over. So yeah,
with these cars doing 2 races in a day, we've got highly strung. A few issues.
Yeah, mine at Touchwood at the moment is we had more issues in the first race. Tracking was out a little bit. Right. Had a puncture on the rear right with 5 laps to go, so it was a little bit of a handful. So that time it was much better. Thanks to Will and his crew.
Yes, there's quite a lot of work that goes into the car to prepare it before a race.
Yeah, definitely. Will's worked his butt off, keeping it on the track, and I've helped him obviously. So yeah, it's been well worth it. good result.
And obviously, I guess originally a road car, but lots of specced up since then.
Yeah. The previous car I managed to bend, so this is a new shell, and it's coming good. Yeah, so it's obviously a lot of money spent, but I think everybody's in the same boat. So, no.
And now we're looking forward to the last meeting of the year.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. I've got all my wins now, so I'm just hoping keep it going to the next round.
Well, good luck. See you back in a few weeks.
Thank you.
And then Tony Cooper took third. We gave Tony over 2. Another podium. But a very different type of race for you, Tony, because you had to work your way through the order.
Yeah, I went out there with no expectations because I didn't get a second class lap in the qualifying. So my aim was to pick off, I think it's Steve Jensen, I think, in the Mini, and the Honda to my right, which kind of happened, and then just drove as fast as I could. And I didn't realise there was a few retirements, so again, I shouldn't really be here, but I was expecting to be here. But the car was brilliant. There was no pressure. I just enjoyed it.
And doing now 2 races every day, you said the last time about being worn out. Is that more difficult than perhaps one race in a day?
No, I prefer 2 races.
Yeah.
I wish they were 15-minute races, because physically 20 minutes in these little cars, you're working really, really hard. Even the young guys are, so let alone us old ones. So I think 15-minute races.
Because it's a new series still, so I guess then that sort of input can be put into the racing club and the drivers, and perhaps that might get
a few of
changed.
the guys think the same, purely because you're just waiting for that checkered flag, especially if you're under pressure. But it is physically hard work. I didn't think I'd have the energy to come and do the second one. And some guys didn't come out, so I don't know if that's the reason or not. But either way, that was a nice race.
It must be great to have so many cars on the grid as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. It would be nice for the spectators, but the online, the live guys, because there's something they can probably relate to at some time in their motoring history. Civics, Minis, 106s, Saxos. So, all attractive colours and stuff. So, a nice full grid, you can't ask much more.
I'm sure some people at home have probably got a car that they could easily convert into this series.
It's not easy.
Well,
but
it's possible then.
It's more than possible, and there's loads of help within the club and within the hot hatch guys. And there's a few new ones out this weekend, and they're all doing fine. So,
It's growing all the time. Let's hope it continues into the last meeting.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, so only makes it competitive and good fun. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and good luck later on. As Chris and Ian been saying, in 3 weeks' time, the final event for all of these series and championships, but still plenty of races to go to today, Chris.
Yeah, there certainly is. Thank you for that, Josh, as I try to find my mouse and leave you to break. Thank you for grabbing those. So that's Josh. We'll shut the van door, and the mighty Orange Army, it's the men and women in orange. They look like they stood there like the men in black, don't they? And they're going to be welcoming the sports car trophy, or the sports car challenge, as it's also being called as well. I hope as well Ian has been noting down the drivers that are standing out for him at the moment, and of course, Josh, you need to be able to do that as well. We are uncertain. Peggy Spackman's just messaged saying no race dates in October anymore. Only the October is the Autumn Classic, isn't it? The last we were hoping to put an extra race in, that got canned a month or so ago. Sadly, that Steve wasn't able to get any take from that. Sadly, which is a real shame. So the September is the closeout of the season. Thank you to Emma's that said great race, good stuff from the Castle Combe Circuit. Definitely loads of entertainment. Howard R.M. Burnett says, well done, Darren Duffield, for having enough fuel this time. Absolutely. And he finished second in class. Again, a brilliant job for his first season. He really is a very impressive driver this year, with wins and second places in his Mini. Great to see this. Deborah Humphrey just had message from hubby, and Diff is in, and Mark Wyatt, the yellow Astra, will be out in the saloons for race 2. Well done, Interceptor Racing. Good job I was home and able to take down spare parts, definitely. And thanks to Mark for meeting me halfway to save me making the whole journey so I could get back and watch the live coverage. I'm glad that we feature on your priorities there. I say we. I know it's not we, it's them. I know. But it's so good that you rush back to watch the live stream. And thank you so much for all those getting involved with all the comments coming in. It's great to see so many of you enjoying the feed. And again, great job by Kevin. And of course, his son, Greg, that's doing an awesome job down there. which is not an easy job following this action, because he's got to try and pick where to put those cameras when there's so much going on. And Ian will confirm this, is that because we've been enjoying the coverage of this, and frankly, and there's just so many different places that he could choose to focus on, and he's having to pick one.
That's right, isn't it? But why not pick Castle Combe? Why not?
No,
pick,
I meant around the circuit. Don't say that.
Oh, right. Oh, right.
He's got the
Okay.
cameras,
Oh,
picking
right,
which
I
camera
get
to
you.
focus on, and he's
okay.
And you know, there's been stuff going on through the entirety of
There
this
has.
build. It's been amazing.
There has. Yeah, no, there has. There really has. And it's quite difficult because I don't know sometimes whether I should be looking at the feed in front of me or just looking out the window, which is what I normally do, of course, here at Castle Combe. And very often it is actually showing me the same thing, which is useful because then I can talk about what you are seeing at home or on a campsite in Poole or wherever it is that you happen to be watching us from. Or Cape Town, I think we had as well, didn't we? Yeah, no, he's doing a really good job, and that's really added something, hasn't it? So
yeah, and Rowley Hamblin has messaged saying, "Tell Dave Hardiman to take his hands out of his pocket. Definitely, it's got to be done." Oh no, this isn't necessarily good. Alan Hamilton says, "Hi Chris, disaster in race 1. New clutch that I fitted a few weeks ago started slipping again when I was fighting with Tony Bennett, etc. Same thing happened in the last event." So that'll explain that sort of fall down through the order from Alan Hamilton, won't it?
it will, because he fell behind Tim Woodman as well, didn't he? In that first race, which was the first time that he'd been beaten into third place this season. So, does Alan indicate if he'll be back out for the second race or not?
He doesn't yet. Let me just put a little message for that one. He's got a bit of time, so we'll wait and see whether he's going to. And again, don't forget that we got to make some notes as we go in of drivers that are standing out from you. And I've got a pool of about 5 so far, I think. That's standing out. And then between us, we got to pick a driver of the day, and so many are deserving of it. Stuart Tinker Taylor, sorry, is looking at the back of that camera shot he's seen there. I can see where I should be watching from. I know the camp softcore. And we're talking about further afield. Lulu Tupu, thank you, Castle Combe, from France. Welcome from France. Bonjour. Bonnet de douche. What's wrong with that? Fluent,
I know where you've learnt your French, Chris.
Yeah, fluent, mate, fluent. Right, we are missing the number 6 car. And I tell you why that is that 66 is out now, but is the number 6 car, if that makes sense. It's not the blue one, it's the black one. So they've switched drivers, basically. Let me just go to this one. So the grid is, or should be, as followed. Front row again, 35, Mike Gemvey, 73, Alistair Smart. Second row, 206, Nicholas Lindbergh. See if he gets as good a start again this time. And David Craham. He is out there. That's good to see. Number 8, David Craham. Row 6 should be 6, Richard Gilman, but it's not. That gap is sorry, there's a gap there. Neil Harrison, number 5 on his own. 50, Norman Lackford, which means that it will be, he says, I've just realised I've not got that there. It'll be John Gilman that's going to be out there this time in the 66 car, but of course he's had to start at the back because of the change of driver.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got them on the rolling lap, just coming past me now. 31, Mike Genvey took the win by 19.5 seconds. Did a best lap of 104.952. Let's see if we can match this. We've got 7 cars, as we did for the first race in the end. Not quite getting the full 8 that we were hoping for. But they're heading around Tower Corner now. Mike Genvey then very much the hot favourite for this race, but he didn't make the best start in the first race. He was jumped off the line by Lindbergh, wasn't he? So we'll see what happens this time around.
Someone has asked, what's the fastest lap record currently held at Combe? And I've forgotten what that actually is now.
Well, I know that Josh looked earlier on, and he looked at the OSS lap record, which was in the 2s. Which I've lost that message, but I'll find it again in a minute. Because I guess that might be the kind of time that Mike Genvey might be gunning for.
Yeah, because I think it was an F3, wasn't it, that did it from memory? I know Greensill had it before the chicanes, but obviously it was a bit different.
Yeah,
right.
Anyway, here we go.
Here we go. Yep, and it is going to be Genvy's going to lead them away, but just timing it about right there, I think, was Graham, number 8. He's going to go around the outside, but he's being swamped now, and it's back into the original order. And I think I'm just pausing because I think Limbo's got a cracking start yet again in the Radical SR8. And as they flick right, I think he's had to settle for second, though, so Genvy is in the lead.
Yep. And he certainly is. They head back down towards me for the first one in this race. Lindbergh in second place. And who is in third at the moment? The answer to that question is that it is the 66 car then of Gilman. Then in fourth place, it's number 73, Alistair Smart, who was on the podium in the first race. Turn their way out of Tower Corner for the first time. Again, it should be a 20-minute race this time. We only had about 15 in the earlier race, though, because of the David Graham car that was stopped in a dangerous position.
Yeah, the David Graham car that got a fabulous start there, but just sort of checked out a little bit in the end. But interesting to see that Limburg at the moment is keeping Genvy honest. But I think we saw that in the early stages in the first race as well. Genvy just sort of gradually gets that thing wound up. I say gradually. What's he done? A 108.428. What was his fastest lap in the first race? Do we know?
It was a 104.952, Genvy.
So, yes, he's still got some time to find in that thing. Limburg is going for it, isn't he? In the early stages, though, to be fair. And up into third has gone the 66 car of Gilman, this time being John Gilman.
Yep, down towards me they come. Through the S's goes Genvy. Lindbergh just trying to go with him. Stay with him in the early laps. Maybe put him under a bit of pressure. And, John Gilman third. Alistair Smart fourth. David Graham there in number 8 in 5th position. 6th is number 5, which is Neil Harris. And 7th is the number 50 car of Norman Lackford. Rounding out the field already, Mike Genvy heading out of Bobby's and back up towards you.
And I've just had the answer. Thanks, Peggy Spackman. It was an F3 car. It was Dan Clark in Raikkonen Robertson Racing in 2005. 59.387. Wow.
Went off to race in the States, didn't he, Dan Clark, in IndyCar for a bit, as I remember.
He did. Leader's already gone through, and I'm wondering whether, I'm just going to check the times. No, it's an optical illusion. I thought that Graham, in fact, Smart, I thought was closing in on Gilman, but an optical illusion.
Keep an eye on that then. As Genvy, he's pulling away now from Lindbergh. 2.3 seconds the gap at the beginning of the lap. He's done a 4.487, so he's already gone faster than he did in the earlier race. Let's see if he can maybe even get beyond the 64-second barrier at some point in this race. So he's about 5 seconds outside Dan Clark's lap record. Driver from Yorkshire originally, Dan Clark. That's one
hell of a lap time, isn't it, as well?
It is absolutely phenomenal for Clark to have recorded that. 15 years ago now?
I know that Richard Force is desperate for his son Alex Force to come here in his current F3 car that he's racing in the F3 Cup, which is an ex-Valtteri Bottas Formula 3 car. And he reckons that he can really challenge that outright. But he'd love for him to be able to have a crack at the non-chicane ones at that record as well, because he reckons that could go great guns round here. Because, of course, an F3 is nimble as well as being incredibly fast, isn't it? So I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be wanting to stand too close to the barriers at Old Paddock with a car heading towards me, having hurtled straight down from Quarry Corner.
No, it'd be a bit different, wouldn't it?
It would. I've got Graham heading past me once again in the number 8 car. Out on his own, really well clear of Neil Harris in number 5 at the moment in the Little Radical, and Norman Lackford completing the fields, of course.
Well, Genvy goes through to complete his 4th lap. I know we've got Kev Davis has said all motorsport fans should lobby Bonkers Boris to let spectators back into circuits. Unfair. We're in a field, ultimate social distancing. And it's like, well, that isn't the description of social distancing. Social distancing is keeping your distance. And if you've seen the spectator banks here at Castle Combe, there is no social distancing. That's the challenge we have here, is that it might be outdoors, but close together is the social distancing. So it isn't as straightforward. But I can assure you, Kev, we are all hoping that we can get some spectating back, because we love this place. But I hope you're enjoying what we are bringing you at the very least.
Yeah, I hope so too. Genvi's gone through again and well out in front. He's into the threes, 103.937. So he did get below the 64-second barrier. I suspect that might be about the limit of his ambitions today, to get into the 64s. Just to put that in context, Lindbergh's on a 66.6. So too was Gilman. Smart in the 67s, Graham 69s. Harris 70s, and a Lackford a 73-second lap. So,
well, the black
really
66, the 66 car is actually closing, isn't it, on Lindbergh? The SR8 is not lapping the same speed as the 66 car, which of course was the 6 car originally. Was the same last time. Yeah, look at that, 106.8 for the third place car, and trying desperately to close in on Lindbergh, and it's down to 1.8 seconds now.
Yeah, took about 8/10 out of Lindbergh that time. Did John Gilman. So we'll see if we can catch him. We've still got 13, nearly 14 minutes of this race left to go. Genvi's checked out really, well out in front in the gun that he's been very successful in. He did give us that rundown of what he's done in that car. A couple of championships in Sports 2000, a couple of championship in RS as well, to add to his 2 Formula V championships as well. So, I mean, not many drivers can say that they've won 6 championship titles over their racing career. Something for Mike Genvi to be very proud of.
I just realised I'd put the wrong banner up, so I've just changed that one now. But the leader's gone through. But what of this battle? 206, Lindbergh and Gilman. It was 1.8 last time. It's down to 1.5. So actually, it's kind of woken Lindbergh up again. He's back down into the 106s. So all the top 3 are lapping 106s, which means that Genvi's actually clicked it down a bit there by about 3 seconds, hasn't he? So he's taken it steady.
Yep, do what he needs to do, though, isn't he? That's all that matters. That's all he needs to do. And again, he won't want to stress this car and Julie, I don't think. So there's the second place car of Lindbergh going through. And yeah, visibly, Gilman in the number 66 machine, the SR3, looks a little bit quicker. That time through is 2/10 faster than Lindbergh. I think it's another personal best lap time. There they are, heading through Bobby's. And back out onto Westway, coming through to complete lap 7 here, Chris.
Of course, John Gilman would have been out in the 66 car that was actually a blue Pro Sport, Radical Pro Sport, whereas he's out in the Radical SR3 this time, which is the car that I've been out in and got to drive, and it is just mind-blowing. I've got to tell you, the feeling of going through Maggots and Beckett's in one of these things is just ridiculous, because you can't slow down, otherwise the downforce doesn't work. So you've got a disengaged brain and grip it and rip it. Yeah.
You've got to, and that's why it's such a challenge to drive these things right on the limit, I guess. You've got to have, a good deal of faith in the car, haven't you, really? Because, as you say, you're probably doing something that's a little bit counterintuitive if you're not someone who races cars and drives cars at that speed all of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, only 2 or 3 weeks ago at Donington Park, we had a great victory for Bentley in the British GT at Donington Park, and that was Nick Jones, who, of course, is very well known to us here with his links with Kevin Mills Racing and the like, and Scott Mulvern. And I know that those two piloted a Radical, so there was a reason. Oh, there's smoke coming out of a car heading up in towards and round Quarry. Keep an eye on that one. It's just come out of Quarry. I don't know which car that was, Ian.
I think it might be Norman Lackford, possibly.
Yes, it is. It is,
yeah.
And I've just seen it on the screen, billowing out there. Sadly.
Yeah, it's pulling off onto the old circuit there. So,
what a shame. But yes, those two actually raced in the Radical Championship for a little while, and that involved Scott Mulvern on board to coach Nick Jones. And I remember having many a conversation with Nick Jones really struggling to get to terms with it. Of course, he'd had many a year racing in the Formula 4 600, which has no wings and slicks, as we know.
Yeah.
And it's very, very. It took him a long time to get to grips, and they had to study all the onboards and the cameras to see where Nick's brain was sort of telling him to slow down, and Scott Mulvern having to say, no, go, don't slow down, go.
Yeah.
It's counterintuitive and self-preservation, I think, as well.
Absolutely right. No, that's right. I think that's probably why I would struggle, to be honest.
Yeah.
Racing to sort of, I don't know. You've got to train the brain to behave in a different way than it normally does, and just ignore almost what the normal signals are telling you. I suppose. Genvy's coming into the yellow flag zone where we've got protection for the marshal, so a track side dealing with Norman Lackford's stricken car. But Janvey coming through now to complete his, well, not complete, but get halfway around his 10th lap.
Still, close second, third, isn't it?
It is now, yes, and 7 tenths between them at the start of the lap. It's perhaps gone out a smidge on the first half of the lap. They're just heading, as you can see, through Tower Corner now. And on towards Bobby's. But yeah,
there's a word we don't use enough, Ian. Smidge.
Well, there you go. Word of the day. But it's come down a smidge, I reckon, Chris, because I think Gilman's getting closer to Lindbergh again.
It's come down a smidge, more than a smidge, I think, actually.
Oh,
this
right.
time. Yeah, definitely. What was it?
2 smidges, maybe.
Yes, 0.692 last time.
Yep.
0.575. That is only a smidge, actually. I think that's one smidge, not two.
Yeah,
so you were right
officially.
Originally.
Yeah. Shouldn't have doubted me, Chris.
8.5 minutes left to go. Genvy is just in control. I mean, he's lapping in 110s, whereas he's done a 103.937. What did you say he did in race one?
4.9 early, he did a 3.9 in this one. I mean, the thing he's got to watch for here is if he slows up too much, the cars behind him are lapping 3 seconds a lap faster than him at the moment.
Yeah, well, we need to check. Not a problem then.
I suspect if Genvy checks in his mirrors and he thinks, oh, hang on, those are a little bit closer than I was hoping they would be. I reckon he might get the clog down again and just put a bit more daylight between them.
You could be right.
Yeah.
Interesting to see that the number 5 car of Harris isn't up to the speed that they had in the first race, because, of course, he had a great race with the number 6 car, didn't he, originally?
Yeah, he got down into the low 1 minute 9s in the earlier race, but his best lap in this race is a high 1 minute 10, and he's lapping down the 1 minute 12s.
Well, these two are together coming across the line, by the way. 0.251 is the official gap. That's 206 Lindbergh and the 66 car of John Gilman up Avon Rise. They actually spread out, so it would appear that Lindbergh in that SR8 has got a bit more grunt than the SR3, which I guess is probably not surprising. And the SR3 is a bit smaller and therefore more nimble.
Yeah, down to as they come, and it's the SR8 still ahead of the SR3, but only half a car length in it. Gilman lining Lindbergh up here through Hammer down, left hand kink down towards Tower Corner. See them there turning into Tower, and out of it again. And look, as they go into Bobby's, possibly could there be a chance? No, he's not quite close enough to make that work. They have to go single file through Bobby's, but maybe down to Camp Corner. Gilman can make a move because he's right there in the toe, Chris.
He is coming down towards us, but again, the SR8's just able to pull away, even on that much of a straight down towards Camp. But is he able to take the speed through? Again, the 66 car of Gilman, the black car, closes in on Lindbergh, but now the power's going to kick in. Round Folly up Avon Rise. But then it's going to be as they throw the anchors out the back that Gilman, number 66, and the SR3 surely is going to close a bit. Then the SR8 will pull away heading towards you. But, you know, it's interesting through the S's, isn't it?
Certainly is. They are on the way back down now towards the S's. That time through, Jever did a 1 minute 6, by the way. So he did sort of get the message and he's extended the gap again, hasn't he? Here comes that battle for second, though. Lindbergh and Gilman past me. And there's a bit more daylight between themselves, between the two of them, than there was a lap earlier now. And yeah, so it's looking like he's got this pretty much in control. Lindbergh for the minute. What's he got left? 5.5 minutes to go. So probably about 5 laps to go, I would think.
Yeah, because we only did 14 laps in the first one, but that's because the checkered flag had to come out a bit earlier with the stricken crayon card, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here they come towards us to complete their 13th lap because Genvy's already up round Quarry Corner after completing his 13th lap with, as you say, 5.25 minutes left now to go. And I wonder whether Lindbergh's just suddenly gone, well, okay, I'll manage that. And he's kind of maintaining that at 1/4 of a second, isn't he?
Yeah, it's pretty consistent for the last couple of laps. As has Genvy been. He's done another 1 minute 6, hasn't he? So he's doing what he needs to. Almost getting alongside down the farm straight there. Well, it looked like it from my angle, but actually, I think there's a bit of daylight between the second and third place cars. Alistair Smart, by the way, number 73, still in 4th place, a little bit further behind them. Down through Hammerdown towards Tower they go for the 14th time. And yeah, still Lindbergh ahead. He's so good up the pressure from Gilman. It is, and again, he's closer again. He was a little bit further back here, but he's gained a couple of lengths again as they make their way out of Bobby's. Back up to you once again.
And I noticed that Genvy's decided to have a bit of fun again. He's back down into the 106s. It's still not the 103s, but bearing in mind, what had he gone out to? About 110s, hadn't he? And we said he needs to be careful of the pair behind. Well, he's having a bit of fun again, past the back marker. Lindbergh, Gilman through they go, out to 1/2 a second this time round. Up Avon Rise. And I don't know, you just sort of sit there and think, is the Class A SRA of Lindbergh, car number 206, is he kind of just playing with Gilman a little bit? I just can't call it, I got to be honest.
No, it's difficult to know how this one's going to go. Again, the gap looks to have gone out a little bit around the first half of the lap. Past me, they're coming the old Paddock Box, and it is about 4 car lengths between them, but we've seen before that does narrow. See them heading towards Tower there. There we go. Watch them head through Tower. They're Smart behind them. Is he closing on them? Last lap he did. He was a second or two faster than the 2 cars ahead of him. So we could have a 3-car fight here before the end of the race if it carries on like this. That's Smart making his way up towards you. Yeah, I reckon so.
Yeah, no, good spot. He is, absolutely. I mean, he shouldn't be. In terms of fastest lap times, he's not as quick as these two. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you can't say these two are slowing each other up.
No.
But they are down in, 107s that time, but a personal best. That suggests to me that Smart suddenly realised it as well, hasn't he? And he's suddenly putting a personal best of 106.8, which was just under a second quicker than the cars ahead of him. So he smells blood.
He does indeed. He's got them in sight now on the straight. As Genvy goes past me with 2.5 minutes left to go. He's lapped number 5, Neil Harris, now as well, by the way. And past me comes the battle for second and third. And you can see how close they were on screen that time. Down towards Tower Court. A bit more difficult to see because of the lighting there, but that's just because of they're racing into the sun. Although it's an overcast afternoon now here at Combe. Still Lindbergh. Oh, and we've got yellow. Oh, I think we've got Smart off the circuit there, have we? Yes, you can see the yellows waving. I think Smart's gone off, chasing them at Tower Corner.
No. It's the 66 car suddenly slowed, actually. So
he has.
Gilman, has just pulled off. We can see on the cameras there on the exit of Bobby. But I could see why Smart looked like that. Where did that come from? There didn't seem to be any great issue there, did they, for Gilman? And they were driving within themselves the last couple of laps. So Lindbergh's off the hook, other than Smart smelling the possibility to reel him in.
I'm just trying to work out why we've got a yellow on the Hammerdown there for. So I think there's someone off at Tower. There must be. But yes, you're right. It's not Smart because he's there. There must be something off at Tower because there's a green on the exit of Tower as well. See if we get a shot of that in a minute.
Now, on one of the feeds, actually, I can see something early on. Now, who's gone missing? Oh, and the 66 car tried to get going again and has then stopped on the start-finish straight. So
there's double waved yellows there at Tower. I can't see where the car is, though. You can see the medical car down here is about to fire into life as well.
Yeah, I can just see the back of something on one of the cameras. Yeah, there goes the checkered. So there is. I can just see the back by the looks of it of a car on one of the on camera 7 that I've got, where I've got a multi-feed, and I can see it in the distance now on the feed that we're looking at there for a second. And I think it may be Harris. Yeah, it is the number 5 car of Harris.
Okay, so that he must have been being lapped, I would think, and he was just he was going off probably at the same time as the leaders. The medical car, which was briefly poised to leave, has stood down. Although I think now the race has come to an end, it probably will head out onto the circuit anyway. So hopefully all is well with all of the drivers. But yeah, so it was Gilman then that we lost right towards the end, and that did promote Smart into 3rd position when the checker flag came out.
Yeah, Gilman's directly in front of me on the grass, still sat in the car, was trying to sort of like get it fired up. And he obviously did get it fired up when he was at Bobby's. Didn't feel the need to come into the pits, but then when he slowed down for camp and tried to get back on the power again, it died, and he's just on the grass on the exit. In fact, I tell you what I'll do is I'm going to put me up to full, not because I want to show me. Oh, nearly dropped the camera, but you'll see he's just down there, look, on the start-finish straight.
Oh, yeah. There he is.
So
behind all those marshals,
ground to a halt there, which was a shame. So not sure what happened to him, but he obviously felt confident enough he'd got it resolved, and then it wasn't, which was a shame. Just there we go. Put that back to this one. So checkered flag has come out for that one early again, sadly, wasn't it? Which is a real shame. Although we weren't far off, I don't think. We managed 17 laps for them this time, and it is, of course, number 35, Mike Gemby, takes the victory. Second is the 206 car of Nicholas Lindberg and his Radical SR8. In 3rd place, he'll probably be disappointed. Alistair Smart was coming on strong in his Radical PR6, number 73, finished 3rd. But, of course, they're all class winners, those top 3, B, A, and C in that order. 4th place, number 8, David Graham, 2nd in Class C. And that actually was the final finisher, because we lost Gilman in 66, Harris in 5, and, of course, Norman Lackford with the smoke coming past out of the back of his car at the rear. So the recovery will go on for that car up at Tower. That it's sort of slightly out of our angle that we can't see it well enough, but it looks like it's potentially locked up going into Tower and basically gone straight on, unless it was into retirement. I can't quite tell if it's dislodged barrier and tyres and everything, so we could have some rebuild work to do on that one, but it's a shame. Again, thank you very much for everybody who is joining us, and I know it's sort of brought in the conversation about spectators. Thankfully, the majority of you have kind of gone, look, it's not Castle Combe's fault, because I sit here wishing it as well, but the circuit are doing everything they can. I know it's mixed around the country, but it is what it is. Each circuit's got their own challenges and own insurance they can put in place potentially, etc. So it is what it is, and we are enjoying your company here for this, and we thank you for it. I do enjoy this extra interaction that we get, though, Ian, from these race days. It kind of brings something extra cool, I find. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And we're getting bits of extra sort of information as well that are coming through about parts being delivered and people running out of fuel, and perhaps things that we wouldn't normally have a chance to pick up, even though we do sort of monitor the social media feeds. Perhaps people think it's a bit easier to interact with us on in this format, which it probably is. It probably is, yeah. Although we do have, obviously, our social feeds going. I can see that Josh is ready to go. The driver's still getting himself out, but I'm going to bring Josh in now. Hello, Josh.
Hello, Chris. I spoke to Gary Purble after the last race.
Oh, yes.
He ran out of fuel as well.
No.
That's what he's hoping the problem is anyway. He said the car started jumping on that last lap, and he just made it to the end.
Fair enough. That's one way to do it, but fair enough. Let's put you up onto the main one there. So I'll leave you to grab the interviews, mate.
Thanks, Chris. As you can see, Mike's parked his car perfectly, so you can have a good look at that on the live feed. Well done, Mike. Another win, and a bit quicker than the earlier race. Went to the freeze.
Yeah, I didn't. We were being obviously we got a good gap early on, so we're a bit cautious. We still got some vibration on it, but yeah, car was amazing. So thanks to everyone who supported me. So Mike, James, and Matt, who've been with me today. No, really good. Just nice to get a couple of wins and a nice, reliable run.
Yeah, Ian was saying earlier, obviously you started out with thinking Formula V. These cars are a lot quicker than that, and you've adapted, I guess, over the years.
Yeah, been racing quite a while now. So yeah, obviously won the Formula V Championship twice and Sports 2000 twice and OSS Overall Championship twice. So yeah, been racing for a few years, but I've only been here, like I said, I've only been here 2. There was actually a 3rd time I remembered. But yeah, it's quite a shock, especially after the layoff coming here. So no, really, yeah, really good fun, really good fun. Just is that problem of being in the lead and then not, and then just starting to worry about stuff.
Sure,
so yeah, no, really pleased. So thank you.
Are you sticking with the time attack for the rest of the season?
No, so we've done, we did a couple of rounds of that just because we wanted to go to Cadwell Park, which I've not been to for ages. And this is obviously a beast around Cadwell Park. So we were within 0.2 of the outright lap record. So we'll go again with them next year. But I mean, that's an incredible series as well. They've got some sort of 1,000 horsepower Mitsubishi Evos who were only a couple of seconds off me, amazingly. But no, I think we're going to go and hopefully do the Sports Prototype Cup at Snetterton in 3 weeks' time. And then hopefully do an all-comers race at Brands Hatch. Hopefully some of these guys will be here as well, so we can race them again, and that's the beginning of October.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting, that Sports Prototype Cup, because I was with them at Brands a few weeks ago. They were in the 46s, and I suspect you're not far away from that. Or maybe a bit quicker.
I think we've been in the 44s. Yeah. Yeah, so in theory we're a bit quicker, but we've only done, the car's been developed for 20-minute races for the last 6 years. It's a half-hour race. We've got to fit a new tank in the next 3 weeks.
All right.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a challenge. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be good fun. I think there's an amazing caliber of drivers in that as well. So yeah, so really excited about that. Nice to come away from here with a car all feeling good.
Well done. Great to sit here at Castle Combe.
Thank you very much indeed.
Second was Nicholas Lindberg. A good battle you had in that race, I think, with the SR3 Radical.
Yeah. He was quite fast in the corners, and I only was a bit fast on the straight, and he was just gaining on me every single corner. So fun race, I would say. And Genvi was just gone, unfortunately, but that's just happened.
What's it like to drive the SR8? I know some people say they're quite difficult to drive.
It's a bit. I haven't been training that much in the Corona time, so my neck is a bit sore right now. You can really feel the G. So when you take the corners and stuff, so in those high speeds, so I gotta go home and train.
Is that the first race you've done since last year?
Yeah, the first race in the last 10 months.
Yeah.
So.
Especially like lots of downforce on these cars and lots of quick corners around.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a big go-kart with like 400 horsepower. It's nice.
And any more plans for the rest of the year?
Maybe to get one more race in the Radical and then find a new car. Maybe old, maybe new. I don't know yet.
No decision yet.
Yeah, and come here in England and race.
And what makes you want to come here to England to do your race?
The tracks in Denmark are just a bit small, and you don't get as much track time. So yeah, it's just and it's cheaper as well. Yeah. So much more fun.
Britain, you think, has the best club racing? Would you say?
England?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that.
Great to hear it. Well done, and thanks for coming here this weekend. And then Alistair Smart was third again, but you had to work your way into third this time.
Yeah, it's an awful start. I had about 3 cars go past me, and then just chasing down Nikolai and then one of the Gilmans, and I don't know what happened. I mean, I inherited third, to be perfectly clear, but I was catching them. We were starting to punch up. It would have been interesting if we'd had a couple more laps to see how that would have unfolded. But no, it's good.
Yeah, the other guys seemed to be dropping their pace off while you were doing your personal best in the race.
Yeah, so look, it was, for me, it's nice to be out here. It's nice to be in the seat of the car, and just getting track time.
I guess you're off to Alton Park next week.
Alton next weekend, yeah. So up there for testing on Friday, and then we'll see how we go. Again, I haven't been there for a long time, so it'll be a bit of a journey of discovery. We'll see where we go.
Another quite difficult circuit for these types of cars, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the twisty stuff's great for me. Yeah. It's just when we get onto the straights with these cars. I mean, in class, I'm fine. We're all matched with the engine sizes and the weights. So, yeah, these cars, I mean, I can't get out. Trying to get past near Mike is interesting, but, it's a quick car.
And now, like I say, looking forward to the rest of the Bike Sports Championship. Is that all your plan for the rest of the season?
Yes. Yeah. I'll be in every round for the rest of the season, so it's good.
Well, good luck for that.
Thank you very much. Take care.
So third place, Alistair Smart. Second, Nikolai Lindberg. And Mike Genvi, the winner. And great to see the Sports Prototypes back at Castle Combe, Chris.
It really is, and I think I was saying earlier is that whilst the numbers aren't what were planned because the guys from Ireland couldn't get over, sadly, that would have been another 8 or 10 at least that they'd have brought over from there. But the discussion is to sort of try and do this again next year. Possibly, it's not out of the question of having like a mini series for these, because I think Ian, you said it earlier, didn't you, that they kind of want somewhere to race these, and all three of us would love to see more of that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a sort of an open sports racing series in the past, which hasn't necessarily attracted the numbers, but now the OSS Championship no longer exists. I guess there might be a bit more of an opportunity for something like that. So we'll have to see. And if the Global Lights from Ireland can get on board with that next year, then that'd be good stuff.
Well,
just to update you, still a bit of clearing up to be done down at Tower,
Yeah,
by the way, Chris. Still got the rescue trucks.
Fortunately, I've got it on camera at the minute, and I can see they've hoiked it up onto the flatbed, and they don't seem to be having to do too much to the barriers, and it didn't look like an awful lot of damage there, thankfully. So I think he went in and wasn't able to get back out more than anything else, with a bit of luck. So thanks, Josh. That was a bit unfair. I kept him there waiting, didn't I? Sorry, mate. Right, let me just switch that round and put that up as the main one, because you can see that we're now unleashing the Formula Fords, and I think all three of us have been looking forward to this one because it was such an epic race earlier. So let me take you through the grid. It will be as follows. On the front row, pole position, again, Luke Cooper, number 46, but this time it is what was his closest rival in the championship. I'm not really sure what impact we've had on the standings at the moment, but it is 26 Felix Fischer alongside him. Second row, 1-2-2, Jonathan Brown. His speed in that first race was just incredible. Alongside him, his teammate 1-2-3, Bryce Aaron, with a great second place in that first race. He'll be hoping to move up through from that fourth on the grid. Always interesting when you get these second fastest lap times creating the second grid. It really does throw a few curveballs up. Third row, 44, David Vivian. He was looking so good for a podium, and he'll be hoping to get himself back up into those positions. And he's got alongside him the 2011 champion of Castle Combe Formula 4 Championship, number 75, Rob Hall. Fourth row, number 30, Grant Palmer. Not what we've been seeing so far from Grant. He was fourth in the championship when we arrived here today. He seems to be battling something out there this time, but he'll be hoping to move forward. And he's got the star of Formula Ford winner last year, number 40, Matt Hallam. Fifth row, 43, Kieran Atwood, and 59, Chris Acton. Sixth row, 28, Tom Hawkins, 5, Paul Barnes. 23, Nathan Ward, who won Class B earlier on row 7, with James Colburn in 76 alongside him. Eighth row, 77, Chris Hodgen, and 25, Mark de Rosario. That's those two fighting it out for Class Honours as well. Ninth row, another one for Class Honours, is the two Class D cars. I say two, we seem to only have one of them out there. I'm sure I saw both of them earlier, but we've only got Bob Higgins in 960 and no 69 Alan Slater. I thought I saw him earlier. He's definitely not out there. 10th row, 91, Bob Hawkins. Does not appear to be there either. The yellow number 7 car of Michael Phillips, all on his own. 11th row, 60, Paul Morecambe. 33, Chris Warden. And 12th row, 78, James Rose. And it should have been 84, Steve Bracegirdle. But I think with the impact in the mini earlier, he's had to sit this one out. Sadly, once you get anything like potential for concussion, you tend to be told you're not allowed to race. So I'm suspecting it was that kind of thing. Doesn't mean he's got it, but if you hit your head, they're very protective these days, understandably so. Richard Forrest says, great to see a good grid of Formula Ford 1600s, with some making the trip after racing at Brands Hatch yesterday. And I forgot that fact. They were indeed there. Yeah, that's commitment that we love. And so do we, Darth Vader Sowman.
The sun's come out. The sun has come out. It's not been appearing for the last 3 hours or so, but it's back now.
You've gone all cool dude on us, though, eh? I like it.
Sort of. I was just looking at the points, actually, Chris. And Luke Cooper extending his lead. Obviously, he's got 113 points now. Felix Fischer, 98. He's second. Bryce Aaron, third on 93. And David Vivian, fourth on 80 points now. So he moves ahead of Grant Palmer, who was a non-finisher earlier. So Cooper's lead now 15 points with 3 races left to go.
Yeah,
So he's in a good
it's
position.
he does. He looks like he's in control, but you know, you can't discount anything, especially in Formula Ford racing, and especially with Luke Cooper's luck tends to be very topsy turvy at the best of times.
It does, doesn't it? But he's had a good run now. 4 wins out of 5. Field coming past me, looking absolutely magnificent. Nathan Ward's car. That's a lovely, beautifully turned out machine. The Swift SC92. Kevin Mills Racing awning is the one that it's run out of. And obviously, Nathan came close to getting the overall championship here a few years ago, didn't he? And then you've not seen him for the last couple of seasons or so.
Yeah, I do have a whole host of notes. Apologies, Nathan. It's so manic here that I haven't really had a chance to sort of see. But I know that it's all been things like I think I'm pretty sure it's job changes and oh, there we go. It says real life caught up with him. Bought a house in 2017, which is an amazing life goal, but a nightmare for motorsport budget. Had some very loyal supporters and sponsors over the last few years, but the majority of my racing is self-funded. So on I went to a sabbatical. It was never going to be long-term thing. Motorsport was my passion, and there is nowhere I'd rather be. And that includes his dad, who's just had a very major operation, and he's down here at the circuit again already before time. And his mum Mary and his good lady, obviously the two of them bought the house together. Lucy will be. I don't think she's here, so I'm assuming that she's glued to this stream to sort of watch how that one's going to go. So Nathan Ward, who got a great Class B victory, and he'll be hoping for more of the same. But this grid on the top 8 really is sort of topsy-turvy a little bit, isn't it, really?
It is very close on the second fastest times as well. Only 1.6 seconds covering the first 8. And we saw in the earlier race that behind Luke Cooper, anyway, it was almost anybody's race. So if Cooper doesn't get away at the start of this race like he did in the earlier race, then I think we're in for a real close contest. Sun's going again.
It's your fault. He wasn't expecting to get the same sort of free ride almost to some extent compared to normal this time, was he? Right. 5-second board is on. The engine notes have risen long before we've had any lights come on. They are ready for this one. You can tell it. 1 light, 2 light, on goes the third. The engine notes didn't have much further to go, but they have. All 5 lights are on. Off go the lights, and Felix Fischer gets a good start, as does David Vivian trying to get away. 1, 2, 3. Bryce Aaron has to slot across because his wasn't great, but into the lead. Is it going to be? I thought that Felix Fischer, the white car, number 26, was going to jump into the lead, but I think he had to wait before he moved over because Luke Cooper was totally there on his inside, but I'm not sure. It looked like Felix Fischer had possibly done enough. No, it's Luke Cooper's battling it out round the inside.
Yeah, Cooper ahead then. Well, it's pretty much side by side down the farm straight. It's Felix Fischer trying to go around the outside, but no, Cooper holds on into the S's for the first time. And then you've got 2 of the low density racing cars sort of bustling around David Vivian as well. It's the 1-2-2 car that is through first. So that's Jonathan Brown that slotted into 3rd place out of David Vivian. Bryce Aaron in 4th place. And now it looks like Brown is attacking down towards Tower Corner as well. That's Vivian, isn't it? Around the outside of Jonathan Brown, in fact, to try and get 3rd place back. And I think he's just about on contact and a spin and into the tyres, which go absolutely flying all over the place, don't they? Does everyone manage to avoid those? No. There's 2 cars in off, isn't there? I can see.
Well, it's going to be Jonathan Brown, isn't it? Because those 2 tried to go into there, and it was never going to work. That's a one follow your leader through Bobby's, isn't it, Ian? There's no way you can go side by side through that bit. So there's going to be frustration over that bit. And the fact that David Vivian's rear wheel was flicked is that he'll feel that he had that in there. It's difficult for us to tell him. The good news is we don't have to. We're not judge or jury, so we can let that one go. But he went backwards into that tyre barrier, which went across the road, and it sort of went in everyone's way, but somehow I think everyone else got away with it.
Has Felix Fischer is well a red flag, which is unsurprising, but I couldn't see Felix Fischer come past me.
Yeah, he came across the line in 2nd place. So...
Yeah, he's not come past me though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's come through about 15th in the order, so something must have happened after they crossed the line as well.
What's going on up there?
And there is a one of the low density cars as well, Grant Palmer's car, also well down the order.
I could have sworn I can see up on the circuit someone that looks more like potentially a driver up Avon Rise there. but I cannot see a car that has stopped. So it might not be. It might have been a fire marshal's just gone on to grab something.
There's one car off, and it's just around the sort of corner of the barriers from me. There you can see it on your stream. So that's on the exit quarry. And it's not Felix. But who is it?
But the problem is, into the pits has also come James Colburn with wheel damage. So that'll have been from collecting a tyre, I'm pretty certain. So that was absolute pure mayhem. I'm sure that David Vivian's going to be very, very frustrated. I think that was probably just a lack of local circuit knowledge that meant that Jonathan Brown sort of felt that he could keep his nose in there. And it's like, not really, not through Bobby's. That is a follow my leader section, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much single file. So you've lost Vivian and Brown there from that. And as I say, Cooper, when he appeared at Quarry Corner at the second lap just before the red flags came out, he was well ahead.
And just to report is that all the cars are stopped. Sort of, if you look at the camera we're showing you at the minute, if it was towards the left, they're all lined up, not going into the pits, not going to start-finish straight. But Felix Fisher has come down the pit lane. Now, which way is he going to go? Is he going to go paddock or pit lane? I'm waiting to see which way. Where am I going to see him appear from? Right, he's down the pit lane, so that would show that he's clearly not comfortable about something. I cannot see any damage on that car. All the wheels seem to be in the right direction. Now, he'll have been ahead. He'll have been ahead of that mayhem, wasn't he? Because he was running in second place. So he might have been caught by a tyre, I guess.
Well, but no, he was second over the line, wasn't he? And he didn't appear behind Luke Cooper at Quarry Corner. So
I'm trying to make sense of Uphaven Rise, but the problem is with the sort of glass on glass through my binoculars. No, I just think that's another one of the marshals that they're looking at something on the circuit just before the sort of crest of Avon Rise up there. And initially I thought it was a driver, but there's definitely no car off up there. Into the pits has also come the number 30 car. Now that, of course, is Grant Palmer. He dropped down the order as he crossed the line, down to 13th place. So he'd lost 6 places. Now, having a look at that, so I suspect that they're taking the bodywork off the back there to look at a mechanical issue, which I said it looked like it felt like it was a down on pace compared to what we'd seen previously, didn't we?
You did. Meanwhile, Josh has done well. He's grabbed a couple of screen grabs from the live stream and has sent them to me. And you can see on there, you've got Brown well up the inside of Vivian, probably halfway alongside. It's difficult to tell from the perspective on the way into Bobby's. And then another screen grab from a little bit further on, when basically, as Vivian tried to take the first apex of Bobby's, the gap had disappeared that Brown was previously in. I think what happened was inevitable.
Yeah, well, quite. I think, the point being is that others probably know not to keep your nose there. The bad news is Felix Fisher has jumped out of his car and is at the back, although he is, of course, mechanically minded, so he's actually helping his team there. Bodywork is off the rear, and they're looking at as if there's some kind of issue mechanically with that one as well. So that's him and Grant Palmer both had rear bodywork off. Fingers crossed we can get them out. Also, we had in, of course, as I say, James Colburn, the blue 76 car. But that, and in fact, that looks like Wayne Paul Racing have been flat out getting that front right repaired amazingly. Would you believe that? Down in the pit lane, potentially got it repaired. Such is the team spirit down here, though. Kevin Mills and Brian Soul just sort of walking away from those cars. So they've clearly been over to see if there's anything they could do. And they're just walking away, still chatting amongst themselves, probably with a degree of frustration of what's happened. We're going to have to rebuild the tyre stack, aren't we, on the apex of Bobby's as well.
Yeah, that's going to take a moment or two to get that sort of, because the tyres did go absolutely everywhere, didn't they?
Yeah.
But well and truly scattered. Now, the car that was off at Quarry has been collected. It's on the back of one of the trucks now, so I think that's going to drive past me in a moment, so I'll see who it was that's on the back of that one.
Well, suddenly it means that on the front row, we got Luke Cooper on his own because Felix Fisher is in the pit. Although, where's he just gone? That car has disappeared now. Now, which direction did he go? I have a horrible feeling that he has gone into the paddock, which is a real shame if that's the case, that he's not coming out to rejoin this race, and it'll be a real gutter if that's the case. Second row on his own is 1, 2, 3 Bryce Aaron, because of course Jonathan Brown is a strict car up at Bobby's. Third row, 75, Rob Hall on his own, because, of course, David Vivian is up there stricken as well. Fourth row, Matt Hallam, number 40 on his own, because Grant Palmer is in the pit lane here, and that looks like he's about to be pointed towards the gate to get straight back into the paddock, as though there's an issue with that car that they don't believe they can sort. Also, Colburn, 76, is aiming that direction, despite the work that they've done. Now, I don't know whether that means that they're going to be able to sort of bring that car down to the assembly area, if you will, and then bring it back out sort of under the Avon Bridge. I don't know which way they're going. I don't quite know what they're... Yes, down that way. So that looks like... So, yeah, there goes 76. There goes 30. They're just being stopped because the recovery vehicle's gone. But that suggests to me that Felix Fischer, sadly, has gone back to their awning, and they're not going to be able to get that sorted. That has given his championship ambitions an almighty slap in the face.
Well, especially as we've said earlier, no drop scores this season. It was 15 points behind Luke Cooper already. So, I mean, if Luke gets a win here and Felix doesn't score, then Luke doesn't need to do very much at the final meeting to wrap things up in the championship. Chris Warden, by the way, was the car that stopped at Pit Quarry, as he did at the end of the first race as well. So,
right, yeah. And in fact, I've only just clocked it, is that's new. That was probably the same car that did it, is that we've got oil all the way up, cement dust all the way up from halfway up Avon Rise. So that'll have been what it was. A marshal looking at the track, realizing that there was probably some fluid, but making sure that it was something that needed treatment rather than left to evaporate. And they're obviously comfortable it isn't going to evaporate. So cement dust all over it.
And I fear the same thing may have happened with that car in the earlier race as well, with the same result.
Such a shame. That really is a shame. And I'm just looking to see what's happening. The marshals are sort of like being waved. Now I'm wondering, I've got a feeling Chris Hodgins' car, he's out of his 77 car as well, and they're pushing that down as though there's an issue with that one. But I was just watching the marshals that were sort of almost waving some people down as if they were sort of saying, oh, come down here. But we've got quite a few gaps out on this grid now, surprisingly, and that's unusual for Formula Fords in reality, isn't it? But we have lost quite a lot. Yeah, Chris Hodgins, sadly, limping away in that 77 car, which is a real shame. He'll have come down from the northwest to race with us. A great guy and someone I class as a friend these days when we managed to catch up with him. Stuart Tinker Taylor says, "Hooray! It's the Fuffers again." Well, you've come in late there, Mr. Taylor, because it's a red flag and we're rebuilding some things over there. And in fact, it's going to be a complete restart, original grid as we would expect it to be. And I don't know about you, but I'm going to take that opportunity. I'm going to put an advert on, and then I'm going to run down to the loo again. On that note, by the way, just quickly, is that referring back to our notes, that we need to make sure that we also mention the title sponsors, obviously Samco supporting the saloons, EBC the brakes, Premier Finance on the Formula Fords, Reese Motorsport Insurance sponsoring the GTs as well, and also the additional circuit sponsors, Honda of the UK manufacturing that supplies circuit vehicles, including the Civic Type R, safety car, and the CRV medical response units. Kia Motors supply the Seed course car, Volvo UK for their supply of vehicles, Avon Tyres, of course, Simply Sweepers, and Wiltshire College. Don't forget, we got car track day, so you can take your own car on the circuit, £175. Additional drivers, £25, although I think that's got to be within your family bubble as it stands at the moment. Open pit lane format, 18th of September, 9th of October, 23rd of October. Any dates before that are fully booked already. Gift vouchers can be bought for car track days and are valid for 18 months from the date of issue. So even if you're not certain, get the gift vouchers for car track days, and whoever you're gifting them to will be able to use them any point within the next 18 months. So a great opportunity. Bike track days as well. You may have seen Rob Jones on our Combe TV, a fantastic interview he was. And he gets involved in these. Take your bike on the circuit, motorbike that is, of course, £135. Dates 7th of October, 14th of October and 27th of October. Team of highly experienced instructors on hand to give advice. Again, gift vouchers available. Go to castlecombe circuit.co.uk for that. Of course, the next race meeting is the Grand Finals weekend on the 19th and 20th of September, which will also include, and this is great news, Ian, it includes the return of the Formula Ford Carnival after a few years off.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to as well. I think that's going to be on the Sunday, isn't it? With the main championship action on the Saturday, I think.
That would make sense. It sort of doesn't interfere with that, is the idea, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Saturday features the Saloons and Formula Fords final round. Sunday features the GT final round and the Hot Hatches last races. The official line as it stands at the moment, no spectators currently being allowed at this or any event, but who knows? Everything is constantly evolving, so we'll have to wait and see. But assume not at the moment, and we'll have to sort of develop it from there and see where we go. But that is the announcements. I'm just looking. Hopefully, we're not actually that far away from going. So I'm going to play an advert, and I'm going to come back up in a second, unless you've got anything else that you want to add instead, Ian, or you're happy with an ad?
You go with an ad, but just before that, I will say that it's a broken suspension mount for Felix Fischer.
That's no.
For Felix Fischer, so it looks like he won't be back out, unfortunately.
Which could well have been the issue that we saw earlier then. That would be a shame.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play the ARDS one again for now, and I'll be back in a minute.
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS novice drivers training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the novice driver training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.
Video 1 is about the reasons and benefits of public speaking or presenting. Well, let's think about this another way. Why on earth do we exercise? It takes some serious willpower to get going, and it's all too easy to talk yourself out of it. But we know the benefits will be significant, so we push ourselves to do it. And once you get going, it becomes addictive, including the battle of wills to keep going.
The same applies with public speaking. It's easy to psych yourself out if you let yourself, but it lets you share your knowledge, point of view, passion, emotion, etc. You have the opportunity to inform, motivate, win over and persuade an audience. What a buzz and an honour. I have the same addiction to the battle of wills, adrenaline and achievement with public speaking. So turn around the way you see it and relish the chance and opportunity.
And it hurts a lot less than exercise.
You're not wrong. It hurts an awful lot less than exercise, I can tell you. Right, I timed that and I'm back and just managed to run both of them. I can see they're still up there working on getting the tyre stack replaced up there, which is a shame. Which reminds me, I can now do that and bring us in as well, Ian, back to this.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that you'd like to think wouldn't take too long to sort out, but that really did absolutely destroy the tyre stack there on the apex, because I think he went backwards into it, didn't he, and threw it.
I think that was effectively what happened in the end. Certainly everything's clear at Quarry now, so that's good. I think the work has been done there to dress the fluid that's gone down there. Another note on Felix Fisher, definitely won't be out today. Possibly not for September finals day either, which would be a real shame. Is the news from Josh down there in the paddock. Also on David Vivian's car, he's got a broken front right corner, which makes sense given that he was on the left-hand side of the circuit. The exhaust has also now been flipped into a vertical position. Chris Hodgson, as we noted, also back in the paddock. And on an unrelated note, Adam Preble had fuel pickup problems in the earlier race, so
which would show the confirm the intermittent nature that we spotted, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fuel pickup can be intermittent, can't it? So
it can, yeah. So those are the updates from Josh down there in the paddock. He's been busy finding out what's been going on, but yeah, it's looking a bit of a threadbare grid now, isn't it? That grid with a few gaps on it.
It is,
which is a shame.
And they are done by the looks of it up at Bobby's. All the vehicles are away from it, so they're comfortable that is sorted sufficiently. And all the massive maintenance vehicles are here, so they're clearly going to get themselves ready to restart this race. Complete restart, original grid, 10 laps. So at the moment, it looks like we're able to stick to it, which will be good if that is the case. I think we've got a little bit of fat in the day. In fact, the Formula 4s weren't due to start for another 5 minutes officially. The team were doing amazing.
We're ahead of time by about 20 minutes, I think, when the race originally started. So I guess it was just as well that we'd made up a bit of time, because you never know when something like that might happen and take a bit of time out of the day. But no, they've done a good job to get us back ahead of timetable after a sort of inauspicious start first thing this morning when we had a delay after the first session. But qualifying more or less finished on time. Yeah, that Adam Preble fuel pickup problem is coming on the left-handed corners, which I suppose isn't the worst thing at Combe, which is a predominantly right-handed track. But going through the S's and Bobbies, that would affect you there certainly.
Yeah, and any indication that they've resolved it?
We'll wait and see if Josh can give us any more information on that. But I guess we'll find out when he comes out for the next race.
I got my wasp back in the commentary box now, and it always worries me when it's a fairly docile looking wasp, because it means that they probably are anchoring for a fight, aren't they?
I reckon they are. It just depends whether you want to take them on, Chris.
Not overly. No. Stay away, you.
Green flags.
We do.
Green flag. That's
we
good.
do green flag, and it does still look like it is 10 laps. So it is Luke Cooper, number 46, on pole position with a front row to himself, with the sad demise of 26 Felix Fisher. Second row, Bryce Aaron 1, 2, 3 on his own with no 1, 2, 2 Jonathan Brown. It looks more like a staggered grid at the front now that we often see in some of the single seaters. And it's not really meant to be that way around, so it's unfortunate that it has ended that way. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, Celeste has actually said Adam had fuel issues. Every time he turned left, he was losing power. Let's hope the issue is fixed. So Adam's better half is hoping so. Third row, we've obviously lost David Vivian. So 75, Rob Hall on his own. Fourth row, I don't think, although I stopped looking, did Grant Palmer make it back out there or not? We'll have to have a look to see whether number 30's out there. Otherwise, Matt Hallam's on his own on that fourth row. Kieran Atwood and Chris Acton on row 5. Sixth row, Tom Hawkins and Paul Barnes. Nathan Ward and the repaired James Colburn. Wayne Paul Racing did an incredible job to get that sorted. Eighth row, 77, Chris Hodgson has gone. We know, so Mark de Rosario in 25 on his own. Bob Higgins on his own on row 9 because we've lost Alan Slater somewhere in the 69 car. 10th row, 91, we seem to have lost Bob Hawkins, but Michael Phillips in 7 there on his own. 11th, Paul Morecambe will be on his own because we know we lost 33, Chris Warden. 12th row, 78, James Rose on his own because Steve Bracegirder wasn't able to take the start in this one as well. So it's a weird one, that.
It is. And Grant Palmer's going to start from the back as well. He's come through.
Okay.
Left.
Cool.
And more news from Josh. Unsurprisingly, a broken left front corner on Jonathan Brown's car.
Yes, that's what we'd expect, isn't it? Zen Monkey Clothing. Go on, Matt. That, of course, is Matt Hallam's sponsor there. Great to see your involvement, guys. Kevin Mills Racing with Zen Monkey Clothing. As I say, I've got to have a look at those guys because I just love that name. That sounds really, really cool. So welcome, guys, and I hope that we see you involved at Castle Combe for some time to come, as is so often the case, is that you just get sort of emotionally linked. Oh, I worried for a minute then because I thought that Rob Hall was dropping back, but he has gone to his place. Matt Hallam is on his own. Those two are there. Those two are there. Fantastic job to see the what was it, the 76 guy, James Colburn. He came into the pits with his front wheel, front right, was bouncing. Do you like the impression I'm doing there? Bouncing. Just in case you didn't know what bouncing was, Ian, was bouncing along. And on that note, I'll put the screen back up to 4. We don't need my impressions. 5-second board goes up. We're going to get this race underway. 10 laps of Formula Ford racing. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights. Engine lights have long been since up. The 5th light goes on and off. No hanging about, and off go this field. Chris Acton looked good up the from the 4th row there. Matt Hallam's got a good start. He's going to make a challenge for 2nd place going round the outside. So Zen Monkey Clothing will be pleased to see that. He's up there. Luke Cooper's got the right start, but it looks as though the Jonathan Brown's not there. Sorry, Bryce Aaron was under pressure from Matt Hallam from the 4th row. I'm not sure whether it have worked up there, but it's definitely Luke Cooper in the front, and I'm not sure who's in second.
It's Bryce Allen in second, I think, and I think it's Rob Hall in 3rd position as they head down towards the S's for the first time then. Turning their way through. Oh, big slide there by Luke Cooper as he comes out of the S's for the first time. It is Cooper ahead then. Aaron in 2nd place. Rob Hall 3rd. Matt Hallam is 4th. Chris Acton 5th. Tom Hawkins is 6th as they make their way down towards Tower Corner for the first time. Grant Palmer's only got past the 1 car so far. That's the number 60 of Paul Morgan, the Sully Motorsport prepared car. But he isn't at the back of the field now. Through Bob as they go. It looks like we're going to get through here safely this time and back up with you.
Yeah, that Luke Cooper's not getting it his own way, is he? Because Bryce Aaron, the 1, 2, 3 car, is all the way up, glued to the back of him. Through Camp Corner they go nice and cleanly. Then it is Rob Hall, the 2011 champion. Small gap. Then we got Matt Hallam, number 40, being pressurized by Chris Acton, the number 59 car. So interesting fight there heading up, and it's behind them. This side by side suddenly goes Hawkins and Atwood by the looks of it, 28 and 43. But Luke Cooper's not getting his own way at the front, is he?
Certainly not. Bryce Aaron, the young American, taking the fight to him as they head down Farm Straight towards the S's for the 2nd time. Rob Hall trying to cling on to them as well in 3rd place. It's Matt Hallam in that spectrum in 4th. Chris Acton in the A 5th. And 6th and 7th. We've had a change because Kieran Atwood, number 43, now ahead of Tom Hawkins in the number 28 Ray GR11. Round Tower. And it was one of the cars towards the back of the field, sounding a little bit tractorish, but leaders still right together and heading back towards you.
Tractorish. I'm sure they speak highly of you as well, Ian. But down here they go, and Luke Cooper's having to go very defensive. Bryce Aaron looking to try and force around the outside, which was tempting Rob Hall to look up the inside in the white and red number 75. It's there's a whole lot of red in these front 3 positions, and Luke Cooper again hugs the inside line. There's nearly a bit of contact wheel to wheel as they wash out. Thankfully got away with that, and Bryce Aaron tucks himself behind Luke Cooper. Up and towards Quarry we go again, and actually that's compromised Bryce Aaron. He's back into the clutches of the 75 car of Rob Hall by the looks of it.
Yeah, so Swift Cooper cars 1st and 3rd at the moment. Bryce Aaron in the Low Dempsey racing car, they're mating that sandwich at the moment as they come off the S's towards Old Paddock once again. Definite gap back now to the 4th place car of Matt Hallam. He's got Chris Acton, the pilot, just behind him. And then Kieran Atwood, still with a novice cross on the back of his car. And then Tom Hawkins. Then you've got Paul Barnes actually ahead of Nathan Ward. So that's the Class B battle that's going on as well. Big good scrap between the black Swift and the blue and white Swift heading through Tower Corner now as well. So that's one to watch out for just on your screen at the moment as the leader's already heading back towards you.
Yep, here they come. It's still the white nose tells us that's Luke Cooper that has the lead, but only just about the red top, white middle. horizontally, if you will, with the black flashes on the rear there. Tells us 1, 2, 3. Bryce Aaron in second place. Got a good run along the start, finish straight through Folly, heading up Avon Rise, pressurising Luke Cooper. And it looks like Rob Hall's just fallen away in that 75 car at the moment, but it doesn't mean he won't come at him. Fourth place for Matt Hallam. Great job in the number 40 car. He's shaking off the attentions of Chris Acton at the moment, who's actually got more attention from the 43, Kieran Atwood. He's fought up to 6th as Kieran, and he intends to do a bit more.
Yeah, Kieran's having a very good race here, as is Luke Cooper out front, and Bryce Allen putting a lot of pressure on him. You've got the Dayglow yellow and green helmet, the Husqvarna liveried car, 75. Drive from Bromyard in Herefordshire. Rob Hall, and a gap back to the next, 3 cars, 4 cars at the outside. Class B battle still ongoing. Nathan Ward looking to the left-hand side of Paul Barnes as they head down towards Tower Corner in the number 5 car. Paul Barnes, the Sawley Motorsport run machine. Those two still right together. Just in the back of shot there, you can just see them going through Bobby's now. Very little choose between them.
And I'd missed that fact that those two are glued together. What an awesome fight that is between those two as well. And it looked like Nathan Ward, I thought it was a good exit down. He comes towards Camp. He's on the outside, though. He's going to try the switcheroo even. But Paul Barnes sort of covered that one largely off as the leaders are up round Quarry. Is that side-by-side? No, it isn't. It looks like Luke Cooper's still got that, but it is side-by-side. Nathan Ward's got the inside at Folly. This is for Class B honours. They're still side-by-side. Bear with me, Ian, because they are coming up over Avon Rise, and I think Ward did just enough to squeeze him up over Avon Rise, and he's got the lead in Class B.
Yes, he has. So it's the Dayglow Swift SC92 that's now ahead. And out in front in Class A and overall, it is still number 46, Luke Cooper, from number 123, Bryce Allen, and Rob Hall in 3rd place. Luke Cooper's in the best lap of the race so far at 1:11.1. And Barnes is back through. He's back ahead of Ward. That must have happened at the S's. I missed that, but now Ward is trying to fight back. He's going to try and go around the outside into Tower Corner. Can he do it? No, he can't. So Paul Barnes holds on at Tower.
Well, Class A's coming down towards me almost side by side. They did go side by side for a second area, and it's all happening at both sides of the circuit, Class A and Class B. But Bryce Aaron got himself alongside Luke Cooper that time, and Luke Cooper's gone very tight at Folly. I'm looking side by side for Class B in towards Camp as well. We just don't know where to look. But Paul Barnes has still got it. But up in towards Quarry, they flick right. Who's still got it? It is still Luke Cooper just about. Goodness me, this is incredible, Ian.
Yeah, already into the second half of this race. They're on lap 6 now. Cooper heading down towards the S's, but only half a car length in hand over Bryce Aaron there. And Hall's a bit on the grass there. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths, I think. He was already 8 tenths behind the 2 leaders. It will be a second behind now, so that's limiting his chances there. Meanwhile, the Class B battle is side by side into the S's again. It's Barnes in the black car that is ahead, so it's nip and tuck between those two. Ward trying to come around the outside at Old Paddock, tucks into the slipstream on the exit of the corner, goes to the left-hand side of the circuit at Tower now, and is he going to go around the outside of Paul Barnes? Again, it doesn't work out for him.
Well, and again, down in towards Camp, the two went side by side, heading towards Camp, but Bryce Aaron has to tuck himself back. He nearly forced his way around the outside at Tower, I noticed as well, and had to go very defensive, did Luke Cooper, in towards Bobby's, and he's going defensive round Folly, up Avon Rise, in towards Quarry Corner. The Class B's are side by side in towards Campers. The Class A are side by side in towards Quarry. This is just impossible, but just can't take your eyes off it. Nathan Ward trying to get a run up the inside at Folly, and I think he's going to do it, Ian, but you've got Class A.
Yeah, and we saw on screen there at Quarry, Aaron was on the outside of Cooper. They were pretty much alongside, but Cooper prevails at the moment, just looking into the distance, and it's the black car that appears first of Paul Barnes up there at Quarry Corner ahead of Nathan Ward. Ward's going to try and get alongside him now. He goes to the left-hand side into the S's. Barnes doing a really good defensive job there. Just trying to have a look now at the Class A battle. As there past me goes the Class B battle. You can see that on the screens now, heading down towards Hammerdown, and Wards are fully alongside this time as they go down towards Tower Corner. Can he go through? It's such a hard move to make it work all the way around the outside. They've seen it done before. I think Nathan's done it before, but not on this occasion.
He has. He's done it more than once, I would say, as well, Ian. He does like that one because it's not done by many, is it? And he says, I beg to differ that it's not possible. And he's proven it many a time. Class A was kind of a bit relaxed that time. It was nearly half a second between the lead two. But Class B coming down towards us here. Into the pits has come number 60, Morecambe, sadly. But Nathan Ward's got a good run on to start, finish straight. Bear with me a second, Ian, because heading up through Folly, the first right-hander, Nathan Ward's got the inside line for Class B. Has he taken the lead of it? I've got a feeling he has, but I'm waiting for him to switch right at Quarry. It looks to me as though it is the Class B now led by Nathan Ward.
Okay, no change in the top three, but fourth, fifth and sixth right together. That's Matt Hallam, Chris Acton and Kieran Atwood still in that order. Tom Hawkins having a lonelier race there in seventh. And then in eighth place, it is now Nathan Ward ahead of Paul Barnes. So he's finally done it. He's put a few car lengths between himself and Barnes in the black-coloured car now. And then you've got James Colburn rounding out the top 10, just ahead of our Class C leader, Mark de Rosario. I think Barnes and Ward have been slowing each other a little bit up there, and they've dropped back into the clutch of the Class C battle. Oh, we've got a slow car there. I think that's Rose, possibly, who has got back up to speed again now.
Right, the leaders are already making their way up towards Quarry, and Matt Hallam's having to defend from the two behind him as well. But the fastest lap of the race goes to Bryce Aaron, number 1, 2, 3. Puff of brake smoke there as he's clearly trying. Nathan Ward, now he's made that move, is pulling away from Paul Barnes. That's a cracking fight he's had there. But the lead three is still close together.
Certainly are. Well, the lead two are. It's Hall who's dropped away a little bit now on the penultimate lap of this race, of course. Coop has 2 lengths in hand over Bryce Aaron, who's never really got fully ahead, has he? But he's been a constant shadow to Luke Coop all the way through this race. In fact, Aaron on the last lap did the best lap of the race, a 1 minute 10.634. Early on, Jonathan Van did a 1 minute 10.297. They're at the Bobby's series of bends now. Out of it they come. It's still Cooper ahead. Aaron not giving up, though, and we're about to go on to the final lap, Chris.
Yeah, we will, which is a shame because this is absolutely amazing. Through camp for the penultimate time comes Luke Cooper. He's just got a little bit of daylight from Bryce Aaron, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. As you say, 75, Rob Hall has corner fallen away there. Still lapping fairly equivalent to them, but it's a great fight. Matt Hallam is doing a brilliant job there, defending his 4th place. From now, Kieran Atwood, 43, has got ahead of 59, Chris Acton, but he's been hounded by the pair of them, and he's just fending them off brilliantly, isn't he?
He's doing a really good job. Absolutely right. Here comes Luke Cooper down to the S's for the 10th and final time in this race. That time through, he was a little bit quicker than Bryce Aaron. Kept his lead, but there's less than a car length in it as they come past me for the final time. There they are on screen, heading down towards Hammerdown. Aaron looking to the left. He knows his chances of running out. Can he make a move around the outside? Nathan Ward's done that before, but Bryce Aaron, I don't think probably has. He's going to have a look up the inside into the Bobbies. No, Cooper's got that covered, and we saw on lap 1 the perils of what happens if you try a move there. Heading up towards you for the final time.
Here they come, very close together. Luke Cooper's having to go defensive. Has he moved over too late? Because it looks like Bryce Aaron's going to have a nibble up the inside. No, it's an optical illusion. Luke Cooper comes through, takes the checkered flag, and he is pleased with that because he knew he had to fight hard. Through comes second Bryce Aaron, and then Rob Hall, 75. But what about Matt Hallam? Brilliant performance in 4th place there to hold these guys off. He had his best time in qualifying. He's just done a brilliant job, and he's hardly moved there because I think he's exhausted after keeping those two behind him. Kieran Atwood in 5th. 6th is Chris Acton. There goes Tom Hawkins, 28. But Nathan Ward, equally a fantastic job to take this Class B win. He's got to be pleased with that one and surely enjoyed the fight with Paul Barnes. Paul Barnes did a great job to really put that pressure on. And I think they are about to go side by side and sort of put their thumbs up to each other. James Colburn, 76. What a great way to repay the Wayne Paul Racing team of getting that car fixed. Number 76 came through to take Class C honours. What a fabulous performance. 11th, number 25, Mark de Rosario, 2nd in Class C. There goes Bob Higgins in that beautiful 960 car. The Riadro Racing Run Macon 07. Beautiful car. And, of course, he wins Class D. 78 is the James Rose Goodrich Limited Run Swift SC95. And then the final finisher is the number 7 car of Michael Phillips in his Class C car, which actually gives him 3rd in Class C as well. Wow. They just always deliver just fabulous entertainment. And yet again, they did it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Even though we have that depleted field for the restart with sort of 2 or 3 front runners out of action. Grant Palmer was a retirement to the paddock by the way in that race, and we think he was the car that was down a cylinder as well. Just looking at the points then, going into the final meeting on the 19th of September for these cars, it's now a 22-point lead, I reckon, for Luke Cooper on 136, and Bryce Aaron now up into second place on 114. And I think it'll be Felix Fischer third on 98 points. So I think, well, mathematically, Felix Fischer could still do it, but it's looking like it's between Luke Cooper and Bryce Aaron for the championship now, assuming Bryce Aaron's here for that final meeting of the season.
I really hope so. I genuinely
Yeah,
do.
I do.
Those guys have been amazing, and it'll keep it alive. Shame for Grant Palmer. I had a whole load of information sent through from his dad, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to read that. Nathan Ward getting a lot of love as well. Top race Nathan Ward from Tyro Junior Karting, who he does a lot of work supporting those guys. Absolutely brilliant. And Kev Davis says, thrilling Formula Ford, best race of the day. Luke under pressure, great drives from first two. Absolutely. Understandably, and as you guys should be proud, great drive from Matt, says Zen Monkey Clothing. Matt Hallam was absolutely fabulous there. I really was impressed. And equally, yes, you're right, is that Rob A says, very well done, Kieran Atwood. Good, clean fight. All three of those together, because, of course, you had Chris Acton. All three of those. That was an awesome fight between the three of them, and more of the same. So kudos to everyone. There's so many drivers that you've got to congratulate on that one. The one who really gets to do it, of course, just quickly bring up as well another point there that Alice Hallam says, well done, Matt Hallam, epic race, hashtag Zen Monkey. Well, the person who does get to have a chat with them and find out all about it and is... I can hear the whistles and all sorts. Is Josh down the background? Just quickly, Lucy Marie Smith, that's Nathan Ward's other half, says, amazing race, Nathan. I was watching from behind my hand. I bet you were, Lucy. It was amazing. But I'm going to hand down to Josh now. You got the drivers, mate.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Luke's just making his way over here. Luke, that was a pretty tough race.
Very tough, yeah. Absolutely mega race with Bryce there. Couldn't break the turtle, and came right down to the last corner, and it's just able to hold him off.
It seemed to be 10 laps of defended.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I was annoyed with the red flags. I just about gapped up. I don't know what happened to Felix, but that was a shame. But yeah, it was absolutely brilliant race after the restart.
Yeah, I think Felix had a broken suspension mount, and he said, really, no, that's his championship in big dramas with no drop scores this year.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's a shame for the championship.
But obviously for you, that it's been a perfect day because you've won both races.
For me, perfect day. 2 poles, 2 wins. Couldn't really ask for any more. Really had to work hard for that second one.
And today we got some of the top Formula 4 drivers in the country here.
Yeah, with Brown, who's won the Formula 4 Festival. Rob's come back as well, preparing for the Walter Hayes, and obviously Bryce and Grant and Felix are all amazing drivers. So it's great win.
And you had to use all your Castle Combe experience in that one to know where to place your car. Obviously, Bryce quite new to racing, so
the interquarry is quite difficult because it's still slippy with the oil down there. And I looked up into there a couple of times, and I really had to make sure that I shut it down enough on the brakes to avoid running too wide and letting him pass in the exit. But brilliant race.
And with Rob here as well, good to have 2 of the cars on the podium.
Yeah, 2 cars on the podium is brilliant. Rob's been out of Formula 4 for a while, so it's great to see him back in Formula 4, and even better to see him on the podium.
And now you're prepared for 3 weeks to the final round?
Final round here, yeah. And championship-wise, it's looking really good for me. But with no drop rounds, anything could still happen.
Well done today.
Thank you.
We see if we get Bryce over to have a chat. He's just chatting to some of the team. Second place again, Bryce, but that was an incredible race between you and Luke.
Yeah, still trying to find words for it. It was every lap just to try and hound each other, just trying to look for a gap somewhere, and it was tough. Obviously I wish I could go and win it, but Luke did a phenomenal job. I have to give it hands down. He knows his place well. He drove a great race, and I can't take anything away from him there. He was quick and he defended where he needed to. It was a little tough because we had a little bit of oil dry on the outside of turn 1. So it was just tough to try to do the passes in there. But no, enjoyed it, even though I came second, but still loved it.
And good learning experience as well, learning the racecraft.
Yeah, it was a lot of racecraft stuff, just trying everywhere, just looking low, looking high. And so racecraft-wise, learned a lot from that. Another great experience in the book, and enjoyed it.
Will you be back for the final rounds of the Castle Combe Championship?
See, the funny thing is, every time I say I'm not, the past few rounds have been like, I don't think I will be, I'm not sure. But, and then we ended up coming back, and this time we came back with another guy.
Yeah, I think we think you're second in the championship now as well.
Maybe. Well, I hope we hopefully we'll be able to come back, but I'm not sure because all the national stuff is picking up again in late September and early October. So we'll definitely see if we were able to. I'd hope we could come back. I love the track. The competition's great. But yeah, really enjoying it here. So if we can, love to.
Well, I hope to see you either there or be at Brands Hatch for the meetings there, so one or the other. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And yeah, Rob, over quickly. We've got yeah, sure. Good to see you back, Rob. First race in a few seasons, I believe.
Yeah, first time back in the Formula Ford since 2017. And first time back here since either 17 or 16. I can't quite remember. I've slept since then. So, but yeah, no, it's nice to get back in the car, and we're just trying to find the pace really, just to see whether we do the World Race or not at the end of the year. And by the looks of that race, we've still got some working out to do. So we'll see.
You managed to avoid all the carnage up at the chicane then?
Yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare, that was. I think it was on the cards in the first race that something was going to transpire with, you know, you have that many Formula Fords running closely together around here. You can sometimes have a bit of a knock, and it happened on the first lap that time. And the biggest problem was avoiding the tyres as they went like everywhere like Skittles. But we managed to get through that, and then it was really a case in the restart of trying to hold my position and seeing if the front two fought enough for me to stay on the back of them, because we didn't feel that we had the pace, and that's the way it transpired really. And even with them fighting, we didn't. But no, we'll take it. It's a good start, and we'll see what we do next time.
I hope back in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, back in September. We've got another test in between now and then, so hopefully we can find a little bit. Yeah, we'll see what it is. It's time in the seat that's the main thing, just to find out where we are, and we'll go from there.
Well done on the podium.
All right, thank you very much.
Head back to Chris now, because the car's already on the track.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yep, they're already out there and they're on their warm-up laps. So quickly through the grid for the saloons, obviously sponsored by Samco Sport. On pole position, it is Simon Thornton Norris, number 1, with Robert Ellick, the number 50 Golf, alongside him. Hopefully sorted whatever issues he had earlier as well. Second row, 7, Chris Rawlins, and 66, Adam Preble. He is out there. Let's hope the fuel pickup issue has gone. Third row, 91, Gary Preble, and 2, Dave Scaramanga. Fourth row, 6, should have been Rob Ballard there, but he's not. So on his own is 25, John Lannon. Fifth row, 39, James Blake out in his lay-on for only the second race. And great to see that the yellow Astra of 98, Mark Wyatt, is alongside him. Sixth row, 1, 2, 3, Peter Ellison, 282, Dave Spiller. Seventh row, 26, Mark Sutton, 67, Terry Thorne. Eighth row is 23. Stuart Hignall is not there, sadly. The problem that put him out in the first one has left its issues. 28, Chris Hignall, therefore, on his own. And then no Louis Fides. Sadly, he's not out there. So 88, Chaz Riles on his own on row 9. So much that we can expect to happen here. And who knows what's going to really evolve here. We'll wait and see. But we've got Simon Thornton Norris did not get the start he wanted in that first race. He's going to want something better. Green flag is now waving at the back already. 5-second board is now up. 15-lap race for this, the saloon car sponsored by Samco Sports. Waiting for the lights to come on. No engine revs just yet. First light, second, third, fourth. On goes the fifth. Up go the engine notes. And long hold this time. Long hold. Off go the lights. Adam Preble screams away at the front. Simon Thornton Norris is slow. Gary Preble aiming for the inside of Simon Thornton Norris as he goes plummeting down the order to Simon Thornton Norris. That was not the start he wanted. I'm not sure what the issue is there with it, but hopefully it's not a problem. But Adam Preble comfortably in the lead. The 2 Golfs side by side. It is on the inside. Well, I thought that Rawlins was going to do it, but actually Rawlins is about to be passed by the charging Gary Preble up through the order yet again. The Prebles are looking good.
Yeah, up to third place is Gary Adams in the lead after those issues in the first race with the fuel pickup. So it's Adam Preble who got the lap record as well earlier, leading the way then. Rob Ellick second, Gary Preble third, Chris Rawlins fourth, and a long way back is Simon Thornton Norris in fifth place, Dave Scaramanga sixth, Peter Elliston seventh, James Blake eighth, and then the rest of them, there's one that stopped. I think that might be John Lannon's car possibly that stopped on the exit of the S's. We'll try and pick that one up in a minute, but the leaders already making their way through Tower, and excuse me, you've got the Prebles first and third with Ellick in the middle of the sandwich.
Yeah, down towards us here. He is very much the filling in the sandwich, but it's sort of fairly equidistant. A grandstand seat for the 4th place, Chris Rawlins, number 7 in the red Golf as it stands at the moment. We just need to keep an eye on Ellick to see whether he has a problem with gears that you were spotting over your end in the first race, Ian. And over here, I was watching massive understeer coming around Camp Corner. If anything, he's closed right onto the back of Adam Preble this time. So that black Golf is certainly flying by the looks of it this time.
Yep, so they come down into a yellow flag zone here where they've got the stricken car. It is John Lanham that didn't make it through at the end of lap 1, unfortunately, after winning his class in the earlier race. So it is Adam Preble leading, Rob Ellick second, Gary Preble third, 4th is Chris Rawlings, Simon Thornton Norris 5th, and not really making much impression on the top 4 yet. And 6th is Dave Scaramanga. As we are working the second lap here of a 15-lap race. Can Gary Preble do another remarkable job to get through to a 4th win of the day? He's not dropped to the very back of the field this time as he did at the beginning of the earlier race, though, Chris.
No, he had a fair bit to do because of his grid spot, and he made quick, sharp work of that one, and he's up with these two. But Adam Preble is now controlling at the front. I keep trying to work out whether he's potentially still got the issue. Fastest lap of the race so far goes to the 2nd place car of Ellick, which explains why he was able to close in on Gary Preble. But it's kind of, I don't know about you, I'm glued to the left-handers now to see what is happening with Adam Preble. Again, he slows there. Now, could that be the left-hand kink as you get to the top of Avon Rise that showed that he is still having that issue?
Yeah, we'll have a look. He's obviously going through the left-hander at the S's now. Seems to be around there reasonably efficiently. No real delay there. And he's got Ellick behind him and Gary, his brother, behind him. But yeah, no real time lost. And Chris Rawlings just struggling to stay with those first 3 now. He's dropping back a bit in 4th. Not yet, though, into the clutches of Simon Thornton Norris in 5th. In 6th place on his own, very much, is Dave Scaramanga in the Scirocco. And then in 7th, it's Peter Elliston in another of the Golfs, the black Golf with the day glow bumpers and wing mirrors.
So down comes the Preble sandwich in towards camp. They come, and it's the Astra of Adam Preble in the lead. Just runs a little bit wide across the grass there, but just kept his boot in sensibly there. He might not have triggered the timing beam. Gary Preble now is right up on Ellick. I think Ellick was spooked by that, thinking that Adam may have had a big moment there, but I don't think that was on the cards. He just sort of had the 2 left-hand wheels on the mud, but Ellick has now closed back in again. So it is as he gets up to that point that Ellick has the running of that Astra, you know.
And Ellick has got the best lap of the race so far as well, a 1:11.194. That would have been well underneath the lap record, and apart from the fact it was a 10.8 set earlier on by Adam Preble, a 10.881 is the new benchmark. They're past me now here at Old Paddock. Ellick only a couple of car lengths. I have to say, this is a really impressive drive from Rob Ellick here, in the company of these two brothers who are absolutely rapid. They really are a benchmark around Castle Combe, aren't they? He's doing a fantastic job. Just a bit slower out of Tower Corner, though, that time. He's lost a couple of lengths to Adam, and that means he's into the clutches of Gary.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be Ellick right now. It's just I'm going to wake up having cold sweats in my dreams tonight, imagining that I'm in that position. But Ellick has been racing really, really quick, and he's a great character to speak to down in the paddock as well. And he's got to be enjoying this, hoping that whatever issue was sort of a bit of an issue for him, a bit of a thorn in his side in that first race, does not come back. See, now he's fallen into the clutches of Gary Preble there, but as they then flick left and then the right of Quarry, is that you see that again Ellick is able to close massively onto Preble, but you wouldn't believe the gap between them as they go round Folly, Ian.
No, it's fascinating, isn't it, how it's changing around the lap. Back towards me at the S's then, and Thornton Norris, by the way, is in 4th place now. He's ahead of Chris Rawlings, but he's still 6 seconds behind the lead group. I don't think he's going to catch them, but he is leading Class B, of course. Down towards Tower go the leaders, still in the same order. Top 3, Adam Preble in the Astra, Golf for Rob Ellick, the South Leon for Gary Preble, race 1 winner. Adam has won twice already this season. As they head back to you, Chris.
They do, and it's really, I was just glued to that through Bobby's there, is it does look as though through the twiddly bits that Ellick has got the measure of these high-powered cars either side of him. And we watch it now, is that Adam Preble will pull away as they go through Folly, up Avon Rise. The gap, you can see it on the screen now, Ian, to show that I'm not fibbing, and Adam Preble's lost it. He's kept turning right there as he went through Folly, and he aimed towards the infield. He's got it tidied back up again. What an unusual mistake that was. Is that an issue with the car? I would not have expected him to keep going right there as he was powering up Avon Rise.
And he's being passed by Thornton Norris at Quarry Corner now, so it's Rob Ellick now that's leading, but only just from Gary Preble. They are heading towards me at Old Paddock. Yeah, that was bizarre, wasn't it, from Adam Preble. Is going again, though, and he's still there in third place, a long way behind the two leaders now, but just ahead of Simon Thornton Norris. But leaders at Tower Corner. And it's still Ellick Head, and they're starting to catch up on some of the traffic now as well. So this is going to add an extra dimension to the race, and maybe this might be where Gary Preble's just a bit more experienced than Rob Ellick will tell, really, and that he'll be able to get a better path through the traffic than Ellick, perhaps.
Well, let's have a look down towards Camp, and I thought that Gary Preble was going to have a sneaky snifter up the inside in towards Camp, but he's just carried that one through. Oh, and that was a bit of oversteer for Ellick this time coming out of Camp. He started edging towards the infield a little bit there, probably conscious of the back marker and Chris Hignall, but he got it collected and didn't lose too much momentum there. So Gary Preble still in second, Adam Preble in third place, and pulling away from Simon Thornton Norris. That was a very uncharacteristic mistake in a slightly unusual spot that last lap, when you consider it doesn't look like he has much of an issue.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like he's handling right, though, does it, to be honest, in general?
No, I agree with you. Dave Spiller just ahead of Terry Thorne and up into 10th place, by the way. So leader Rob Ellick coming past me. He's about 4 or 5 lengths clear of Gary Preble, then Adam Preble in third. Fourth is Simon Thornton Norris. They've just lapped the Hignall car. And Chris Rawlings is just going to come past those two back markers as well. Hignall and Riles, I think that is, that are being lapped. There's the leader through Bobby's. Preble dutifully following him through. Single file there. But will he mount an attack down into Camp Corner this time, Chris?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well. And I'm also acutely aware of that down in ninth position, the 98 car of Mark Wyatt, that Astra that they've had to work very hard on to get sorted. Just to pause in for a second, Gary Preble's got a good run down the straight, but the inside line at Folly was slammed shut by Ellick to make sure that Gary couldn't do anything. But Mark Wyatt is getting quicker and quicker and is closing on the cars ahead of him. He's now in the 118, so I think whatever they've had to replace on that, he's been bedding that in the early stages, and now he's going for it.
Yeah, it's just behind James Blake in the Seat and Peter Elliston as well in the Golf. So catching both of those two leaders are catching. I think that's the Mark Sutton MG, and passing him and lapping him down here at Old Paddock. It's still Ellick that's ahead of Preble, Gary Preble that is, that takes a bit more speed out of the corner. And Simon Thornton Norris is pulling off. Simon Thornton Norris is pulling off at the S's. He's got a mechanical problem. All of a sudden, Adam Preble came past me on his own, and I was thinking the same as you were, Chris. And Thornton Norris, the answer is parking on the old circuit at the S's. So that means that up into the Class B lead will go Mark Wyatt.
Well, we had another good move down in towards Camp here this a second ago, is that yellow Seat Leon of James Blake just moved up the inside of 123 Peter Ellison as he's growing in confidence in that car. And of course, Mark Wyatt's only just behind them, as I said. The two leaders picking their way through traffic, through Folly. That was even Steve Weston had his head in his hands for a moment there, just making sure that they get through cleanly. Past Dave Spiller, they go now into Quarry. Adam Preble's trying his best to close in, and he is lapping quicker than them, but he's got best part of 5 seconds to make up.
Yeah, and 6 laps after this to do it. They're on to lap 9 of the race now. Down towards me they come. Good drive this from Ellick to keep Gary Preble at bay. The lap time is really competitive as well. They were in the low 12s, all 3 of the leaders on the last lap. Past me again down towards Tower Corner. As Adam Preble getting past the back markers, Chris Rawlings trying to follow him through in 4th position. Ellick then under braking now for Bobby's. And yep, he maintains the position there. Maintains the lead. There he is, heading out of Bobby's, back towards you once again.
I'm impressed. James Blake has just romped away now. He's got in front and putting a new personal best. But the lead two glued together. Round camp they come. Oh, and again, that was just a bit of oversteer. So they've changed the setting on Ellick's car. And he just oversteered and he's made slight contact with Gary Preble. Gary Preble just had to check out there and has fallen away from Ellick. And I don't think that was deliberate by any stretch. Is that there was that oversteer and then overcorrection from Ellick that just meant as Gary Preble thought, oh, I've got a chance to dive up the inside. The outside, and it kind of disappeared. So that was a tricky moment for both of them there.
It was, and Gary Preble was on the grass too. He was on the grass for a good stretch up the start and finish straight there as he was avoiding action. So he's lost 3 car lengths maybe as a result of that as they come past me this time. It's still Ellick that's ahead with 5.5 laps to go from Gary Preble. But what was the lap time for Adam Preble that time? He did a 12.8. The 2 cars ahead of him were in the 13, so half a second a lap he's making up now. Adam Preble, can he get back on terms? He's still 4.5 seconds adrift, though, it must be said.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. They're now about to come up on the battle between Elliston in the 1-2-3 car and Mark White in the Astra. Hopefully, White's got the experience and he's going to stay out of the way. He knows Elliston hopefully will now see him. Unfortunately, that's put Wyatt away from the battle with Elliston, but through goes Ellick and Preble. Preble glued to the back of him again. That respite did not last long at all, did it? He's glued to the back of him in that Seat. And Ellick in that Golf, it's interesting. They've clearly changed it from the understeer to now he's into a little bit of oversteer through camp, and he just needs to sort of be mindful of that when he comes through. But he's still got the lead at the moment.
He has, but for how much longer? Because Preble's up alongside him into the S's and he's gone through. All over the grass goes Ellick. Ellick loses out there. He's down to second place. Gary Preble takes the lead as they come up to lap James Blake. So a mistake there, I think, ultimately from Ellick to get on the grass. Oh, and now a big, well, it was almost like a lockup, but
he keeps doing that.
Out. Yeah, it's bizarre. And certainly looked very concerning for a moment, but he's got a good lead now, and he's got the back mark between himself and Rob Ellick as they head through Bobby's again. So Preble, all of a sudden, like the cork out of a bottle, has made up quite a bit of time, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mechanically minded enough to know what it means, but I was almost wondering if it's like as he's changing gear that puff of smoke from somewhere's coming. I don't know why it would do that, but I've just been repeatedly watching it. There it goes a little bit there. And he's done it numerous times through the right-hander of Folly here, but he didn't particularly that time. But up he goes in the lead, and Adam Preble's not really got an answer for these guys anymore. In fact, he's slowed down to the 16s, hasn't he?
And Rawlings has passed him, I think, as well for third place as they headed on to the start of this lap. So, yeah, Rawlings up into third place now. So it's all changed. It's Gary Preble leading, Rob Ellick second, Chris Rawlings third, and Adam Preble fourth. I'm just wondering if he's having some of those fuel pickup issues again that are affecting him intermittently. Meanwhile, that Wyatt and Elliston battle that you're talking about is rejoined, and Wyatt in the yellow Astra, all that hard work and delivery of spare parts is paying off because he's ahead of Elliston now, and he's leading Class B as well. Mark Wyatt, the Interceptor racing car.
Yeah, fair play. It's a good fight, and it's just interesting where you can see that he's clearly been sort of like building that one up and sort of sensibly bedding anything in. Gary Preble coming down towards camp, and it'll be 4 laps left to go. This will be the 12th lap. 3 laps it'll be left to go now. He's completed 12 laps. Ellick comes across the line, and I don't know, that lap time almost suggests that he kind of knows that the inevitable has happened. There goes Chris Rawlings, as you say, the number 7 car up into third, and Adam Preble in fourth. Now, that's still in the 16s. That car is still not healthy, is it?
No, it's not quite as it should be. Is it not handling quite right or something? But it's a shame because he was 4 points clear in the championship coming into this round over Mark Sutton. Mark Sutton is leading Class C.
Which he didn't do in the first race.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. So this will be closing the gap in the championship potentially as far as Preble is concerned, because he's only 4th in Class A, so he's dropping quite a lot of points there potentially. A bit more competition in Class A, you must say, this year, but there you go. So they've all gone past me. Gary Preble leading with just over 2 laps to go now.
Yeah, here he comes again, picking his way through the traffic. Chaz Riles, I think that's going to be 2 laps on Chaz now. Coming through, Chris Hignall will be his next target as Chris crosses the line, leading Class D, of course. Oh, and again, Ellick, a mixture of understeer pushing him wide, then overcorrection. That is, I mean, it does look a handful through the fast part of camp up here, but the way he's able to close in on the other cars heading up in towards Quarry, it's intriguing of knowing where to go with that car, I'd imagine, for him. But he sat there in that second under no pressure from third, but I can't see that there's any way he can close in on Preble enough.
No, it doesn't look like it. So Preble is here, Gary Preble that is, turning his way through for the penultimate time in this race. Old Paddock, past my commentary box he goes. Rob Ellick second. And quite a gap back to Chris Rawlings in third. When there's, assuming that Preble keeps going, I don't think there's any danger that Adam Preble in fourth place will be caught, because he's such a long way clear of Scaramanga. I think he's about half a minute clear of Scaramanga now. So if he can just nurse the car home for the fourth place points, that could be important, the way that there has been a lot of attrition so far this season, Chris.
Yeah, there really has, hasn't there? It's been a brutal season for him for many reasons. I mean, seeing Norris go again, he's had like one good result, one DNF pretty much each time now, sadly, for him. Gary Preble goes through to start his final lap now. And although the lead is coming down, it's not coming down quick enough. So number 50, Robert Ellick, sat there in that second. Third place for the other TSR Golf at number 7, Chris Rawlings. And Adam Preble just here trying to nurse this around, but he's not going to come under pressure from behind either, I don't think.
No, I think you're right. With cars now working their 15th and final lap. Mark Sutton about to be lapped again, I think, by Gary Preble, but he is still leading in Class C, ahead of Chaz Riles. I think the 2 cars still circulating within Class C, with John Lannon, the very early retirement after winning the class in race 1. And Chris Rawlings coming past me, and yeah, I mean, Adam Preble's last lap was it a 1:18? Bit of a smudge on the screen. It's hard to tell. So he's really dropping back. He's in danger of being unlapped by Mark White and James Blake before the end. But Gary Preble's heading back towards you at least.
Yep, here they come for the final time down towards the checkered flag. Gary Preble is going to be 4 wins out of 4 for his race today. What a great performance. And it's not been plain sailing, but he's done it. Robert Ellick, great performance today in that number 50 Volkswagen Golf. He's probably going to be frustrated with a couple of things he's going to go and work on, I dare say, because the pace and driving skill is there. Chris Rawlings comes home with a podium that he threatened earlier. He's got it this time, as he managed to do in the last race meeting. Chris Hignall comes across the line in number 28 to take the Class D honours. And there goes Chaz Riles just behind him in, that's 12th and 13th on the road. Second in Class C for Chaz Riles. There goes Adam Preble. He manages to keep that 4th position there to sort of do a damage limitation to his championship aspirations on what has been a very tricky day for him. But a 2nd and a 4th isn't the end of the world by any stretch. We wait for Dave Scaramanga to come home in 5th place, the number 2 car, the Volkswagen Sirocco. Here he comes now to take the checkered flag. And he is therefore going to finish in 5th place. 6th is already taking a checkered flag. James Blake in that number 39, really getting to grips with that Seat Leon, but very impressive in 7th, and Class B win for 98 Mark Wyatt. He was closing in very rapidly on James Blake at the end there. Also a good performance for the number 1, 2, 3 car, Peter Elliston. He came home in 8th position. 9th, 282 Dave Spiller. 10th, just crossing the line there and getting 2nd in Class B, 67, which is Terry Thorne. And 11th, number 26, is a great performance with the Class C win for the 26 car of Mark Sutton. His championship aspirations being dealt a great hand there. 28, Chris Hignall in 12th. 13th, number 88, Chaz Riles. And sadly, we lost Simon Thornton Norris and, of course, the 25 car right at the start there of John Lannon, which was a real shame for both of those. But still very entertaining, albeit a rather tricky situation for a number of those. But the Samco Sports Saloon Car Championship, Gary Preble making it 4 out of 4 there and making his way towards Josh as the sun is absolutely beaming across here. I'll tell you what I'm going to very quickly do this time so that there's probably a little bit more time for Josh, because we rushed through the podium for the last one. But I'm going to go through the GT grid for race number 2, he says, as he waits for it to load. Right, so the grid is going to be as follows, and it is amended because I think we've had probably some withdrawals or something. Front row, Oliver Ball 41 and 112 Kevin Jones. Row 2 should have been 21 Dominic Shepherd, but it probably isn't, and 138 Sasha Kakad. Row 3, 27 Bradley John and 24 Tony Bennett. 4th row, 23 Nigel Mustall, 56 Alan Hamilton. Row 5, 241 Lucky Kera, 20 Tim Woodman. 6th row, 99 Jamie Sturgis, 81 Neil Greenland. 40 Jazz Sapra and 8 Kevin Bird on row 7. Row 8, 175 Martin Thomas and 458 Alistair Fazikas. 9th row is 86 Jeremy Cook and 73 Michael Parsons. 10th row, 33 Paul Arbour, 59 Del Brett. And on the 11th and final row, 124 Sonny Gill and 123 Alex Baldwin, or Alexander Baldwin, not the actor. So it is a different one. I can see that down there, ready to receive the drivers, is Josh. So I'm going to bring Josh in, ready to receive the drivers. I'm going to put that, taking up the full thing. You can see the cars in the back. All sorts of great comments. For some reason, we're getting the echo of me this time. There we go. That's a bit better. Tracy Brumage was obviously cheering on both of her sons there. Well done, Mark Wyatt. Class B win. Deborah Humphrey, you are absolutely right. That was an amazing performance. Tracy Brumage saying, well done, boys. Very proud. So you should be. Josh, I think you're rounding them up now.
Yeah, the drivers are over here. Here comes Gary. Another race. It's another Gary Pebble win.
Oh, my days. What a day. Don't get any much better than that, does it?
Certainly the 2 saloon car races, you really had to work for it.
I worked very hard for it, yeah. What can I... Just absolutely fantastic. Just never dreamt of 4 wins in one day. So, I'm just speechless, really. Yeah, got a reasonable start this time. Kept on the back of Adam and Rob. And just sort of patient and... I don't know what happened to Adam, but he just seemed to lose the back end going through Folly and just ended up going infield. And then I was just sort of sizing with Rob and just sort of following him and seeing what lines he was taking. And I could see he was really punishing his fronts. And I just thought, well, I just wondered if there was enough laps left before I could pounce. So that was the big question. But thankfully I managed to do it and get the win.
You had a bit of a grassy moment past the pits. Not sure if you've seen that bit of Castle Combe before.
No, I mean I got a great run down the outside of Rob, and I'm not sure if he didn't see me there or what, but he sort of didn't give me a lot of room, and we just touched a little bit. It's spat me on the grass. So, yeah, I had a good old tank slapper for about a good 100 yards going down there. It was a bit of a twitchy bum moment, but. Managed to report back, chuffed the nuts. Absolutely chuffed the nuts.
Pace today looked almighty, when sort of in the 11s consistently. I think Adam just squeezed into the 10s this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the car feels good. We've changed the gearbox. It's still not 100%. It's one I built myself, so I've only got myself to blame. But we'll get it back in, pull it to bits and fine tune it for next time.
And good to see some new competition up the front.
Oh, amazing! Yeah, I mean, Rob, Chris, Adam. It's just it makes you really feel like you've won a race when you win. When you win one of those, you feel you've earned it.
And hopefully it'll be more of the same in a few weeks' time for the last round.
Let's hope so.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's get Rob Ellick over. Here comes Rob. I think he'll be very pleased with his day. Second place there, Rob, and it was not so close to being a win.
Yeah, nearly there. We've been messing around with the tyres. These different tyres are allowed now. We tried the Pirellis, and for some reason my car was just terrible. So we've wasted like 2 test sessions and the last races basically chasing tyres and trying to find a problem. Gary and Adam tried them today and had the same issue, just nightmare. So we put these AO52s on. First time we've driven them, the car's come alive basically. So yeah, just I hadn't done enough racing really. So Gary came up behind me, started making a few mistakes, cooked the tyres, went on the grass a bit. That was all it was. And then come the end, I started coming back at him. So it's good to be in the mix with him.
But you're saying like you haven't done much racing. Gary's done so much and so much here. So you must be really pleased to be battling with him.
Yeah, exactly. We ain't far away now. I think he knows that we're knocking on the door. So yeah, it's good. It's good to be there.
And you'll be back in a few weeks to try and beat him.
Yeah, we'll be back in a couple of weeks. Yeah, now we've got the tyres that we're happy with, and the car's there. I turned the power right down because I couldn't drive on the tyres. So that last race, that's why the car's come live because I turned the power back up. So maybe we can squeeze a bit more out of it and get even closer. Chris reckons we had the fastest lap. So
I think so. Yeah,
we're getting us in the right direction.
Yeah, I think what here 1 minute 1:11.1.
Yeah, so that's a big jump from where we were last year, and yeah, it's good to be racing with him. Really.
Well
Had him come off, but
well done,
Cheers.
and good luck. Like you see, Chris Rawlings is over here. We're not going to get Chris, it seems. So I head back to the other Chris Dawes.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, they're probably all talking and sorting out. So thank you for that, Josh. So we'll put that down into the green room, and you'll see that we've got this wonderfully eclectic mix of GT cars out there. Now, we knew that the second row 21 Dominic Shepherd wasn't going to be there. Sadly, let me have a look. What are we missing? Nigel Mustall's not there. We kind of suspected, Ian, didn't we, that Nissan Nismo GTR was sounding ropey and going a bit slowly, and he's not made it out there, sadly.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? I mean, he did finish 4th in the early race. Everyone that started the early race finished, by the way, which is
actually
a bit unusual for a GT race, which is, if that's not a bit rude to say that, but that was good going. That everyone
just quickly pick out some of the others, aren't there? Lucky Carer's not out there, and Neil Greenland's not out there either. So that's bizarre.
Yeah, so obviously a few people sort of probably nursing problems home in the earlier race, but not able to sort of get them fixed satisfactorily to take the start of the second race.
And Lucky Carer's probably exhausted as well, because he's been 2 days racing at Donington Park in the Ferraris, and then the sort of qualifying and race number 1 in the BMW. But I know he was looking forward to it, but maybe he's just kind of hit his maximum point. I love the story that he was here. Was it the first race meet of the year when he brought the Ferrari out, and then didn't appear for the second one, and neither did, I don't think, Lee Frost did either from memory, and it was basically Lucky Carer had a dream in the night about eating scones, and so he woke up with an absolute hankering for scones and sent a couple of his guys out to hunt down some fresh scones and cream and everything, and sat in the paddock having the best scones, he says, that he's ever had. And they just decided they were enjoying the company of everyone in the paddock, which of course is a lovely thing about Combe here, and decided that no, they didn't want to go out and race.
Right, that's bizarre, isn't it? I'm probably just, well, we don't all sort of live out our dreams the next day, isn't it, really? And when we're supposed to be motor racing, but there we go.
No, exactly.
It's turning into a nice afternoon now,
isn't it?
With the sun out for this final race of the day. Beautiful afternoon here at Combe, and I think we're in for a good race here as well, aren't we? With Kevin Jones had a really good drive in the first race, didn't he, to keep Oliver Bull at bay all the way through that first race.
It was the start that he got, wasn't it? That was the thing, and he needs to do the same again, doesn't he, Kevin?
He does. That's the key. If he can, then he's shown that he can keep Oliver Bull at bay for a 15-minute race.
Exactly. But if Bull gets the start, then you think that Bull could possibly pull away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is second in the championship. Tony Bennett, with his Class B win earlier, sort of continues to lead overall.
Okay, here we go, though. What are we going to get? Oliver Bull in control for the start. The lights go out. Off go the field. Again, Kevin Jones has got a good start. Is he going to do enough to be able to get through? He snaps across the front of Oliver Bull. Oliver Bull's going to be livid with that he's not been able to capitalise on it. I thought he was going to. Bradley's got a brilliant job in that start. 27, Bradley John in the Evo. He didn't manage to do it the first time, but he's up into third on the back of these guys. And then I think it's Sasha Kakad sat there in fourth at the minute.
Yep, so down towards the S's they come for the first time, and it is as it was in race 1. Kevin Jones leading, Ollie Ball in second place, Bradley John third, and Sasha Kakad, as you rightly say, in fourth place. In fifth, it's Tony Bennett leading the Class B charge, and Alan Hamilton, despite those it was clutch issues that he had in race 1, wasn't it? He's back out there. He's in sixth place. Tim Woodman's seventh, and I think it's Jamie Sturgis eighth as they head through Tower Corner. The lead's already up into Bobby's for the first time, and it is Kevin Jones leading then from Bull in second place and Bradley John third.
Yeah, in fact, Alan Hamilton was all over the back of Tony Bennett there, I noticed, although he's fallen away a little bit back into the clutches of Woodman. But here comes the top three. It is Kevin Jones ahead of Oliver Ball, Bradley John up into third place, Sasha Kakad only fourth at the moment, but Tony Bennett's going to try and hunt him down in that number 24, that ridiculously quick Caterham R300. Then it's Alan Hamilton just back into the clutches in that 56 car of 20 Woodman as it stands at the moment. And then it's a great fight between Sturgis and Jazz Sapra as well.
Yeah, great stuff as the leaders come back down towards us. And I guess something a bit different in this race is that Kevin Jones is just starting to make a little bit of a break from Oliver Bull. We never really saw that in the earlier race. He's sort of half a second to the good here. It was, 7/10 at the beginning of lap one, at the end of lap one. Actually, as they come around this first part of the lap, I think Bull is catching him. And I think in the first race, or after the first race, Jones said that Bull was faster around the back of the circuit, around this part of the track. So then possibly by the end of the lap, Jones would have got a bigger lead out again, up towards 7/10 as it was at the end of lap one.
Such is the speed. They're round with me already. Well, you said that he was pulling away from Ollie Bull. Let's cancel that, because I would say that's not the case anymore. He's managed to reel him in, and Bradley John has been dropped a little bit. Now, let's check. No, that's still a quick lap for Bradley John, but I think it's the usual thing, isn't it? It's taken a moment for them to get things wound up a little bit here. Now that it's done, Oliver Bull's reeled him in, but as we saw in the first race, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and we saw strengths and weaknesses between the two at different parts, but Ollie Bull was just put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, but I think on this first part of the next lap, up until the sort of going to breaking for the S's, I think there Jones continues to build the lead. From breaking out for the S's onwards, I think that is where Bull is strongest, and he's closing the gap. He's right under the rear wing of that Noble as they go through Tower Corner, as you can see, and head off up towards Bobby's. There they go. And you see there's nothing to choose between them. They're both using quite a bit of curb as well to get through Bobby's just as fast as they can. So, as you say, different strengths at different parts of the circuit, and we're in for another cracker.
In fact, look, Alan Hamilton's onto the back of Tony Bennett again in that blue Westfield Aero onto the Caterham R300. Two very different cars, to say the least, with all sorts of additional appendages and a real work of art on that 56 car Westfield Aero of Alan Hamilton. Team Hamilton will be cheering him on there, and he's closed in Tony Bennett. Bennett's lost contact with his usual nemesis and rival Sasha Kakad as it stands at the moment. But the leaders towards you, that's another fastest lap for Bull.
Yeah. It's 107.373, not into the 106s, which we've seen, but he's within 2 car lengths of the Noble here. And I guess the question is, where is his best chance of an attack, or is he going to be relying on Jones making a bit of a mistake somewhere in order to capitalise? I think it might take that, to be honest, for Oliver Bull to be able to make his way through. Third, by the way, Bradley John. Fourth, Sasha Kakad. Fifth, Tony Bennett. Sixth, Alan Hamilton. And Tim Woodburn, Jamie Sturgis, Jazz Sapra. And it's the Ferrari of Fazekas that rounds out the top 10.
Well, in towards camp come the lead two again. I've got the impression, to be honest with you, if he's going to do it, it's going to be Tower or Bobby's sort of. I mean, Bobby's, I can't see how you can do it in these cars, to be honest, but he seems to close out of the S's in front of you down towards Tower, doesn't he?
Yeah,
that's where it's the closest. Whereas by now, you'll see it coming towards you. It's sort of, relatively speaking, spread out a little bit.
Yeah, so down towards me they come at the S's, and again, it's a much bigger lead going into the S's than it is coming past me for Kevin Jones. They're coming up to lap the 1-2-3 car, Alexander Baldwin. I don't think Bull is quite as close on this lap as he was, or he has been on the previous couple, actually.
And that's because Jones put in a new fastest lap of the race, actually.
Didn't he? So that explains that. They go past that Civic, which looks a little bit out of place against these much quicker cars going past it. They go out of Bobby's and back up towards you. But yeah, I think maybe another lap where Jones hasn't had such a strong lead in. As you say, Tower could be the place where Bull might mount an attack.
Well, through they go here, and it's a new fastest lap for Ollie Bull this time. They are trading blows like a pair of prize fighters, aren't they? Up in towards Quarry they go. Now, is Ollie Bull closing at this stage? Yes is the answer. So actually, there's the point, Ian, that I've just noticed, is that it's probably from Quarry round that he's able to close in a little bit.
Yeah, let's have a look down towards the S's. His 2 or 3 car lengths adrift as they head into the S's past the Marshalls post, past the commentary box there. You can see them on screen. 2 lengths distance is the gap between them. Down towards Tower. Sort of brake lights going almost at the same instant. And Kevin Jones holds on. I'll just sense here that unless Kevin Jones makes a mistake of even a tiny mistake, it's going to be really hard for Ollie Bull here with all of his experience around Castle Combe to be able to make a way through. What are we on? Lap 6, about to complete that.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging. Well, he's very, very close this time. Now, looking ahead, we've got 3 back markers they're going to be up with, and that's, I think, what have we got? Arbour and Sonny Gill having a great fight. Now, that could be interesting. They're going side by side ahead of them into Quarry, so they're going to be encountering them around about by you. Del Brett, they'll be picking off first, but it's the 2 fighting of Arbour and Gill that's going to be a challenge for him, you know.
It certainly is, and Kevin Jones gets past Del Brett's car, so too does Ollie Bull. So they've both got past the first of those 3 back markers. Then they've got Gill and Arbour, and Bull's going to try and use this to his advantage, but he was going to try and go around the outside of Jones there, but Jones really then thought the same thing, but then the BMW was in the way, so they both then switched to the right-hand side of the circuit down towards Tower Corner. They've both got past those 2 back markers now, and the orders remained unchanged. So no real net gain or loss for either driver there as we work lap 7 of the race, but there'll be more traffic to come before the end.
Yeah, that was a bit sort of hold your breath moment there as they went through there. Down towards us they come to complete their 7th lap in this 15-lap race. Across they go, still Kevin Jones. He's done a great job here. So good to see that Noble back again, and it's looking mighty, mighty quick. He's mastered the rolling starts, and to be honest, that's the part that makes the biggest difference. And then he is just fighting brilliantly and legitimately against Ollie Bull. I think that Ollie Bull probably could go a bit quicker, but I don't think that tells the story. It's not just a defensive drive by Kevin Jones, I don't think, is it?
Absolutely not. It's a good all-round effort, this one. Right, they've got some clear track here for probably the next lap or so. Bull not close enough at Old Paddock to be able to challenge. Half a second the gap at the beginning of the lap. They go through. Bradley John still there in 3rd place, by the way. Sasha Kikad still 4th. Tony Bennett and Alan Hamilton, they're still having a really good battle over 5th and 6th in the Class B lead as well. Only a couple of car lengths between them, but leaders back along Westway and towards you.
Yep, here they come down towards us now. Ollie Bull is very, very close this time round. Across, it's very different lines there through camp, but it doesn't seem to have compromised Jones too much. New fastest lap of the race and a new personal best for Kevin Jones. So they really are pushing each other to special lap times here. Up Avon Rise they go. And it's still 7 laps to go for these guys. So they've got plenty of time. And Ollie Bull's he's got to be trying to weigh up where it's even possible, even more than you were trying to weigh it up.
Well, yeah, I think he's pretty fast running out of options here, isn't he? Maybe he is gambling on back markers being the key here. They've got some more to lap. It's the 86 car of Jeremy Cook. It's the 73 car of Michael Parsons. So BMW and Volkswagen Golf, respectively, that they will get in the next few corners, I think.
Quickly as well, Ian, coming towards you is that Alan Hamilton's all over the back of the 24 car of Tony Bennett.
Certainly is, and that's for 5th overall, and the Class B lead as well. Only about 2 car lengths between them. They've got some traffic to deal with as well. Del Brett, they are catching. That's big, almost like scoop on the front of Alan Hamilton's car. It's almost like he's going to use it to scoop Tony Bennett out of the way, isn't it?
Del Brett didn't even see him, I don't think, then, did he?
No, I'm not sure he did. Heading through Bobby's. They've just about squeezed around Del Brett.
How? How did that happen?
There was a lot of breathing in required, I think.
That was incredible. I mean, and that was clearly that Alan Hamilton was like, I cannot wait around. They're now trying to get past this Arbour and Sonny Gill battle. And again, the problem is these cars are probably sort of below the normal mirror view.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to get past Arbour, which shouldn't have that excuse, but that seemed oddly difficult to get past Arbour this time. But they're both through. But Alan Hamilton, remember, that is Class B, 1st and 2nd, isn't it?
Yeah, Class A or not Class A, but overall 1st and 2nd, Class C 1st and Class A 1st. Jones and Bull still in the same order. They're heading into Bobbies again for the 10th time now, so coming up to 2/3 race distance. As just through the S's comes the Class B lead battle, and it's still Tony Bennett ahead of Alan Hamilton here, but again only by a couple of car lengths. Can Hamilton get a good run down towards Tower? No, I don't think he can. So it's still Bennett. The leaders there on their way up towards Quarry, I think.
I mean, they are indeed. They're making their way up the same order, still picking up through some back markers. But it's quite incredible is that Alan Hamilton's comment to me was that, yes, they're working on being back out again, but not expecting to be fully competitive with it slipping, because it was a slipping clutch that they were having. Exactly the same issues as last meeting. We may need a stronger clutch for this engine. Well, actually, you've got to look at this and say, well, maybe they're doing all right.
Well, or what could he do with an even stronger one?
True, yeah.
Ollie Bull is putting a bit of pressure on Kevin Jones down into Tower Corner, but nothing's going to come of it still, I'm afraid. So that's still the same order. Jones and Bull looking up in the distance to Quarry, and it is still Bennett ahead of Hamilton. There's a bit more daylight between those two this time, I think, Chris. So perhaps I'll let you take the leaders up towards you up at camp.
Not the first time today that we've struggled to know which bit to really pick up on, isn't it? Different sides of the circuit, but the way we love it, across the line goes the overall leaders, and it is still Kevin Jones ahead of Oliver Bull, 112, the Noble, ahead of the white and orange number 41, Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette. Up Avon Rise they go, past another back marker. I think that may be Jazz Sapper that they've just gone past there. And round corner they go. It kind of sticks at that equidistant. Bradley Johns crossing the line, number 27, in a lonely third position. And Sasha Kakad's doing well in fourth.
Yeah, leaders with me for the 12th time. Best lap of the race has gone to Bull, a 106.415. So he's gone a couple of tenths faster than he went in the first race. So that really shows the intensity of this battle out in front here. Third place is still Bradley John, number 27. Fourth is still Sasha Kakad, 138 in the Audi. Fifth still Tony Bennett ahead of Alan Hamilton. And they just rounding Quarry Corner now. So they're more than half a lap now behind the overall leaders, Jones and Bull, who are already back towards you.
Yeah, they're coming down. Their next target to lap is the 458, the Ferrari 458 of Fazekas, number 458 on the track as well. And I got it wrong. The BMW they put a lap on last time was Kevin Bird, car number 8. But heading up Avon Rise they go. And again, Ollie Bull's got a good run up there, but not really able to do anything about it. And this time they're going to try, probably by you, they're going to be trying to get past this Ferrari 458.
Yeah, could well be. Ferrari's heading into the S's now. It's 2 or 3 lengths clear of Kevin Jones. Of course, the Ferrari in its own right is not a particularly slow car, so they need to pick their moment. But they get past Fazekas now, both of them quite easy, going to his driver's right as they head down the stretch towards Tower. Still no change in the order, so 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Can Ollie Bull find a way through, or is he going to concede more ground to Tony Bennett in the championship race here?
Well, Tony Bennett's under pressure again from Alan Hamilton for that Class B lead. Tim Woodman as well is under massive pressure from Jamie Sturgis. So that's an interesting battle as well, albeit different classes. But the leaders come through here. Del Brett, they're going to put another lap on that silver Porsche. They just had to, and that was a breaks out. And this is the chance for Ollie Bull because the apex went to the Porsche there. And suddenly that meant that that Kevin Jones, I think, has been massively compromised by the back marker there, and Ollie Bull has gone through. And no, Ollie Bull's run wide.
Yeah, Jones straight back at him through Quarry Corner. So Bull has lost quite a bit of time there in actual fact after all of that. And that has probably, net result, handed Jones the race because all of a sudden with a lap and a half to go, Jones has got 10 or 15 car lengths perhaps over Ollie Bull as they go past me, as you can see on the camera there. So there'll be a lot of work for him to do. So I suspect it's going to be a double for Kevin Jones today in the Castle Combe GT. I guess we just need to look out for that Class B battle now, which is, I think, heading up towards Quarry.
It is little bit more daylight. Oh, well, no, it's gone again, actually.
Yeah, not a lot of daylight, must be said. But a couple of car lengths between them. That's not quite as close as it was on the previous lap. They've got the Michael Parsons Golf to lap as well now.
So the leader's gone on to their final lap now. They got another couple of back markers, the Sonny Gill and Arbor, which is actually the other way round to what it was last time they encountered it. We've lost the 175 BMW of Thomas somewhere, sadly, so that's pulled into retirement. But that was really weird, is that Del Brett took the apex in towards the very fast Folly, and I think that Jones was already trying to aim towards the inside. It disappeared. The anchors got thrown out, and Oliver Bull was able to go around the outside, but obviously took too much speed into Quarry.
Yeah, that's right. Jamie Sturgis, meanwhile, is ahead now of Tim Woodman, so up into 7th place. Although Sturgis had a sort of grassy moment here between the S's and Old Paddock. Leaders have gone past me again, and it's well over a second now for Kevin Jones. So he should be able to bring the car home for a double victory here today, and 2 Class C wins as well.
Yeah, it'd be mighty impressive. Yeah, I see what you mean. That Jamie Sturgis ahead of Tim Woodman, and Jazz Sapra's now joined that fight. That's 3 of them duking it out. Down here towards us for the final time towards Camp Corner. Probably not going to challenge Alex Baldwin, I wouldn't have thought this time. Across the line, and a great double victory there for the 112 car of Kevin Jones. That Noble is one of my favourite all-time cars. I'm not sure he saw the checkered flag because he looks like he's still at top pace. But Oliver Ball, number 41, in 2nd position. And we look towards the right to wait for Bradley John, who's going to take 3rd, which will also be 2nd in Class A, because Oliver Ball still won Class A with that 2nd place on the road. And
I agree. Kevin Jones hasn't seen the checkered flag the way he's pushing on here. Very serious penalties you can get for failing to observe the checkered flag as well. So let's hope that he gets the message and is able to pull into the pit lane.
Yeah, this Class B fight's coming across the line now, and Tony Bennett punches the air in delight because he knows that he had to have a fight, not just a great fight on the road, but he knew that that was for actual class honours. Previously, he's been fighting with Sasha Kakad, who, by the way, took 4th on the road and 2nd in Class C. But Tony Bennett, you could see from that punch, that meant a lot to him to get that one, and it means a lot for his championship fight. So he comes home 5th and wins Class B. 6th is number 56. Alan Hamilton, 2nd in Class B, a great spirited fight there. 99 Jamie Sturgis comes home in 7th with the Class D victory. 8th Tim Woodman, number 20, and 3rd in Class B. 9th, number 40 Jazz Sapra, that gives him 2nd in Class D. 10th, the Ferrari 458, number 458, Fazekas in the 3rd in Class C. Kevin Bird, number 8, and it definitely is Kevin Bird because apparently Chab's damaged his collarbone, possibly even broken it, which I didn't realise that, but he's not out there. So Kevin Bird comes home in 11th. 12th, number 73, which is Michael Parsons in the Volkswagen Golf. In 13th position, number 86, the Class C car of Jeremy Cook. 14th, 124, and Class F win for Sonny Gill. Great fight he was having with the 33 car of Paul Arbour, and just got the nod because 15th was Paul Arbour. And Delbrett, number 59, in 16th place. 17th, number 123. Alex Baldwin, although he came in before he took the checkered flag, but I'm sure that'll just be for the little mistake there. But yet again, an intriguing race. Great win for Kevin Jones. Now, we need to sort of just, between ourselves, guys, we need to just make sure that we have an agreement on driver of the day so we can announce that as well. Josh is waiting to receive. And I'm just typing this to you guys so you can see it. Josh, I know you're about to do it, but you need to see your phone as well. Right, so I've just put in my thoughts. That's not dictatorial. It's just my thinking to see what we're going to do. Because between the 3 of us, I'm sure many of you already know this, is that we do have to pick a driver of the day, which just seems to get harder and harder for me. And by the way, on my point as well, I think I also put the additional challenge that was faced in that last race as well. So it just added a bit more weight to me. But you sure you guys are happy with that one then? It is our driver of the day, and I've got to let Joe know this as well, is that Nathan Ward just about takes it. Gary Preble nearly did with 4 race victories, and numerous others were really featuring hard. Matt Hallam with his great fight as well. Robert Ellick was great in his golf. But we're going to award the driver of the day with not just the, he's been away for a long time and he's had to work on that car. He's got it sorted. He took the Class B victory in race 1. Race 2, little did we know that as well as that great fight with Paul Barnes, that was whilst he did not have first and second gears, so was doing chicanes in 3rd or 4th. So he'd lost those early on. I know it's not the end of the world. It'd be worse losing 3rd and 4th, but it was a big challenge and he managed to take that victory. So congratulations, Nathan Ward, for the driver of the day, and welcome back, Nathan. Golden Ball Racing. It's good to see. So let's bring in Josh. I can see he stood there, but no one else is with him. Are you getting the drivers there yet, mate?
Well, they're sort of here. We're doing reverse order. We'll do Bradley first. Bradley John, who took third, I think, is making his way over here. Because obviously Kevin Jones arrived a bit late, as you guys were mentioning. So we'll speak to Bradley first. Third place for you, using your full drive there to keep up with the guys at the start.
Yeah, well, I just thought with the issues I've had with the car today, and just with a bit of luck, I just didn't want to push it too much, so I just settled down for third overall, second in class. So I was just happy with that, really.
It's been 2 podiums, a good day.
Yeah, it's a very pleaseful day with all the developments we've done to the car, and it's all running perfect now. So really happy with that.
And I presume you'll be back in a few weeks to actually push up a bit harder.
Yeah, be back for the last race of the year.
It started only last month, and it finishes next month. It happens really quick, doesn't it?
I know it does. It does. But at least it's a good thing that we have actually having some races.
Yeah.
And it's grateful that we are, really.
Yeah, lots of hard work behind the scenes to allow it.
Yeah.
But well done, and looking forward to you in a few weeks. So third place, Bradley John. Second was Oliver Ball, who once again is in really close racing here in the GTs.
A little bit too close on the start. I think there was a hell of a chop going into Folly, which if I hadn't backed out of it would have been another plane crash for that car, which is out of order. So not happy about that. But the rest of it, yeah, it was fantastic. It was a great battle. Just sort of trying to figure out where and how, and if any little mistakes. One chance with about 3 to go up to quarry, passing a back marker, which was completely fine, and I just went a little too deep on the brakes, and then he could get back through, which is a real shame. And then I had oil on my tyres a couple of laps, and that was fine. So no, apart from the start, that was a really great race.
You're hearing some of the guys, if it's still up there at quarry, a bit of cement dust, and that's quite slippery up there.
Yeah, that's where I ran too deep. I just couldn't stop it because there were 3 abreast, and it's like, okay, gonna have to try and stop it. I was looking in my mirrors, and we were fine. And then it was like, oh, that corner's coming up a bit fast, and then just ran a little deep onto the cement dust, and that was it. So you got to give it a go, but not this time.
But it's hard enough, isn't it, normally to go around the outside, let alone where you got
exactly.
Now looking forward to the final round.
Yeah. We've got a few things to fix on the car. See if we can get a bit more pace, which I think we can do, and then we'll come back.
Okay, look forward to it. Well done. And then our last winner of the day was Kevin Jones. So we'll get Kevin over here, hopefully. Kevin, another close race, and you managed to hold him off.
Yeah, just about, and all got a bit messy with the back markers, but they're doing their thing, and you got to get around them. So a bit nip and tuck there for quite a while.
But that's a part of, I guess, GT racing anywhere, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But there's so much speed difference between our end and the other end. And I say they're doing their job, but it does make it challenging.
I mean, is it quite easy to defend around here, or would you say not so much?
Depends where you've got the speed. Ollie's quicker through the first chicane, and he pulls speed on me there, but I can defend the line there, so that's not a problem. If it was somewhere else, it might be different.
And are you going to be back here in a few weeks for the last rounds?
I'm not sure yet. That I'm not sure. We've got another commitment, which I'm doubtful. So, but if I can, I will for sure.
Did you racing it anywhere else?
I'm racing at Donington in 3 weeks' time.
Right. Okay.
Or the weekend after the Castle Combe one.
So keeping busy in the car.
Trying to, yeah.
Well
trying to make up for lost time.
Well done on 2 wins today.
Thank you to Castle Combe.
Thank you. So that, Chris Dawes and Ian Sowman completes all the interviews down here. A little bit of tension, I think, at the end of that race. But it's been a good day of racing here at Castle Combe.
I think even you got nervous then, didn't you, Josh?
Luckily, they went in opposite directions in the end.
Yes. We'll leave them to sort that one out. I was just saying to Ian, interesting that I did call it a chop, but I didn't realise it was quite like that. So obviously, because I'm from behind here, but
sure.
Well, that's the joys of racing. We love all of that. But congratulations to them. Josh Barrett, thank you very much for your work down there. Fabulous job in something I know is completely different for the setup, but Kevin has done such a good job with the setup down there, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's the perfect way to do interviews. And actually, doing the interviews down here means we can chat to the drivers for longer than when we do it in the pit lane, because we have to wait for the drivers to get over there. So actually, even though it's a little bit more awkward, the interaction is a bit better to have a longer chat.
Absolutely, and there's nothing wrong with awkward, I always say. That's how I make my living. But Josh Barrett, thank you, mate. You'll be back for the 2-day race meet. 1 day down there, or wherever it happens to be. We don't know what's happening yet. And 1 day in Old Paddock, is that right?
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. As we said earlier, we've got 750 Motor Club content there, which I'm quite well used to, and looking forward to working out who are going to be the champions. As I was saying to the other guys, it's weird, isn't it, that we've only got one meeting left?
I know. Well, I mean, Castle Combe's obviously got more, but as far as the local championships, we've obviously still got the Autumn Classic. The bikes are racing here as well. But yeah, we were hoping for a meeting later in the year, but it just wasn't possible to tie up anymore. So anyway, for now, Josh, thank you very much for your sterling work, mate.
Thanks, Chris.
So let's put him down there. So that's him free to go. Let's bring in Ian Sowman. Hang on, let me do that so that we are all back in this together, as we always are. Ian, what a fantastic day of entertainment.
Brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, I think it stayed dry today. That helps. I know when I was here at the beginning of July, first meeting back, it was a bit damp and it rained, didn't it, during the afternoon? But I think it's so much better when you have a nice, clear, dry meeting. The racing's that much more exciting, that much closer. We didn't have any long delays during the afternoon at all. We just had that one bit of clearing up after the Formula Fords second time around, but really good racing, particularly from the Formula Fords, I thought. 2 good wins there for Luke Cooper. Disappointment for Felix Fischer. His championship hopes look to be over, but that one might be going Luke's way, but we'll see. No drop scores that final round. So if you have a problem in the first race, that could really scupper your chances there. Saloons, I mean, they were so entertaining today, I thought, the saloons. I mean, sometimes normally we have very big grids of them, not so much this year for obvious reasons, but those were some of the best saloon races I think I've seen around Castle Combe for quite a long while. So that was good to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some frustrated faces down there, isn't there? But we knew that when they've got the new model of tyres that they're allowed to run in the saloons, it's putting new pressures on a few other elements of those highly strung cars anyway, because, of course, they just seem to get more and more powerful, don't they? So, yeah, I mean, absolutely brilliant. It sets up, and I would imagine you've probably got a disappointment that you're not here for the 2-day meet, because it's kind of set it all up.
I'll have to watch the stream, won't I, to get the benefit for it? But yeah,
and we have no idea whether we're doing that. For anybody who's watching, we have no idea. Feel free to drop your comments in that you want it to the circuit or whatever. But I have no idea whether it is. That's not up to me. But and hopefully we'll have spectators here. Who knows? It's the unknown.
Crossed. Yeah, but no, I think it sets it up really nicely. GTs as well. 2 cracking races there. Bit of tension in the second race. we like that, don't we? It just makes that bit more exciting. Hot hatches, of course. Gary Preble dominated those, didn't he, early on? And we had the sports racing as well, where Mike Genvy gave a bit of a masterclass, didn't he? But
it was.
That was to be expected.
And in terms of the stream, I've got to say obviously we say a massive thank you to Kev. That goes without saying. The guy's our hero, because the work and stress, I mean, he was up against it earlier today, to say the least. But his son, Greg, what an incredible job he did on doing the cameras following. It just made it the finished piece for me, what he did with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely brilliant. It's raised at another level, hasn't it? So, to do all this from scratch, from nothing, that first meeting in July to what it is now, really good job.
It is, and as we say, it's not supposed to be a production trying to compete with that side of thing. It was never that. It was just about bringing something there. So I know we had comment that said about engine noises, which at best we get it coming from your commentary box sometimes, don't we? As they go past and what have you. But it is static cameras. It's not, and nobody's out there doing it. And thank you, Kev, for the work. And your son Greg was an absolute asset there, to say the least. It was pure brilliance. Ian Sowman, thank you very much, my friend. I know that's the last time you're here, possibly the last time we're working together this year. I'm not sure yet.
I think it probably is, unless anything strange happens. And this has been the year for strange things happening.
That's very true. Yeah, it has. So thank you very much again, mate. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, I'll see you in 2021.
Fantastic. Yeah, take it steady, my friend. So thank you to Ian Sowman as he will wind his way back. Thank you massively to all of you that have watched. It's been an absolute pleasure. I can see the comments that are coming in, and it does mean a lot to us, because all of us put in an awful lot of work and we appreciate it. Great day streaming the action, says Peggy Spackman. Thanks, Chris and team, for keeping the stream possible. Well done, all drivers, especially Mr. Parker. That's just biased, Peggy. Woo, what a day, definitely. Dave Lux says, thank you, Chris and your team, for all the effort you have put in today to give us a truly enjoyable afternoon's racing. Hopefully we'll be with you in person next time. honestly, guys, I hope so too. But it's out of all of our control, really. It's such a big deal to try and get it sorted, and who knows? Let's hope so. Deborah Humphrey, after your fabulously hard work today to get Mr. Wyatt out there, and really he delivered. Thank you once again for great coverage from all the different series. Much appreciated, Chris, Ian, and the team, and I much appreciate that. Lulu Tupu, trying to remember, I think you said that you're watching from France. Apologies if I'm remembering that wrong. Thank you very much, guys. And Combe TV will be coming back. Watch the space. We'll be coming back. We'll do review shows. I've sorted out that we're going to get an interview with Lucky Carer, which is absolutely brilliant, that we're going to be able to get a word with him. He and I were chatting yesterday at Donington, and we're going to set that one up. We're going to be picking up a show, probably the preview show for the next event. We'll pick up with VP Racing, because VP Racing Fuels are the title sponsor for the double header, and we thank you guys for doing that, because everybody knows that the circuit and the racing club have had a torrid time with everything stopping at the moment, because that's it. That's how they exist. And of course, that all completely stopped, as it did for so many of us. They got hit hard. So anyway, that has been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to leave us and play out with those couple of adverts. But thank you so much for joining us. Kev Davies even said, thanks for everyone for turning a boring day into an exciting one. Great job, boy, all. I hope it would never have been that boring day. Crikey, it's like Super Cider Sunday yesterday. It should have been for people. And then it's that bank holiday tipple. I'm going to go back for gin and tonic. So on that note, I'm going to play us out with a couple of sponsors' messages. Have a safe evening and the rest of the week, and we'll see you all very soon. Until the next Combe TV, from myself, Chris Dawes, or Dawsy, as it will be once we get to the Combe TV. Good night.
Video 1 is about the reasons and benefits of public speaking or presenting. Well, let's think about this another way.
Why on earth do we exercise? It takes some serious willpower to get going, and it's all too easy to talk yourself out of it. But we know the benefits will be significant, so we push ourselves to do it. And once you get going, it becomes addictive, including the battle of wills to keep going.
The same applies with public speaking. It's easy to psych yourself out if you let yourself, but it lets you share your knowledge, point of view, passion, emotion, etc. You have the opportunity to inform, motivate, win over and persuade an audience. What a buzz and an honour. I have the same addiction to the battle of wills, adrenaline and achievement with public speaking. So turn around the way you see it and relish the chance and opportunity.
And it hurts a lot less than exercise.
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS novice drivers training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the novice driver training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.